Hello, chat. Happy Friday. Oh, my mic is really far away from me. Get a little closer. I don't really have a summary of yesterday. You would not have been able to tell me that by day 3, today's going to be day 4, that by day 3, I'd be more and more and more confused. We're still in the state's case in chief in Georgia versus,
All right, Ms. Higgins, let's go ahead and bring our jury in, please.
and it opened a lot of questions. Let's see if we get any answers today. Shout out to Doug. Shout out to Tay-Biz, Amanda, YP, Factual Lie. Yeah, Other People's Drama says, I hope Doug has something for us today because yesterday was a lot. Hey, Jasmine with the sunflower. Kiana, who knows? Who knows? You think Sands is going to take the stand today? Hey to Jennifer. I thought it was interesting yesterday.
All right,
that
everyone, please be
parents
seated.
maybe were both wearing the same blue.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I appreciate again you being here on time. I want to make sure again that we did not have any problems or issues regarding the court's previous instructions concerning access to media accounts. Any problems, any issues? All right, very well. Then we will proceed with the first witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Dr. Mondor to the stand, M-O-N-D-O-R.
Kind of a cool name. And shout out to Dizzy. Hold on, we've got to get Dizzy a wrench. Dizzy, if you have any links to drop at all, feel free to do so. Dizzy has just like great research on weird things about this case, people involved in this case.
Good morning, sir. Please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please have a seat, sir.
Thank you.
If you would position yourself close enough to that microphone so we can all hear you well.
Okay, sounds good.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your full name for the court reporter?
Sure. So I'm Dr. Edward Mondor, E-D-W-A-R-D, M-O-N-D-O-R.
And doctor, what do you do for a living?
So I'm an entomologist. I'm the sole proprietor
Hi.
of Fear Lab, LLC. That stands for Forensic Entomology Applied Research. And I'm also an associate professor of biology at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia.
Can you tell us what an entomologist is?
Sure. So an entomologist is one that studies insects. They study insect life cycles, behavior. They identify what different types of insects are for many different types of purposes, agricultural purposes, pest control, and in this case, medical legal issues.
Can you describe your education and experience related to entomology?
Sure. So I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from Brandon University in Brandon, Manitoba, Canada. I have a Master's in Zoology degree from the University of Alberta in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I have a PhD in biology from Simon Fraser University in Burnaby, British Columbia, Canada. I then did a postdoctoral appointment at the University of Calgary in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. I split time with University of California, Davis in Davis, California. I then did a postdoctoral appointment at the University of Wisconsin in Madison, Wisconsin. I then got hired as a junior entomologist at the University of Hawaii in Kapaa, Hawaii. And since 2006, I was hired as an assistant professor at Georgia Southern University in Statesboro, Georgia. I was then tenured and promoted to associate professor, and that is my current position today.
How long have you been in Georgia then?
I've been in Georgia since 2006.
And you indicated that your proprietary business deals with forensic entomology and research. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Does your research include this geographical area, meaning the southeastern portion of Georgia?
It does.
Thank you. I'm assuming that's in the field of entomology.
Correct.
Are there required certifications or licenses required for practicing specifically in your field?
There are no required certifications or licenses to be an entomologist or a forensic entomologist.
Is that why you do schooling and training?
Correct.
Okay. And how long have you been an entomologist and studying to become one?
I have been an entomologist now. My first research project, I've been conducting insect research projects now for 31 years. And I've been doing forensic entomology cases for 13 years.
Have you published any peer-reviewed articles, delivered scientific presentations, or taught university lectures in entomology and forensic entomology?
I have. So at this current point, and I say that because a resume or a CV is always a living document. It changes week to week. At this current point, I have approximately 45 peer-reviewed journal articles, and approximately 7 of those are based around forensic entomology topics. For presentations that I've given to conferences, different audiences, both between myself and the students in my lab that I oversee, I have presented 170 different presentations. 57 of those are about forensic entomology topics. I also teach courses based on entomology. For example, at Georgia Southern University, I teach a non-majors entomology course called Insects and People. I also teach a majors course called Insect Ecology, where we deal with insects, identification, life cycles, behavior. And I also routinely teach a course to both biology undergraduates and graduates, cross-listed, called Forensic Biology. In that forensic biology, we have a whole unit on forensic entomology, which consists of both lecture and lab.
Have you ever previously testified as an expert witness in forensic entomology in a court of law?
I have. So I've testified in Chatham County in a forensic entomology case there in 2013.
And in that case, were you qualified as an expert in the field of forensic entomology?
I was.
And did that include the analysis of the insects and the use of that in the court presentation?
Correct. So that was a civil case, and yes, I was confirmed as an entomologist.
This will be interesting to see, because how important do you think the timeline, right? They're using this bug, this entomologist, to help establish the time frame of death based on the decomposition life cycle and when you would expect to see certain organisms, certain species versus other species at a given life cycle on or within decomposing human matter. And if Doug isn't trying to dispute this guy's findings, I don't think he'll be on the stand that long. But if Doug has a lot of questions for this guy, then we'll get a clue. Doug doesn't want to agree with the state's approximate time frame, this November 29th time frame of the unaliving and then subsequent dumping of the body parts. So we'll have to see.
Can you briefly explain what forensic entomology is as it is applied to the context of death investigations?
Sure. So forensic entomology is kind of a wide-ranging field.
We're all here for the bugs,
different
Gerald.
areas or subspecialties of forensic entomology. They really break down into 3 different types. One is stored product pests. Those are insects that infest food supplies, whether it's rice, grits, flour, etc. The second is urban cases. Those are cases that involve places in cities, schools, hospitals, prisons. If you buy a house, it's got termites infested with it, you might call a forensic entomologist. This case here is what we call medico-legal. That involves insects that are infesting either living or deceased individuals.
And you indicated that you testified in a civil setting. Is that correct?
Correct.
So does your work cover both civil and criminal potentially in courtrooms?
It does. I have done both civil and criminal cases.
Okay. Do you work specifically for law enforcement or only in the capacity that you described?
I do not. I do not work for law enforcement.
At this time, Your Honor, the state would seek to introduce Dr. Mondor as an expert in the field of forensic entomology and the analysis of the substances, the insects, in relation to this case.
Any questions from the defense?
No questions and no.
Doug's fine with it.
And he is so qualified as an expert in the field of forensic entomology. You may continue.
Now, can you tell the jury what specifically you were asked to do in connection with this case?
Sure. So
Hey, Biz dropped 20 creepy crawlies in the chat. Guys, get your green bugs. Thank you so much, Tay-Biz. I'm thinking of, do you guys remember in The Lion King where they're eating, like as a delicacy, the big grub bugs? That's going to be the gift theme of the day. So if you got a gift, if you got a grub, make sure you say thank you to Tay-Biz. Tonight, we're going to be hanging out with him. He's doing an interview with Taya Adams all about the Mickey Steins case and possible corruption countywide. Crazy, crazy stuff. Tay-Biz is also getting a lot of love in the chat. You guys came over to hang out to watch his stream yesterday. I'm telling you, that case is crazy. This is crazy. That case is crazy. If you want to get caught up on the shooting of Judge Mullins and how that case is playing out, I'm going to get the link. Come hang out with us today. Yeah. Woo, 20 green love. So there we go. Big thank you, stream sponsor, giving us 20 bugs for this entomologist to study.
for any forensic entomology case, the reason we like to use insects is because in many situations, you can't really use other things about the body to determine what we say colloquially, time of death. We don't really determine a time of death. What we do as forensic entomologists is we determine a time of colonization. That is, when do the insects first come to the body and lay their eggs on the body and develop to the stages that are then eventually found. So the reason we can use insects in these cases is really because of two main things. One is insects can't regulate their body temperature like we can. They're dependent on the external environment. So we use a fancy term in biology called poikilothermic. Growing up, we always used to refer to that as cold-blooded. Right? They're cold-blooded, they can't regulate their body temperature, they're reliant on the external temperature. So we can use them in effect like a biological clock because their development is strictly dependent on the temperature of the environment in which they are raised. The second thing that really helps us out with forensic entomology is they have a skeleton on the outside of the body as opposed to ours, which is on the inside. As a result, like a crab, they have to crack the old one off and develop a new one, so they grow in very discrete steps. And every step is completely different from every other step, so they're much easier to identify. So in this case, what we did was we had insect evidence that was collected, and I analyzed the insect evidence to see approximately how long it would take for them to get to that stage that was found.
Okay, so if we can go back to December 5th of 2022, did you receive a telephone call in connection with this case?
I did.
And without telling us exactly what was said, did you speak with any members of law enforcement?
I did.
As a result of that conversation, did you give them any guidance with respect to collecting the specimen that you ultimately examined in this case?
I did.
And did that conversation discuss how, in fact, they were to do so?
Correct.
And was that in real time?
Correct.
When you were giving those instructions, ultimately, did you anticipate receiving a sample?
I did.
Did law enforcement tell you any particulars about the case other than that they were submitting a forensic insect sample to you?
They did not.
Okay. At some point, did you receive any photographs?
I did.
And did you have an opportunity to view those photographs?
I did.
Your Honor, I am not going to publish, but I'm just going to show the witness 1.1AA, which I am showing to counsel now. May I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Shout out to Jenny with the 5 gifted. I don't want to keep saying bugs. You guys don't like these bugs.
The segment of that photograph that is displayed in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, you can just turn that down if that's
Okay.
okay. Was that one of the photographs or what you received?
I believe it was.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, when you received the photographs, did you ultimately receive also a, quote, live sample? Or not live, but processed sample, perhaps is
I
the right
received
phrasing.
a process sample, so they were all dead at the time. Correct.
Okay. Can you tell the jury exactly how that sample gets to that condition?
Sure. So when, no, I can't say when I talked with somebody. So when I received that sample, what
Heard that he was prepped and he was remembering. That's kind of endearing. I like that. Listen to him.
That condition.
Sure. So when, no, I can't say when I talked with somebody. So when I received that sample, what you always do with insect samples, especially if you have insect larvae, which are maggots, what we call them, the first thing you should always do is you should put them in boiling water. The reason you put them in boiling water is so then they don't start curling up and they're difficult to measure, they're difficult to identify. It kills a lot of the bacteria on them. Once they're done in the boiling water, you then put them into alcohol, which preserves them. And as long as they're preserved, they will last almost indefinitely. So those are the samples that I received, were the ones that were in preservative inside a jar.
And were they in a condition that was sufficient for you to examine and analyze them?
Yes.
For lack of being graphic, you indicated that they would curl up potentially. What condition do they remain in if they are processed in boiling water and subsequently placed into alcohol?
They will be very nice and straight and long. And so if anybody wants to measure them, they can measure them, and they're much, much easier to identify as well.
And that process, does it do anything with respect to their life cycle?
It stops it. So as soon as you put them in the boiling water, it kills them almost instantly. And that stops, again, what we call that biological clock. So that is the point from which we start to work backwards to figure out that time of colonization, when the insects first come to lay the eggs on those remains.
And do you know the portion of human remains from which this was recovered?
Could
sample.
you rephrase that?
Do you know where the maggots were recovered from that were provided to you by observing that photograph?
So the maggots that were recovered were collected from where the leg appeared to be separated from the rest of the body. In the photograph, you can see that there is extensive insect colonization, once again, insect larvae, what we call maggots, on that portion of the leg that is exposed.
Can you tell us what MPMI means?
Sure. So a minimum post-mortem interval estimate is what we really try to evaluate. A lot of people are under the misapprehension that we try to estimate a time of death. We don't. Really, medical doctors are ones that estimate what a time of death is. When we determine what our time of colonization is, so when those insects come and lay the egg on the body, that duration of time then, from that time of colonization to when they found the body, so what we always say, death to discovery, that's our minimum post-mortem interval estimate. So it's an interval, it's a length of time, and we always say minimum because we determine that the person has been deceased at least that long.
And in performing that analysis, would it be fair to say that that would have been when they would have been exposed to the actual insects to lay the eggs on the remains?
That's correct.
Now, when you received those photographs, tell the jury what you did with the photographs first.
So with the photographs, and I also believe what I did is I always look at the photographs, right? So the first thing you have to do is you have to look at the photographs, see if there's anything in that photograph that might not be in the sample, right? So once we get the sample, we always want to have the photographs so we can go back to the photographs and actually verify that there isn't some later stage observable in the photograph that wasn't collected at the scene.
So to be fair, I believe your testimony was that there were quite a bit of insect activity at that portion of, would it be fair to say, the thigh?
Correct.
Okay. And so would that demonstrate more than one maggot to look at visually with the naked eye for you to observe?
Absolutely.
And did you do that in the fashion you just described to determine if potentially there was a maggot at a different life cycle stage?
Correct.
So could they be growing at different rates?
Correct.
And did you ascertain and ensure that that information that you were looking at was accurate to what you observed?
Correct. So from the photograph that I have and the sample that I collected, I did not see any later stages in the sample as opposed to in the photograph.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury, when you received that, did that come also with the sample itself, the processed sample?
Sorry, could you restate that?
Did the photographs come to you separately, or did you get them all at the same time, if you know?
I believe I got them separately.
Okay. So you received the photographs and ultimately then received the sample?
Correct.
Okay. And when you received the sample, was the sample in a fashion that you could analyze it?
Correct.
Tell the jury what you did when you received the physical sample.
So when you receive the physical sample, the first thing you do is you have to identify what the insects are. You also have to know what the stage of the insect is. So the first process that we always do is we do what we call morphological identification. Fancy term, we put the insects under a microscope, and using a dichotomous key, we go through the different traits that the larvae have and identify them as species. We also wanted to be doubly sure that we knew what we had and it was the right species that we had keyed it out to. So we also did genetic analyses, and the genetic analyses did confirm what we found under the microscope.
When you say genetic analyses, would it be fair to say that's DNA?
It is correct.
And in this case, that would be the maggot DNA?
Correct.
So you looked at them first under a microscope, and then subsequently you actually took the DNA from the specimen that you received.
Correct.
And in this case, did you determine what species of insect you had before you?
Yes.
What type was it?
So it was a common blowfly that we have in this area, which is in insect order Diptera, family Calliphoridae, and the name is Lucilia sorulaviridi. Very difficult name to pronounce, literally translates as blue-green.
So that's the blowfly that you were describing?
Correct.
All
And in
of
this
it to say
case, was
blue-green.
that the only species?
That was the only species. Everything we identified morphologically and genetically came out to that one single species.
Is that always the case?
It is not.
And in this case, did that make it in any way easier for you or harder?
It was actually easier because then we only need to construct one thermal summation model.
Okay. So based on the fact that there was just one species, you were able to do your model based only on that life cycle?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the typical life cycle for and I will not try to pronounce that scientific name, for the blowfly that you found here?
Yeah, so the blowflies, so those ones are very, very common in this area. In fact, all throughout South Georgia, that's probably the most common blowfly that we have. In many experiments that we've done personally in our lab, that tends to be the dominant blowfly. We can also find it through all seasons of the year. That fly will come, of course, you have males and females. They're sexual, they mate. The female then will come to the body. She will lay her egg on that body. The egg then hatches and goes through different larval instars. So those are the maggots, right? So first stage, what we call first instar. It then molts, goes to the second instar. Molts goes to the third instar. Those are the big maggots. That's the last stage. After that, we get the pupal stage. That's like the cocoon of the butterfly. And then after the pupal stage, the adult fly comes out of that pupal stage.
Now, you've used the word molt when referencing the shifting from one phase to the other. Can you tell the jury what molting
We'll get through
means?
it,
Sure.
We'll
So
get through
molting
it.
is basically cracking off that old exoskeleton and forming a new one underneath it. So they grow not gradually like we do, but very discrete steps and stages.
And can you actually see the difference of what they look like at each of those stages visually?
Correct. You can.
And can you then subsequently confirm that microscopically?
We do.
Did you in this case?
Yes. And that's how we actually identify or confirm the different ages, is microscopically.
Now, can you explain the scientific methodology that you utilized to arrive at your minimum post-mortem interval?
Sure. So there's really 4 different things that you need in order to determine what we call an MPMI, right? And we'll use that phrase for shorthand. You need to know the species of the insect. You need to know the age of the insect. So what instar is it? You need to know the temperature conditions of where that body was located. You then have to have somebody who has raised that particular species in the lab before to know how long it takes to get to those different stages at different temperatures. And then once you have those 4 things, you can build your thermal degree model to figure out what that time of colonization was, which of course leads to that MPMI estimate.
And in your analysis in this case, I believe you have already testified that you determined what type of insect it was.
Correct.
Did you then have the ability to make a determination as to the stage of life of these maggots that you received?
I did.
And what was that?
They were third instars, the oldest stage. So there was multiple stages. There were second instars and there were third instars. So they were all maggots in that maggot stage.
Okay. And so at that point, when you determined the species and the age of the insects, did you do anything with respect to obtaining air temperatures and the climate surrounding their recovery?
I did. So I went online and got air temperatures for the closest weather station that was close to where the remains were found. I went to an online site called MesoWest. It's done by the Department of Atmospheric Sciences at the University of Utah. They basically take National Weather Service data, which is part of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. That is considered to be the best weather data that we have. I got the weather data from there and used that in my thermal summation model to figure out how long it would take the insects to develop to that stage.
And to be fair, you use the word estimate.
Correct.
Is forensic entomology able to give a precise moment of when an egg was laid on human remains?
And it is not. That's a lot of what we see on TV. You can't have an exact estimate because there's always variability associated with it. So every time we come up with a minimum postmortem interval, we always say that it's an estimate. It can, though, depending upon the situation, be pretty accurate, especially when there's no other methods that we can use to estimate what that postmortem interval is.
So would it be fair to say that when you provide an estimate, you give a range?
That's correct.
And is that range in hours, minutes, days? How does that work?
Because I do my thermal summation model in accumulated degree days, I tend to give my variation also in days.
Okay. And did you do that in this case as well?
I did.
Based on your analysis of the developmental stages of these insect species, what is your expert opinion regarding the minimum postmortem interval for the deceased?
Can I refer to my notes?
Actually, Your Honor, I may just approach first. I'm showing counsel 1.100. I'm going to hand you what is marked for that exhibit and ask you if you recognize that.
Perfect. Yes. And in fact, this is the same report that I brought with me today.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're working off of one that remains in the courtroom.
Correct.
What is that document that's in your hand?
This is the estimation of the minimum postmortem interval collected from the human remains that I always produce after I actually do an actual case for law enforcement.
And did you generate that report that you're holding 1.100?
Yes.
Is that a true, accurate, and complete copy of the report that you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd seek to tender 1.100.
No objection, Your Honor. It's admitted without objection.
Why do you do a report?
I do a report.
Yeah. What kind of question is why do you do a report? Is that making anybody else think of any other case? And also, while we have a moment of pause here, Jenny's one of my favorite people from like a ton of trials that we've watched, either on this channel and other channels. You might remember her from the YSL trial as Jenny, not from the block. But we're back to Jenny. Jenny's been feeling not so well. So if everybody could send good vibes, say a prayer. We're thinking of Jenny. We want you to have a good day, be in good health. We love that you're here. We hope that we make you feel better. And you're very much appreciated. Yeah, look at all the love. I love this chat. I really love this chat. Jenny says, love you guys more. It's a competition. But yeah, it really sucks when you're going through it. And there's been days where YouTube has gotten me through it, just sitting in a chat. I just love you guys. So let's get into it. Let's get into it before I get emotional.
Largely for situations like this, when it may turn into something much larger than just wanting to know what the minimum postmortem interval is.
Okay.
For many of the cases that we do, it's families that might just seek closure knowing how long their deceased has been deceased. In other cases, it might turn into civil or criminal matters.
Okay. So in all of the cases that you handle, do you always testify?
I do not.
In fact, more often than not, do you testify or not?
More often than not, I do not.
Okay. Can you tell us in the course of your experience, approximately how many post-mortem intervals you think you've estimated?
So at this point now, between cases that I've done reports for or just consulted on with other forensic entomologists, approximately 40 cases.
Okay. And did you have to follow those same procedures in every single step that you just described here?
For the ones that are generating reports, yes.
Okay. And now we had gotten to that question based on your analysis of the materials that you received in this case, both the photographs and the physical sample. What is your expert opinion regarding the minimum postmortem interval for the deceased?
So mathematically, when we calculate what that time of colonization is, it comes to November the 28th, 2022. Like I said, there's always a range associated with that. And the range is November 27th to 29th, 2022.
So your estimate includes the dates of November 27th, 28th, and 29th of 2022.
Correct.
Okay. So at that point, did you know when you generated that date from law enforcement exactly when her remains were recovered?
The only thing that I do at that point was when the leg with the insects on it was recovered.
So you didn't know that her torso had been recovered on December 2nd of 2022?
That's correct.
Did you know that her other leg was recovered on December 3rd of 2022?
I did not.
Did you know that her head was buried?
I did not.
Did you even know that it was found?
I don't think I did.
Okay. And did anybody show you any video surveillance footage of a motor vehicle coming to that vicinity on November 29th of 2022?
No.
And the methods that you've described for your procedure here, are those the standard practices that are utilized by forensic entomologists across the country?
Yes. So determining species IDs or the identification of the species using a microscope, genetic analyses, that's standard procedure. Also, thermal summation models using accumulated degree days, using temperatures is standard procedure for the field.
If I can have just a moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Hey,
Mr. Weissman?
Good morning, Dr. Murdaugh.
Good morning.
My name is Doug Weinstein. I'm representing Mr. Kassotis in this case. I'd just like to ask you a few questions.
Mike, Doug, Mike.
In your report, Exhibit 1.100, I believe you have it in front of you, correct?
Correct.
You state that, let me see here, the average temperature of the environment that you found online was 15.7 degrees C during the 2 weeks prior to the discovery of the remains, correct?
Correct.
And you state that 22 degrees C is the closest insect rearing temperature available in the literature, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what's that difference in temperature in degrees C?
That's a math question.
I'm sorry, if I said it was 6.3 degrees C, would that be about right?
I would agree to that.
Okay. And to turn that into American, that's about 11 degrees F, right?
That's possible.
Okay. So are your calculations based on that literature that showed it at 22 degrees C?
Correct.
Okay. How would your estimate, or could your estimate be different because
It was in the ground.
15.7 degrees C instead of 22?
So what we always do when we do a forensic entomology estimate is we always use the closest temperature, the closest rearing temperature to what that field temperature was. In this case, for this particular species, the closest rearing temperature that had been done previously to this field temperature was 22 degrees Celsius.
But it wasn't 22 degrees C at the site, correct? At the site where the leg was found.
Correct.
It was 15.7 degrees C, correct?
Correct.
And you could not find literature showing 15.7 degrees C.
That's correct.
So it's possible that your estimate could be off because 15.7 versus 22?
There's always variability, correct.
Okay. In addition, you write, and if I'm reading this wrong, just let me know. This ADD, that's average degree days, correct?
Could you point me to a
Sure.
particular page?
In that same analysis section of your report on page, I believe it's labeled page 5 of 7,
Okay.
that same section,
Mhm.
near the bottom of the page,
Okay.
you state this ADD value is based on a fly population from a mixed hardwood forest in Oakwood, Georgia.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know where Oakwood, Georgia is?
I do. It's in North Georgia.
Right. It's near the Falcons training camp, I believe. So it's in North Georgia and Oakwood. That's at a higher altitude than us here down on the coast, correct?
Correct.
It also says that it is from a mixed hardwood forest, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the forest was like where the remains were found?
I do not.
If that forest were a pine forest or a planting of pine trees, that's different than a hardwood forest, correct?
It is.
Could the fact that the analysis that you had to reference was from a hardwood forest versus a pine forest, could that make a difference in colonization?
It would be unlikely.
What about the difference in altitude between Oakwood, Georgia and the coast?
You definitely get geographic differences between different fly populations in different species. Once again, what you always try to do is you always try to use the data from a population that's as close to you as possible. In this case, the literature from Oakwood, Georgia was the closest fly population possible that we could use.
Does colonization, am I using the right term with colonization?
Correct.
Okay. Does the colonization vary depending on whether the remains were in the sun or in the shade?
It can.
And when you use that colonization information that you were able to find from Oakwood, Georgia, do you know whether that was performed in Oakwood in the sun or the shade?
So to clarify, this experiment that was done, this was a fly population that was collected from Oakwood, Georgia. The rearing was actually done in the laboratory. And I know this because I'm actually an author on that paper.
Okay. So but it does make a difference if it's sun or shade, correct?
It could.
Do you know whether the leg was found in the sun or the shade?
I don't.
So you didn't factor that into your analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And you may have referenced this earlier, so I apologize if I'm repeating what you've already testified. Can the colonization be delayed if the body was wrapped or in plastic or buried?
Correct.
And how might that affect the colonization?
So if you have a body that is wrapped or buried or somehow restricts access of the insects to that body, that could definitely delay the colonization. That is the main reason we always construct a minimum postmortem interval to say that the person has been deceased at least that long.
And again, your estimate is also based on the location where the remains were found. If the remains were moved, then your estimate might be different. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay, and just to repeat what you've already, I think, have been clear on, but I want to make sure it's clear.
Okay.
Well, your minimum post-mortem interval, that is an estimate to the best of your ability, correct?
That's correct.
That is not exact.
That's correct.
All right, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
You gave a range, right, Doctor?
Correct.
Does that range account for some of the variability that counsel is asking you questions about?
It does. So it will account for things like certain weather conditions, if there's flies in the area, how close the flies were, anything that might restrict it. So it always is a range, right? As we say, we can't have an exact time, but yes, there's definitely a range.
You gave a range, but you didn't consider the presence of sun or shade where the body part was laying, the body part that you looked at, or bugs from that you looked at, you didn't consider that when determining your range. So you guys see how the prosecutors try to clean this up, and he's agreeing with it, but he's leaving the whole dispute out.
And that 3-day period, is that what builds in that range?
It does, with assuming all of the variables that we have and the best information that we have at the time.
I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Briefly, does that range account for all of the differences that we discussed today? For example, the change in altitude, the different location of where the study is found, the temperature difference between the study and at the remains, the possibility of the remains being wrapped, the possibility of the remains being moved.
If they had been wrapped or moved, then it would not be in that variation.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay.
You're good. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
This guy calls Morgan Paddock.
In Paddock.
Good morning. Yeah. If you would please, before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand and face the clerk.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you would please have a seat, and if you will position yourself where you're closer to that microphone, that'll help us hear you. Thank you.
Could you state your name, please?
Morgan Paddock,
Would you please spell your name for the court report?
Morganpaddock,
Ms. Paddock, where do you live?
in Savannah, Georgia.
Ordinarily, I don't ask witnesses for a precise address. In this case, the precise address is important. Where do you live?
1130 East 68th Street.
How long have you lived there?
About 5.5 years.
How are you employed?
I work at a church.
What's your job at the church?
I'm a local outreach director,
Now, what is that church?
a community Bible church.
And what does your position require you to do?
I work with families in the community, working with kids after school programs, tutoring, mom's discipleship, and getting people in the church connected to local ministry partners that serve the community.
And how long have you done that?
5.5 years.
Are you involved with any nonprofit organizations in the area?
Yes, I work with lots of different nonprofits, from PAC, working with kids. All of our ministry partners are nonprofits that we work with the church. So everything from helping kids with food to mentoring kids in the community, numerous things.
Are you married?
I am.
Do you have children?
I have a stepson.
I'm going to show you a photograph. State's exhibit number 2.32. And ask if you're familiar with the person depicted in that photograph.
I am.
How do you know that person?
That's my friend Mindy. We met in youth group when I was in high school.
What's Mindy's
Oh, no.
last name?
Kassotis.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict Mindy when she was alive?
Yes, it does.
Well, I'll tender it this time. State's exhibit number 2.32. Is it good? Now, how long did you know Mindy?
I met Mindy at the end of 1996, beginning of 1997.
How did you meet?
We were in youth group together at a church in Covington, Louisiana. So we were in Bible studies, youth choir, youth trips, things like that.
You described her as a close friend.
She was a close friend.
When did your friendship begin? The close friendship between the two of you?
Well, in high school and youth group, we did everything together. On the weekends, we hung out. We were on the trips together. She was a year younger than me, so I graduated a year before her. And I would say we were close friends then, but we became closer after she moved to Savannah.
Where did you go to high school together?
I went to Mandeville High School, and she went to Fontainebleau High School, so we were rival high schools.
But same general area?
Yes.
What town was that?
Mandeville, Louisiana.
When did you get married?
I have been married twice. My first marriage was in 2007 in Louisiana.
And did Mindy attend that wedding?
She did come in for that wedding.
Are you familiar with the person to whom she later married?
Yes, I did meet him.
What's that person's name?
Nick Kassotis.
How many times did you meet that person?
I only actually met him one time because we were supposed to go to their wedding, and it was the same weekend as Hurricane Matthew hit Savannah, and so we were unable.
So you had planned to attend her wedding but couldn't.
Mhm.
When was that wedding?
That would have been in October. I think it was, oh gosh, when did Matthew hit? October of 2016.
Would you recognize Nick Kassotis if you saw him?
Yes, I would.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Would you please point to that person? And Your Honor, if you'll let the record reflect, she has identified the defendant.
It does.
Did Mindy and the defendant ever have occasion to visit you here in Savannah?
One time, I believe they were visiting, they had family that lived in Hilton Head area, and so they were close to Savannah, and they popped in the summertime.
Now, you earlier described that your friendship became closer as the friendship developed over time. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Would the two of you talk about important personal matters in your lives?
All the time, yes.
And each consider the other as a good and close personal friend?
Yes, correct.
Would you share your deepest feelings with each other?
We would.
When Mindy was no longer in your immediate presence and you would have to communicate long distance, how would you typically communicate with her?
Signal.
Well, there's two different times where we were in long distance with each other. So after I moved away from Savannah, when she moved there in college, we would text or call occasionally. After she got married, we would text or call, but then there became a point where we were only allowed to communicate on the Signal app.
What did Mindy share with you about why it was important to communicate that way?
Because it was important that our conversations not be intercepted or able to be read by anyone, because there were dangerous people that were after her and Nick, and it was a protection level to make sure that our conversation stayed private.
Did she tell you about the anticipation of receiving a large amount of money?
you go.
She said that Nick was involved in some sort of software development, and that when it sold, it was going to be for a large sum of money. And it was life-changing money, like money that she could not wait to do good with. But it was always, someday when this money comes, these are the things that I want to do.
Did she mention to you anything about a security team?
Yes, there was a security team that she always talked about, Nick talking to the security team, and the security team told Nick. She told me that they had to have video surveillance van outside down the street. Nick could never leave the house without a security detail with him. They had to have, there were often meetings with the security team to just talk about their safety and what the protocols were.
How did you learn about her death?
Sorry. I learned about her death because a friend of mine had reached out to me in February of 23 and asked me if I had heard from Mindi. And it had been some time that I had heard from her, because she said that they might have to go dark for security reasons and that she would reach out to me when she was safe again. She called and asked me if I had heard from Mindi or heard anything of Mindi, because a mutual friend of hers had called and said that Nick had called him and said that Mindi had died. And I didn't understand, couldn't find anything about it. And then on May the 12th of 2023, my friend texted me and said, I have some sad news. And she sent me the GBI article identifying Mindi's body.
After learning about her death, what did you do?
We learned from a friend.
Did you reach out to the GBI?
I did, because as I was talking with Mindi through Signal app, there were a couple of times where I thought it was against my better judgment, but there were just some crazy things being said that I felt like I needed to screenshot, just in case anything ever happened to her and Nick, that I would be able to give someone something. And so I had a few screenshots of conversations that I reached out to share.
After her death, did you determine where Mindi was living before her death?
Yes.
Where was that?
3 streets down from me,
Do you remember the street?
65th Street,
And that's how far away from where you lived?
0.8 miles from my front door.
And during the entire time that she lived here in Savannah, did she ever contact you and let you know she was living here?
I didn't know she was here.
Is that unusual?
Yes, it would be unusual, except that one, if she thought she was in danger, she would never put me in danger. And
Go ahead.
so, sorry, because I knew that she said that she had to go dark. I knew that she would reach out and trusted she would reach out when she felt safe. So I'm not surprised that she didn't reach out. It just tells me that it wasn't in a place that she felt like she could yet.
After learning of her death, did you drive by where she lived?
I did, but ironically, I drive by that house all the time anyway.
I'm showing you what's already been admitted into evidence, the State's Exhibit 2.27. Do you recognize this house?
I do.
What is this house?
It's 311 East 65th Street.
Where Mindi lived?
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number 2.47. Do you recognize what that is?
That is the route between my house to where she was living.
And it shows where you live and shows where she lives.
Yes, sir.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the route between your house and her house?
Yes, exactly.
I move to admit State's Exhibit number 2.47.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
That's all the questions.
Good morning, Ms. Paddock. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Nick Kassotis in this case. Mindi insisted to you that you use the Signal app to communicate with her, correct?
Correct.
And again, why did she say that you must communicate over Signal?
For security reasons.
So Mindi told you that their lives were in danger, correct?
Correct.
And she had to communicate over Signal in order to keep her safe, correct?
Correct.
Did Mindi ever lie to you?
Not to my knowledge.
Mindi told you that Nick Kassotis couldn't leave the house without security, correct?
Correct.
Mindi told you that she had meetings with Nick's security team?
Not that she had meetings. Nick was always the one that was meeting with people.
Okay.
Everything was Nick said, Nick said.
But Mindi told you that she was in genuine fear of her life and of Nick's life, correct?
Yes, she did.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you.
Anything else, counsel?
No.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused. You can-
Mayor, yes.
Please.
Your Honor, at this time the state calls Samantha Kolyesnik to the stand.
Okay, I'm not going to know how to spell that one. I feel like this coming up on the money, like, did Mindi and Nicholas both know that they had money coming in from writing, like author artistry kind of work? And they were both on the same page with telling the family it was something more traditionally glamorous, like a software engineering contract? Or did Mindi not know that? And it was only Nicholas Kassotis that knew that? Because I can't tell either way. I feel like both are equal possibilities in my view. Thank you, Dizzy. Wait, this is the wife? The third wife? And guys, I think this was an appointment because there's there was a public defender office approving the substitution of counsel from the apt firm to Doug Weinstein after he started his own practice. So I think this was an appointment, not a private retainer. Oh my gosh, so this is the third wife, you guys, Kolesnik. And this is rough. Just the concept of a third wife, I think, is very prejudicial to, anyone that's being accused of harming a previous intimate partner. So it just kind of
Good
seems like
morning,
an
ma'am.
inherent, you wanted to move on.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh
If you
boy.
would, please, raise your right hand and face the clerk, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Please have a seat. And you see that microphone there?
Yes.
If you would try to sit close to that so
Yes.
we can hear you.
Ma'am, can you please tell the court reporter your full name and how you spell it?
Yes, my full name is Samantha Kolyesnik. Should I spell my first name too? Spell my first name SAMANTHA. Tha. Last name is Kolesnik.
I'm going to ask you if you have any trouble at any time and you need to take a moment, just let us know, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Can you tell us, without giving us an exact address, where do you live?
I live in the state of Pennsylvania.
Okay. And can you tell us just a town? Or rather the area? What's the big city there?
Lancaster County,
Okay.
near Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And what do you do for work now?
I work full-time at a software company, a technology company.
Okay. And do you do anything on the side to earn money?
I do. I do various artistic endeavors. I write books. Sometimes I make independent films.
How long have you been doing that?
Many years now. I mean, over 5 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you doing that back in 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And does that writing of books and work that you described, does that give you an online presence?
Yes.
Would that be how you try to sell or distribute some of those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you published?
Yes.
How many books have you published?
I think 4, and then I've had short fiction published in many different books, many different anthologies.
Done any movies?
Yes, but nothing big, just little independent films.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your work has gained some traction?
Yes, I'd say a small following, nothing, I'm not like a big known person or anything like that. No.
Okay. What type of genre do you write?
Mainly horror, fiction. Some people call it like dark fiction and horror, those kinds of stories.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, what is a pen name?
A pen name is, in a general sense, just a name somebody might use to write books that's not their real name, that's not their their legal name, on their ID.
Is that common in the author community?
Very common.
Okay. So when you were selling books, did you sell them online as well?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that capacity, did you have occasion to meet an individual that went by the name of Nick Stark?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury how you first became acquainted with Nick Stark?
In late September 2022, I had a public Twitter, it was then called Twitter, profile to where, as an author, to where I sometimes sold books. And I had sent a public tweet saying that I was selling signed books on my website. And Nick Stark, he had I think it was the username either Nick Fox or KJ Stark at that time in Twitter. He messaged me to let me know that he had bought 4 of my books, like all 4 that were for sale. Yeah.
Okay. Is that the first time that you met him?
Well, I didn't even meet him at that time. It was the first time that, he was directly communicating to me online.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that was the first communication, even if it wasn't a face-to-face meeting.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And you said there was a Twitter name, KJ Stark.
Yeah, he had several different Twitter names, so I can't be positive which it was, but it was either Nick Fox, which I believe was his pen name, or KJ Stark. I believe it would be one of those 2.
Okay. And at that time that you first interacted with him, did you ultimately have the ability to recover those tweets and provide them to law
Yes.
enforcement? Okay. So they're here and available for you, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not he was also writing?
He told me he was a writer. I don't know to what extent. I don't think he had been published as of yet, or maybe he had a short story or 2 published. I think he was a short fiction writer primarily.
Do you know what kind of genre he wrote?
The same, to my knowledge, horror, dark fiction.
So initially, you said you met him by way of digital message online in late September of 2022.
Yes.
Did that conversation continue after you first interacted with him on the purchase of your books?
Yes.
Tell the jury how that progressed in terms of the conversation.
Yeah, well, the messages were not a whole lot at first. At first, I really didn't even understand why he felt the need to message me, because a lot of people don't message when they buy books, they just buy it. But, I said, thank you for buying my books, something to that effect. And then he just he messaged again, and he just kept messaging. And then we just started engaging in small talk, like off and on through October, but not a whole lot of messages at that time. Very light conversation, I would say, in October of 2022, and all on Twitter direct messages.
So those conversations were all online, nothing in person?
Correct.
Okay. Did that time period between September and October of 22 ever graduate to phone calls?
Not in October, to my knowledge. I think the first time we had a phone call was in November of 2022.
Okay. So at some point it progressed from text messages to the actual phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when you spoke with him over the phone, do you remember, you said that was in November, you believe?
Yes,
Okay.
November 2022.
Did the relationship change from light banter at any point to something more romantic?
I think so, yeah. It became, flirtatious and more, I'd say, emotionally charged.
Okay.
Yeah.
And would that be part of what ultimately yielded phone calls?
Yeah, absolutely. Mhm.
Okay. Did there come a time when you met him in person for the first time?
I met him in person for the first time December 16th, 2022.
Okay. And where did you meet him?
In Pennsylvania.
So he came to you?
That's correct.
Okay. At that point, did you know why he was in Pennsylvania?
Well, he said that he was taking a long drive for a work trip to Missouri, and then he said that he could drive from Missouri from his work trip. He said he was working in legal compliance to Pennsylvania, and he also said that he would end up in Delaware because he was working on a big merger and acquisition, and they were having that in Delaware, which would be, Delaware is very close to Pennsylvania. It's a short drive away.
Did you know where he lived at the time in December of 2022?
He said he was living in Georgia.
Okay, so it was your understanding he was going from Georgia to Missouri, and then from Missouri down to Delaware, and he'd stop by you?
Yeah, I wouldn't say stop by because it's quite out of the way. He said, yes, he was driving from Georgia to Missouri because he had something for work that he had to do. And he was driving because he had his dog with him, named Rusty, just a big dog. And I'm sorry, I don't know the breed. And then he said that he would love to meet me and he would drive, since he was already on the road, from Missouri to Pennsylvania. I did push back and say, that's a big drive. I don't know. That's a lot of expectation. It feels like when somebody drives that long of a distance. And he, paraphrasing here, he basically said, I'm going to, drive out to see you. And I want to meet you. And, if you don't like me, I'll just drive back. He made it very, he persisted and, made it very, low pressure from my point of view.
Okay. Now, at that point, would it be fair to say you had met him at the end of September? How long, I say met, online?
Talked online.
How long had it been since you started talking to him to when he came to your place? December 16th, approximately.
I'm not sure I understand. That was the time frame. So he started talking to me online, Twitter direct messages in September. And then the first time that I ever met him in person was December 16th.
Okay. So about 2 months, roughly?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what was your marital status?
I was separated. I'd already filed for divorce and moving from my marital home to my own home at that time. And I moved in November of 2022.
Okay. And in that time, before you met Mr. Stark, were you concerned that you had met him online?
Yes, meeting. Yeah, yes, I was. And I had, even asked him, about that and said that I was concerned because I was newly single and, living basically alone. And, he had provided some documentation to me, I think, to, kind of comfort me and assure me that, he was who he said he was. He sent
name
selfies.
change?
He sent some other documents as well, just to verify his identity. And it did comfort me that I thought he was who he said he was.
Okay. Did you ask for his driver's license?
Yes, I did.
Did he send it?
Yes.
Did you ask for something from his employment?
I did at one point, but I did not ask for that then. I asked for that later. Yep.
Did you ultimately receive both the driver's license and his employment verification, for lack of a better way to phrase that?
Yes, I received a copy of his driver's license, which said Nicholas Stark on it, like a photocopy. I received an employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at. Should I say the other things that I received
Let's
to
just stop there
verify?
for a moment.
Okay.
I'm going to approach, Your Honor, if that's okay, and show the witness what I have physically marked.
Show the chat.
1.84 and 1.86. I'm going to show them on the teleprompter after, but you will have a copy here. You'll be able to also see them on the screen.
Should I look at them?
Yes,
or-
please do.
Okay.
Do you recognize 1.84, the first document I handed you?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This would be the employment verification letter from the company he said he was working at.
Okay. And is that a exact duplicate of the document that you received? Just a copy?
I believe so, yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.84.
Any objection? No objection.
And 1.86, the next document in your hand, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is a photocopy of his driver's license, which says Nicholas Killian Stark on it.
Okay. And what state is that from?
Georgia.
And do you recognize that to be the document that he sent you of his driver's license?
Yes.
At this time, I'd seek to tender 1.86 as well.
Any objection? It is admitted.
You can hold those right there.
Oh,
At
okay.
this time, Your Honor, I'd like to publish 1.84.
You may.
Does that reference a company name of Apis?
There we go.
APIS?
Yes.
And
So
if
he
I
says
scroll
he
to the
works-
bottom here,
With Apis. He is the security
does it
chat.
indicate also when Mr. Stark began working at Apis Limited?
Yes.
And when was that?
It says February 12th, 2018.
Does it also indicate to you an email address at the very bottom where you could contact if there were questions?
Yes.
And what was the @ portion of that?
apislimited.com.
I'm now going to turn your attention to the driver's license. If we can probably turn it off in between. Thank you. I'm now publishing 1.86. One moment. There you go.
He spent all this time on the computer making up fake documents.
Is that the copy of the Georgia driver's license you received?
Yes.
And that was a name of Nicholas Killian Stark on there, correct?
Yes.
Does it say the expiration date on that top right side?
Yes. It says June 3rd, 2030.
And was that a photograph of Mr. Stark?
Yes.
As you knew him?
Yep. Yes.
Thank you.
Although I will say I don't think he had the beard when I met him. So that difference.
Okay.
Yep.
So he sent you those two documents at varying times, and you believe that he was Nick Stark? Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Did he use any other names? I know you said he used that pen name. Was that Nick Moorfox?
Yeah, I believe he had the pen name Nick Moorfox that he published short fiction under.
Okay.
That was like his author pen name.
Gonna get these
Do you
stories
know
in.
if he had changed his name in any other way?
No,
Those are the only two names that you.
that's correct. I mean, he had the other username KJ Stark, but he told me his he had two middle, like Killian James was like his full, like, yeah. So I just assumed that that was the KJ Stark,
Okay.
but no, he never told me he had another last name different than Stark.
Did you ever know the name Nicholas James Kassotis?
No.
Now, you indicated that at the time, you were in the process of a divorce. You'd already been separated. Did you know Mr. Stark's marital status?
I believed I had. He told me that he was a widower, and that he had lost his wife
COVID.
and his unborn child about 2 years prior, and that they had both died in a hospital.
And he told you that when?
He told me that he first referenced that his wife had passed away in October of 2022 in Twitter direct messages.
Oh,
He told you that in October of 2022?
Yes, in the on Twitter in the direct messages.
get the
Did you
skillets out,
subsequently
chat.
determine that that was not correct? Meaning, did you find out from law enforcement that that was not the case?
Oh, I found out from law enforcement that that was not the case on the date of his arrest, and that was not until May 2023.
So when you first met KJ Stark via tweet, that was communicated to you through a tweet?
So the tweets are like public, but we were communicating through the Twitter direct messages or like private messages, like similar to like if you were talking just like a text message, but just on Twitter.
Okay. I'm going to try and make this a little bit easier. Your Honor, I have 1.93, 1.94, 1.95, sequentially through 1.99. So 1.93 through 1.99. May I? Yes, sir.
The giant soda on the desk. Mood. You need it. Or I guess it could be like something else, but. The guy behind is just all relaxed, sat back. Hey, Tia.
Now, I'm actually going to put these up on the screen, if I may, Your Honor, so I'll seek to tender them first.
Like, yeah, shout out to the mods. Especially on this one, there's been a lot of questions and very helpful from mods and everyone in the chat. Like, hey, did they say this yet? When did that happen? There's a lot of group effort here.
Exhibits 1.93 through 1.99. Can you just take a look at them and tell us if you recognize them?
I do.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of what you provided to law enforcement in conjunction with this case?
Yes. I believe I provided more than this too, but yes, these I did provide. Mhm.
Okay. And are those just exact duplicates of what you've turned over, just not in color?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I seek to introduce 1.93 through 1.99.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, they're all admitted. It's a total of 7 exhibits, but they are admitted without objection.
I'm now going to open and publish Exhibit 1.93, Slide 1. Would it be fair to say that that's what you have in front of you is 1.93?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to scroll in here. Can you see the name of the tweet that was sent from to you?
Yes, it's KJ Stark.
Okay. And is that what you were referring to earlier when you referenced late September first speaking with Mr. Stark?
That's correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that here you have sort of an announcement on the public page about you selling the books?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And as a result, is that why or when you received rather the response from Mr. Stark concerning the purchase of the books that you were selling?
Yeah, so what he's done here is he took like my public tweet and he kind of like quote tweeted in a message and then wrote his message beneath it. Yep.
Would that be the message that he sent to you?
Yes.
And when was that sent?
September 24th, 2022.
And in that post that he sent to you, did he offer to communicate with you?
Yes, he did.
And if you look at the top of this post, was he aware that you were going through a divorce at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And as a result, did you respond?
Yes, I did.
And you indicated earlier that that's not common. Is that correct?
It does happen sometimes. Sometimes people want to let you know they're buying your books, but it is not the majority of cases. No, I wouldn't say it's common.
Okay. So I'm now going to go to number 7. That would be 1.94. Just so we're clear, the gray writing and the pink writing that is displayed on the screen, who is the gray writing?
The gray writing is Nick.
And the pink?
That's me.
Okay. And just if we could look specifically at this first paragraph.
Yes.
Does he reference there specifically about losing his wife?
Since they're not going to read it, I mean, hold on. Don't judge me for like squinting all the way in. Do you want to go back and read it? And she's done this a lot with exhibits where we put it up, even when we're not seeing it, we know there's more on the paper. All right. So it starts with a mid-sentence break. I don't know if it works on Max, ? I hope the move goes well. I know moving, especially in the context of other life upheaval, sometimes feels overwhelming and stressful. I think moving feels like that always, but add in the other stuff and it's even worse. In the last 3 years, I moved a couple times, learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true, and had my wife pass away. None of this is to try to compare. I don't do that. It's just to say I probably know some, though certainly not all, there's a lot of parentheses, of the feelings you're dealing with right now. And if there's ever anything you need or want to talk about, the door is open. I neither mean to pry nor to suggest that there aren't 100 people in your life better suited. Just here if I can help. That was a bit of a mouthful. Feeling like you're working 24/7 is tough, and I wish I had an answer. I think it's even harder since I started working remotely, which I love on one hand, but on the other, it just blurs the work/personal timeline too much. Plus, always having something I could be working on makes it hard to relax. I have not yet figured out the answer. If you do, please share. Hope your week is going well.
Writing.
Sorry. Fall weather arrived in Georgia overnight. So it got cold. This is October 18th, 2022. And hopefully it is here to stay. Rusty and I had a delightful walk this morning, made me feel alive. Hope your week has started well and you're feeling accomplished. And we have, hey, Nick, typing from my phone. as I'm already in bed, so I fear this may be another super long paragraph. I'm so sorry to hear about your wife. May I ask what happened? If you don't want to talk about it, that's also totally understandable. You're right that moving is stressful. It sounds like you've done a lot of that lately. Do you think you'll stay in Georgia? I take it Rusty's your dog? I haven't had a dog in years and very much miss it. My last dog was Charlie, a little calm terrier. You were right. And then I think we have to wait till they move the exhibit more. So let's go back to listening. He didn't make Rusty change the name.
And just if we could look specifically at this first paragraph.
Yes.
Does he reference there specifically about losing his wife?
Yes, he does.
Okay, so if I were to read the line, in the last 3 years, I moved a couple times, learned pretty much everything I thought about myself was not true, and had my wife pass away. Is this what you were referring to?
Yeah, so Project Bandshirt called this out. The wording, had my wife pass away, is pretty interesting wording.
Yes. And when was this ultimately received by you?
October 18th, 2022.
And at that time, did you believe his wife was dead?
Yes.
Did he subsequently tell you that his wife also had been pregnant at the time she passed?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did he indicate at any time that he was in any other relationship, or just that that one had expired? Meaning the relationship had ended, that she had passed.
Oh my God, lady.
He never indicated that he was in any kind of relationship with any kind of romantic relationship with anybody.
Did you know if he had another wife that preceded the wife you just referenced?
No.
Okay. So at that time, you thought that the only time he'd been married was to the woman he described on October 18th?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say how she died initially?
Yes, he said that she died in a hospital and that blood pressure complications and possibly an undiagnosed heart condition as well.
I'm now showing you the next slide. That would be 1.95. Can you read us that paragraph starting she had?
She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy, very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out.
So he told you that in this tweet?
In this private message, yep, on Twitter.
What day did he?
So she's moving along. So this one says, it starts in the middle of you've bounced back and I'm sure you'll knock it out quickly. She had an undiagnosed heart issue that was aggravated by her pregnancy. Very sudden change in the way I thought life would look, but doing my best now to figure it out. Cairn Terriers are so cute. I just looked them up. Charlie must have been a cool little guy. I hope to not stay in Georgia for all that long. Nothing against it. It's just not for me. I'm not really a city guy, but haven't really found a place outside the city that felt right. Thinking about options, I'd love to make a move and be more settled, so not rushing it. Have considered going back to Central VA, Charlottesville area, which I loved when I lived there, upstate New York, or maybe back to New England. Been taking weekends here and there to go to different spots to compare. Not in a rush, so I can get it right. Rolled a few out so far, but haven't landed the, quote, this is the right spot. Are you from wherever you are? Do you like it? I'm realizing I have zero idea where that is. I think I'll stay on the East Coast. Feels like home, but I've also considered going back to Europe. Oh my God, that's like, just name all the continents. Though I've got a weird immigration thing in the UK that could make it so much easier or harder to do. So getting that resolved would be nice. Okay. I hope your weekend is off to a great start and you've managed to squeeze in some fun. I'm sure you've got a lot on your plate, but I hope it's not all that's on your plate. Have a wonderful day. And then he says, also, The Watcher was a little let down. I thought there was some amazing acting and the premise was fantastic. Do we have any Watcher fans in the chat? And I personally, oh, okay, so the lady went back up. All right, so let's see what she questioned. She's going back up to the exhibit. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, curious
And he
Coco.
described it as a very sudden change. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he mention if they had children? Other than that she was pregnant when she passed?
No other children, just that she was pregnant and that that she lost he lost both her and the unborn child is what he told me, and that he had no other children. No.
Okay. Did him telling you that his wife had passed impact your trust of Mr. Stark?
It definitely impacted me. It made me feel very sad and bad for him. Because that's a terrible thing that could happen to somebody, to lose your wife and an unborn child. That's how I felt at the time. I felt bad for him.
So there was something similar, right? This is another, someone said it in the chat, mourning for the living. It might have been, maybe it was Candace. It was great wording. One of you brilliant minds in the chat. But the idea, the concept that you're mourning the loss of somebody and then you find out that they're still alive. You're doing the mourning for somebody. You think they're dead, but they're still living. So here, she gave support to someone to help support their grief, mourning someone they believe they had lost. Whole time the person they're helping to grieve and feeling for, empathizing and sympathizing with, knows dang well the person that's being griefed over is alive. And something similar happened with the mom, although the mom didn't get emotional like this witness is. When the email from APHIS Limited, which we now have this letter that shows proof of employment that Nicholas Kassotis /Stark sent Kolesnik here on the stand to prove he worked for APHIS Limited. Well, we get an APHIS Limited email from an MJ something telling Betsy that, oh, Nicholas Stark got in a car accident. He's in a coma. He's going to die. He passed away. He's not dead either. Very, very weird. But the concept of mourning someone, yeah, Candace, it was Candace. Like, just imagine that. Like, feeling like a fool for grieving. You have a serious, real emotion, and now you're made to feel like a fool about it because it didn't actually happen that way.
Okay. Did you convey that to him?
Yes, I felt empathy because that's what I thought he had lost his wife and unborn child.
Did that also facilitate you continuing to chat with him?
I did continue to chat with him, yes.
And did that then progress to that more flirtatious and romantic stage that you described for the jury?
I would say more like emotional at first because I had lost somebody close to me too, I thought too at the time. So more emotional and then, yeah, eventually flirtatious.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you said in December, he came to visit you. You had just moved, is that right?
I had moved in November. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So just like about a month prior.
Okay. And when he came to visit, did he stay with you in December of 2022?
No.
Why not?
Well, for one, I wouldn't have somebody stay with me just meeting them. And then two, he had Rusty, his dog, with him, and my house, I rent, and they don't allow pets. Okay. They don't allow any pets in the place.
Okay. And so do you know where he was staying when he came in December?
When he came in December, I believed he was at an Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Well, was your understanding, if I'm correct, that he was going to Missouri, he was going to visit you, and then he was going to Delaware. Is that right?
I think he was going to go back to Georgia first because that was his home, but he did tell me he would have to live for several months in Delaware because that's where he'd be working for the merger acquisition that he was the point person on. That was my understanding.
Okay. Did he move to Delaware as far as you know?
I thought, yeah, that his company was putting him up in Delaware.
Okay.
Not that he had moved there, but that his company was providing long-term housing while he worked on this merger and acquisition.
Did you know if he had moved to Pennsylvania at some point after his Delaware trip?
I don't think he ever permanently moved to Pennsylvania. He stayed at Airbnbs in Pennsylvania when he was visiting me.
Let me be more clear.
Okay.
Was he staying in Pennsylvania in some location at some point while the time period from December forward in 2022?
From December forward, to my knowledge, he was spending the work time in Delaware, and then he would spend some weekends in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
When he wasn't working in Delaware.
Okay. So as far as you knew, he was commuting basically from Delaware and staying back at the Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Yes, that was my understanding.
Okay. And when that was occurring, would it be fair to say what months?
I met him in December. It would have been, the last half of December, January, February, March, April of 2023. And then that first half or so of May 2023 until the day he was arrested.
Okay. So during all that time, you weren't living together?
No, we were not. We never moved in together. We did stay at the same Airbnb, some Airbnbs that he rented together.
Okay. And at that point, you said that the relationship grew and it became a romantic relationship, correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time when he described to you the process of moving and what had happened with his belongings?
Yes, he told it an anecdote in Twitter direct messages, I believe, about how he had moved previously and some of his things, I think, were water damaged in a moving pod, like a storage pod.
Okay, I'm now going to turn to 1.96. Would it be fair to say that sometime in early November you were talking about your move with him?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when he made the quip about his belongings?
Yes.
So I'm directing your attention to Exhibit 1.96, the paragraph that states, I highly recommend putting 85% of your belongings in a pod for a year that is defective and not actually watertight if you want help downsizing. Is that what you were referring to?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did you believe that he just didn't have a lot of things?
I believed that some of his things had been damaged. I don't know that I had a real image of how many things he had at that point.
Okay.
But that he had lost things. Yeah.
Quite a bit. Okay. Yeah. Now, those conversations and those tweets at the time, would it be fair to say that they were pretty innocuous? You didn't think very much about any of it other than just banter?
Yeah, I'd say from that first message in September through October, and you can even notice in October, sometimes there's gaps in days to where before I would respond. And probably even the first part of November, yeah, it felt very, very light. And then it picked up frequency, and I'd say emotional resonance. Yeah.
Okay. And at some point, did he talk to you about his work and moving and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to direct you to slide number 20. That for you would be 1.97. Would it be fair to that some of these got very personal?
Yes.
Can you tell us what he told you about his upbringing?
He told me that he had a very horrible upbringing.
All right, let's read this because I think this one we definitely got to read if this prosecutor is just going to have it up on the screen. Very, very bad abuse. Well, okay. So first line actually says, "Oh gosh, I will give you the very abbreviated version. Very, very bad abusive upbringing, which switched to a lot of emotional abuse/control as I left home. Little brother was the golden child. I could do nothing right ever. I finally started therapy and setting some healthy boundaries, and they reacted extremely badly. At around the same time, what I thought were bank errors turned into very extensive identity theft issues, which were traced back to my brother. When law enforcement got involved, things got very scary for me while in some very bad ways, which triggered 2 moves and is the reason why my mail still goes to Florida before coming to me. A little over 2 years ago, documents got turned up that caused me to be asked if there was... Now, hold on, pause. Going to Florida... Did he just have like a business registered in Florida for like tax interest maybe? Like an LLC registered there? Why my mail still goes to Florida before coming to me? A little over 2 years ago, documents got turned up that caused me to be asked if there was a chance I wasn't biologically related to the people I thought were my parents. And I said no. And then I thought about it, and a lot of things suddenly made sense. So there was a whole thing, and I took a DNA test and waited months, and I am not at all related to the people who raised me, which has raised a trillion questions for me, but gave me the opportunity to identify my actual parents and what has been the silver lining to all of this. It's still messy, and the wheels of justice continue to turn very slowly, but I'm treating it as a bonus. I have very loving parents, and we'll read as it continues.
He was abused. Should I tell you just what's on this or what he told me later in general?
I'm just referring to...
just this, that he had a bad abusive upbringing, and that he found out late in life, like as an adult, that he had been adopted and that his parents, who he thought were his parents, were not his actual like biological parents.
Did you believe that?
Yes.
And I don't know, but this lady back here, like, we're talking about the parents behind him. This lady resembles Nicholas. So if she's mom, she to me appears to be biological mom. Like, indisputably, based on what I can see with my eyes.
Now, in the weeks coming up to him visiting you in December, were there communications?
Yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to slide exhibit 1.98.
Mm-hmm.
This is slide 22. Do you see where he references in the second paragraph, I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. Did he indicate to you exactly where he planned on going?
All right, so let's read this. Something recently that sounds like quite the week. I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. I'll still be working, but like to have a little built-in cushion on projects when dealing with the vagaries of Wi-Fi on the road. Going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, Bedford/Hudson Valley area. Oh no, Coco! Then on to New England after Thanksgiving. So he won't be available. He's got plans for Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. Seems like a better use of my time than the 45 Zillow emails I wake up to every morning. Okay, relatable. I enjoyed Cabinet of Curiosities. The anthology format was a fun one for a series. Were you working on an anthology film for one of your collections? I feel like you were. Sorry, I'm all questions today. My personal favorite was... But yeah, he's laying out, he's got so much to do around the time of Thanksgiving.
You can read that to us if that makes it easier.
So
we're going to read it.
I'm trying to get a bit ahead on work so I can spend the next few weeks traveling. I'll still be working, but like to have a little built-in cushion on projects when dealing with the vagaries of Wi-Fi on the road. Going to spend this weekend in Virginia, then New York, then on to New England until after Thanksgiving. So hopefully going to spend a little time poking around and seeing how a few spots feel in terms of life there. Seems like a better use of my time than the 45 Zillow emails I wake up to every morning.
So it was your understanding that in the weeks leading up to this email or text on November 8th, that he was traveling?
That is correct. And this would have been far before the Missouri trip, he told me. And he told me, I don't know about like what he was doing in these places, but he did say that he met with one of his his biological father's lawyers during this time, I think was something he said in terms of that trip.
So at this point, you didn't have any reason to believe that he was homebound and couldn't leave his residence, right?
No.
I'm turning your attention to slide number 1.99. Would it be fair to say that this is also in November?
Yes.
Okay. And these were all leading up to the time period when he was coming to visit you? Or, well, I should say, when you were developing a relationship?
Yes. At this time, he had never, we were not even talking about, we had not talked about a visit that I can remember.
Okay.
That didn't come up till December.
Okay. So on November 10th, that last paragraph, can you read that for us?
Tomorrow, so I had asked, when do you leave in the previous message? And he says, tomorrow afternoon, going to get on the road a little early and hopefully miss the traffic. I always say that I'm going to sit down and come up with a list of things I need to pack and just save it so I can print it out every time and have the basic things figured, but I never have managed.
So as far as you knew, on November 10th, he told you he was going to be going on a road trip November 11th of 2022.
Yes, that's correct.
And still at that point, he never told you that he was unable to leave his residence, correct?
No, he never said he was unable to leave any residence.
Okay. Now, during your relationship, you indicated that at some point you shifted to some phone communication. Is that
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever use something called Signal app?
We did not use the Signal app to
Okay.
communicate.
Okay. Are you familiar with it?
I am. Mhm.
Okay. But you didn't use that?
We didn't use it to communicate, no. And I didn't use it at that time, no.
What about Proton email?
I knew he used Proton email because I think I saw it on some of the emails. I did not use Proton email. I had actually not, I didn't even know about Proton email until I saw it like in one of his emails, like I can't remember what you call that, the @.com. Yeah.
Okay. But he didn't require you to use that with him?
No.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, in late November, when you and he had just started talking, did anything happen to your vehicle?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
I had a flat tire on my
Okay.
car in November.
Okay. And did that prove to be problematic in any way?
I mean, just as problematic as a flat tire, would be to anyone. I was, moving, and then it definitely was like a hassle, yeah.
Timing not so convenient?
Yeah, and I'm very bad with cars, so
Okay.
car trouble stresses me out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Mr. Stark offer to assist in any way?
He did.
What did he do?
He offered, and keep in mind, we had never met, and he offered like via messages, because we were talking on WhatsApp at that time. He offered to fix the flat. He had said that he could have my car towed to a repair shop and have the flat tire fixed.
And did he do that for you?
He did, and I was very surprised.
Okay.
Yes.
At that point, I believe your first communication was October 18th of 2022. Be fair to say that that was some approximately 2 to 4 weeks later?
our first communication was September
My apologies.
2022.
Mhm.
And then I'm sorry, what was the second half of that?
How long had you known him before he had your tire fixed?
I mean, I wouldn't even say that I knew him at that time. I'd been messaging him online for, it would have been a month and a half to 2 months, somewhere in that range.
What did
Yeah.
he have done for your car?
Okay, so he told me he was only going to fix the flat tire at the repair shop. When I got to the repair shop, my friend took me to pick up my car, I was very surprised because the clerk at the repair shop, he said that Nick had paid for 4 new tires and 2 new bulbs on the front headlights. I'm not 100% certain that's what it was called, but he did some kind of repair or something to the front headlights. I think it was new bulbs. Yeah.
Did you determine how much that cost?
It was a big bill. I mean, what I would consider big. It was like, I think it was $600 and something in that range. Yeah.
I hate getting new
Was that
tires.
concerning to you?
Yes.
What did you do as a result?
I felt a mix of feelings. I felt grateful as you do when somebody does something kind for you, but it also felt like a lot. And it already felt like a lot just to have somebody fix your my tire for me. And then the surprise of that it was 4 new tires and then like a bulb change or something. It was just a lot. It was a lot to the point that the clerk at the car shop, he said something like, "Is that your husband or is that your boyfriend? He is so nice." And I said, "No." I said, "He's just an acquaintance, Yeah.
Did you have a conversation with him about that? Boundaries?
I first talked to some friends about it just to get their opinion because it was such a big gift.
Mm-hmm.
And then I did talk to him and I said, that was too much. That was a lot. You said it was going to be 1 tire, then you did 4. That's a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in response to that conversation, well, let me be clear. Do you remember when you had that problem with your tire?
It was November of 2022. I do not remember the exact date.
Okay. Was it beginning of November, end of November, if you recall?
I think it was the last half of November of 2022.
Okay.
Yeah.
And after you had the conversation with him about boundaries and too much, what did he do?
He had this sort of like, he apologized, he kind of played it off and he said this endearing thing kind of to where he's just like, "I'm so sorry. You're right. That was an odd gift. Most guys, I've just been he said something like, I've been out of practice for a while, and here I am like thinking that he's been, grieving for 2 years. And he's like, I've just been out of practice. I haven't dated. He's like, I just wanted to do something nice for you. He's like, but yeah, you're right. Tires. He's like, come on, like what guy gives a girl tires? He's like, it should have been flowers, right? Or something. And I said, yeah, flowers would have been more appropriate, than the 4 new tires. And then it kind of became like a little, it's like that conversation changed it from something that felt alarming at first to something that felt like, oh, okay. Like he hasn't been dating for a while and he went overboard, you know what I mean? He must like me and he went a little overboard in showing that. And it then became a little bit of an in joke throughout our relationship. He'd be like, oh, the tires. Yeah. Like what kind of guy gives a girl he's dating tires? That was so stupid of me, like that kind of thing he used to say. Yeah.
Did he subsequently give you flowers the following week?
Yes. About a week later, he had a very nice bouquet of flowers, like hand delivered to me, my house.
All right, poll in the chat, just a casual poll, sentiment check. Obviously, we're taking her testimony in with the context. We're watching this trial. We are getting the timeline of all of these things. We're trying to fit her testimony in the context of a different wife, second wife before this wife. She's the third wife, being found dismembered. But if we were to step away, I mean, could it be that a guy really isn't manipulating somebody, isn't trying to love bomb, and maybe these longer messages aren't the most helpful because we know the backing context. But I kind of feel bad hearing this, the idea that there could be a guy out there, a totally random person has nothing to do with this case, liking somebody and trying to do a nice gesture, and then it just instinctively feels creepy. So I appreciate her, and I feel bad because in this instance, you can tell in the time she was like, oh, after he said that, I realized he's just been out of the game for a while. And she gives another chance. She tries to listen and hear him out and understand him. And I feel for her in that moment. Because I kind of think a regular guy that's just trying to do a nice gesture, and a girl's first reaction is that it's creepy and tells 5 friends about it. That makes me feel kind of bad for the guy. I don't know. but here, knowing all the context, it's like, oh, you thought that was creepy and you wanted flowers instead. Maybe I should adjust real quick. Okay, I'm going to give you flowers now. In this specific case. Let's Go Brandon says, I did it. I cannot tell a lie. Is this the new pen name? The Nicholas Stark, aka Let's Go Brandon.
Yeah.
Is that still
Hey,
in
Broken Baker.
late November?
I believe so. If it wasn't late November, then it
With
would
snack?
have been probably the first week in December, but I think it was about a week after that, the tire repair. Yeah.
At some point, did you and Mr. Stark get engaged?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when that was?
It was April, or no, I'm sorry, we got engaged. The reason I said April, we got married in April. We got engaged in February of 2023.
Do you remember the date?
I don't.
Okay.
I want to forget the date. I don't remember. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's February.
Okay. So at some point in February of 2023, you get engaged. And then did you ultimately apply to get married?
Yes.
Can you tell us, prior to getting married, did you have to fill out paperwork for that?
Yes, he filled out the paperwork. And I think it was an online application.
Okay. And as a result, at this time, I'm going to show her 1.92. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is the marriage license application that was submitted for our marriage.
Okay. And do you recognize that to be just a photocopy of the original?
Yes.
At this time, I would seek to introduce I believe, is that 9.2?
No objection.
It's admitted.
Can we please publish that? Thank you. And does that reference your names at the top of that?
Yes.
And was it required to indicate how many marriages this was for you?
Yes.
And does it indicate how many it was for Mr. Stark?
Yes.
And what was that?
He wrote that it was his second.
Did he indicate how his last marriage ended?
Yes.
And how was that?
Death.
And did he give a date of her death?
December 1st, 2020.
And this was issued when?
April 13th, 2023.
Did it reference the names of his parents?
Yes, this is who he said were his biological parents. Edward Williams as his father, living in the UK, and Susan Fox, living in California, as his mother.
Did you understand that to be who he claimed were which parents, the adopted or the biological?
Biological parents that he had connected with and found out, later in life, as an adult.
So how would you have a pen name more what? Is Susan Fox a real person? Who is Jim? Who is Susan Fox?
That's who I thought they were.
Does this also reflect the date that it was initially filed?
Yes, April 10th, 2023.
And did both you and Mr. Stark have to sign that document?
Yes.
And did you?
Yes.
Those are both of your signatures?
Yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is your name also at the top. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, did you subsequently actually get married?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was also sometime in April?
Yes, that was in April 2023, I believe late April.
Okay. And prior to getting married, did you and Mr. Stark discuss your living arrangements? What
Yes.
you're going to do after you got married?
Yes.
Okay. What was the plan?
He was going to move to PA and he wanted to buy a house. And then he said that we would both live in that house together. Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And as a result of that, who was going to pay for the house?
Nick Stark.
Okay. Did he indicate to you whether he was financially in a position to be able to afford the house without your assistance?
Yeah, that over time, but yes, yes, he said he was able to do that.
Okay, so he was going to be the one buying it.
Correct.
Okay. Was he responsible then for the arrangements for the finances?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell the jury, did you in fact start looking for houses together?
Yes.
Did you find any?
We did. At first, we were looking at houses for him because he said he was going to move to PA. And so it was just a house for him. And then as our relationship progressed, we started looking together. And we did. We found several that we liked. And then we landed on one, so to speak, or chose one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did that ultimately result in an offer, acceptance, and a closing?
It resulted in an offer. He made an offer.
Ooh.
I believe the offer was accepted.
Fell
And
through
if
on
I'm
a.
thinking about it's because I'm not like real estate. I've never bought a house before. And
Fell
I
through
think
on the
he had
back
put
end.
like a down or a deposit or whatever, earnest money, whatever it's called in real estate. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And was there an actual closing date scheduled?
Yes.
Okay. So do you know when that was?
Yes.
When was that?
March 20th, 2023.
And why do you remember that date specifically?
It was a traumatic day.
What happened?
We were supposed to close that day. And in the morning, I was still in bed. We were staying together at an Airbnb in Pennsylvania.
Is she sick?
I was still in bed and he woke me up and he said he looked like he'd already been up for a bit, totally dressed, and he said that he was going to go run some errands and pick up the check for the closing, the cashier's check, and that he would be back before closing.
Do you remember when the closing was supposed to be?
I think it was around noon, but I'm not positive. I don't remember the exact hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sometime during the day?
Yep. Sometime during the day.
Okay.
Yes.
And he left to go get the check.
Yes.
Was he supposed to come back to the house?
Yes, he was. Yes.
Okay.
Before closing. Yeah.
Did he have a car at that time?
Yes.
Do you know what type of car it was?
Oh my God.
I believe it was, I could definitely recognize it if I saw it. I believe it was a Ford. It was kind of like an SUV, a larger SUV. I want to say it was a Ford Explorer.
Okay.
And I believe it was green.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, he left to go pick up the check.
Yes.
And was supposed to come home?
Yes.
Did he come home in timely fashion?
No.
What happened?
He wasn't home when I thought, he probably should have been. Like it was getting closer and closer to the closing time. And so I started texting him like on WhatsApp, like, hey, are you okay? Is everything okay? Because it felt unusual. And then I started calling him and I wasn't getting through to him. It was either going like right to voicemail or just like clicking off. The connection was clicking off. And then I got a very alarming text message from him.
Okay.
And it said, or WhatsApp message, same thing. It said, my car buddy, because I think autocorrect, I just remember this text. It said, my car buddy into flames.
First.
And of course, like reading that message, I'm like, buddy burst, like the autocorrect. And I was just, that's such a strange message to ever receive. But, so then I'm like calling him frantically, and I didn't get through to him. I got through to, or I might've gotten through to him for a second, and then he like handed the phone off. But then I talked to a paramedic or an EMT, some kind of like medical professional.
Was at the scene with him?
Yes, correct.
Okay. At that point, you said that he had been on his way to the bank. Is that right?
That's what he told. He said he had to run like some errands and also pick up the cashier's check or registered check from the bank, from Citizens Bank. Yep.
Did you know how much the check was for?
I do not remember the exact amount, but I can tell you it was something like, it was a large amount. It was $800,000, I want to say, or 850. It was a very large amount of money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So is your understanding that he was picking up the check and that he had been involved in a car fire of some sort?
Car accident is what I was thinking at that time.
You thought car accident. Okay.
Because even reading I was like, I couldn't really fathom what had actually happened,
Right.
But yeah, some kind of car incident.
Did you know if the car was new?
I think it was pretty new. I don't think it was an old car.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did he go to the hospital?
So that's something I asked the EMT or the paramedic, and I said, is he going to the hospital? Like what hospital can I meet him at? Those kinds of things. And she said, he doesn't want to go to the hospital. And I said, but are you like, should he? Is he okay? Like I was asking like those kind of caring, concern questions. And I still didn't really grasp. I didn't grasp what had happened to the car or how like severe it was, because I remember asking the paramedic or the EMT, I said, can you make sure, he gets all of his things out of the car? And she kind of, I don't want to say chuckled. It wasn't like she was amused, but she was just like, I can try, but I don't think there's anything left in that car. And hearing that, I still was like a little bit confused. I didn't understand the scope. And then, I asked, are you sure he's okay to not go to the hospital? And she said, well, he doesn't want to go. Like, we can't, yeah, he just wants to go back to you or whatever, or home,
When he got home, did you take him to the hospital?
Yes, I insisted on taking him to the hospital. I was concerned about him.
Why?
Well, when he walked through the door of the Airbnb, he was like crying a little. He was shaking. He had some he looked a little burned, like on his face, like he was missing, I want to say like half an eyebrow. Like okay. He had, yeah.
Okay. As a result, I'm going to show you 1.91. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Now, this is speaking of 2022, and while I don't think the 800K thing is truthful, I don't know. For him to make an offer and for it to be accepted, if the real estate agents were doing their job and they were even at the point they were at, he should have had to have provided a proof of funds to show that he could make the purchase. Did he have 800K in that car? Questionable. Probably not, in my opinion. But he did come across some money from a Sony deal where Sony had, I think around this time, like 2021. And we're going to get bank records. So we're going to get a precise date on when any money may have been paid for these tires or been submitted in and sent over from Sony. He must have been able to get to the proof of funds stage. But he's going to use this car fire, I'm guessing, as a way to get out of the home purchase while also garnering sympathy. And what's weird is this gives me an answer. I don't think he burned the car to destroy evidence necessarily. he might have burned this car just to get out of actually committing to the closing day on this home, or both. But that's a lot of planning.
Yes.
What is that?
That would be his medical bracelet, like the bracelets they put on you at hospitals, and that was from his when I took him to the hospital.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to introduce that exhibit 1.91, I believe.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, it's admitted without objection.
I'm going to publish it. Did that reflect the admission date on it right there?
Yes, yes, March 20th, 2023. Yep.
Thank you. That was the day of the closing as well?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And at that point, do you know what happened with respect to the car? In terms of the insurance? How did that go?
I still don't. Oh, you mean like the insurance? I don't know. I still don't know what happened really. We went to the hospital, and then I had asked him, did you call insurance? And he said no. And I'm thinking he's in shock. And so I, encouraged him to do so. I said, well, you should report that, to your insurance company that you had an accident or a fire or whatever it was. And so I believe he did that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But initially it was your impression that he had not.
Correct. He was acting, I thought he was in shock because he wasn't doing the things that I had always been told to do if you have a car accident. And that was strange for him because he was usually such a intelligent, put together person. Like it just seemed odd. Like photos. I had asked him a day or two after the fire, I said, did you take any photos of your car? The damage. And he said, no. And he said, do you think I should? And I said, I remember specifically saying this to him. I said, Nick, you're a lawyer. I said, what would you advise a client to do? And he said, oh yeah, I guess you're right. I'll go take photos. And so then he went and took photos, and it was the photos that he showed me that I finally realized the extent of the damage to this car. And I was horrified.
Did you see the photographs yourself?
Yes.
How bad was the car?
As bad as you could possibly imagine. There was nothing, it was just a frame, it looked like, of the car left, like a metal frame.
There was nothing left of the car.
Yes, and then it made sense with the paramedic, her reaction, when I had asked to get his things out of the car.
After the incident with the car, did you follow through? Because that happened, you said March 20th of 23.
Yes.
Did you follow through with your plans to get married?
Yes.
Okay. And that's when we showed you the marriage license. Is that correct? Or the application?
Yep. Yes.
Okay. Did you know a woman by the name of Heather Thomas? Had he ever mentioned a woman by
First
that name?
wife?
He mentioned he had a girlfriend named Heather. He said it was just a girlfriend. He said she had wanted to marry him and he did not want to, and they broke up, and that it was a messy breakup. That's what he had said.
Never told you that was his wife?
No.
Never told you that he had divorced her?
No.
Did you know if he owed her any money?
No. He told me he was debt free. He told me he owed nobody nothing.
He said he didn't know anything.
That's correct. He said he was completely debt free.
During your relationship with him, did you discuss having children, the two of you?
Yes.
Did that seem important to him?
Very much so, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, did you make any arrangements to try and get pregnant?
Yes, around the time we got married. Yep.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
I went to a preconception appointment at my with a certified midwife at my OB office. Yep.
Okay. So that was right around what point in time?
Right around the date of our marriage. Yep.
Okay. So that was right away.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, you've testified that you had no idea that Mr. Kassotis had a first wife, no less a second wife, correct?
That's correct.
And
He didn't have. I testified that he didn't have. What do you mean by that?
let me clarify that. It was your testimony that you didn't know that his wife was alive when he first met you.
No, I did not know that.
And at this point, you didn't know either that there was potentially a first wife named Heather Thomas.
Right, that's what I thought you were. Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't know he had a wife before.
Okay, can you tell us how you came to learn of those things?
I came to learn of those things through Agent, over the course of several conversations with Agent Tracy Sands of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation after Nick was arrested.
Do you see Agent Sands here today?
I do.
Can you point him out for us?
He's right there next to you. Yep, in the middle. Yeah.
The record can so reflect, Your Honor. And can you tell us, how did it make you feel learning that he had not only the first wife who had passed, but the second wife from before her?
I don't think words will ever capture how I felt, but I felt if I had to choose some words, I'd say horrified, shocked, traumatized, violated, deceived.
What did you do?
In the days that followed his arrest, I contacted Agent Sands multiple times. Tried to, after learning that, I tried to be as helpful as I could be, because I was horrified. And so in the days that followed, I took pictures of all the belongings that he had in the Airbnb and sent the photos to Agent Sands and asked if they needed anything of his belongings. And they requested some of those, and I had them shipped to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. And then I also, like his laptops, his phones, and when I say laptops and phones, because he had one for work, one for personal. And then I also started looking messages, emails, anything that I thought the Georgia Bureau of Investigation might want to see. It was just, I was still in shock, but I knew that I wanted to be helpful, because what I was hearing was so horrifying and I had no idea. And so I was trying to be as helpful in those immediate days as I could be.
What did you do about your marriage?
I wanted it annulled, because I felt like the marriage and everything in the marriage was not consensual because of his fraud, and I wanted it annulled. And annulment in Pennsylvania is very difficult. It's very, very rigid about the requirements to get an annulment. It has to be fraud,
and it was
or
granted.
like some very specific other things. So it was very hard to get a lawyer who would actually even pursue it, but I did get one, and we went to, we filed for an annulment and a divorce at the same time in case the annulment wouldn't go through. There are not a lot of annulments in Pennsylvania, to my understanding.
I don't know why that jumped.
And then I had to wait several months before we could go to a hearing, and we went to a hearing at a court of common pleas in Pennsylvania. And
did you get an annulment?
And the judge, yes, the judge in Pennsylvania granted my annulment on the basis of his fraud. And so that was that's very rare in Pennsylvania that they do that. So the marriage was declared null and void because he committed fraud against me.
Do you know whatever happened to the house that you were supposed to buy?
I have no idea.
Did you ever buy it?
No,
Did you ever move into a house that he purchased?
no,
Did you ever see that check that was supposed to be
No.
picked up?
no. He said the check burned in the car fire. The cashier's check. Yeah.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Oh
Weinstein,
boy.
cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Klesser. I'm Doug Weinstein. I represent Nick Kassotis. I just have a question for you about the down payment on the home. Do you recall Nick Kassotis putting a $50,000 down payment on that house?
He said he did, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
What?
Anything else?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
So I'm assuming we're going to have a record of this $50,000 payment. And maybe that's going to go in detail. There's bank records. The state is supposed to be introducing bank records. So whatever witness those come in through, Doug will have an opportunity to probe more in on this purchase and the financial situation. I would imagine a lot of these other questions. Tracy Sands, I think, is the witness to watch. The witness to watch. I think that's the investigator that handled a lot of all of these statements from different people. But I would have expected a little bit more there. a little bit more questions. So I don't know. But then again, I think this witness was the most damning so far out of all of them. And I know a lot of that is just because of the timeline of the stories and the text messages, and not necessarily like tangible evidence that ties somebody to a crime. But I can't imagine that jury is sitting there and feeling green or even yellow light towards acquitting this defendant right now. I just can't imagine it. I can picture someone maybe being a little hesitant to convict. But yeah, I think that's it. Doug is very sensitive, aware of, should we poke and prod at a witness that could cry? But maybe we'll get Tracy Sands today. Guys, if you see Tracy Sands taking the stand, run to the chat. Right before we get to the next witness here, also big shout out to Kelly Applegate. This was super sweet. Kelly says someone gifted me a membership yesterday. I'm not sure whom, but I want to properly say thank you. And Kat, I've been lurking for a while. Now I'm a real member. She said she was in the bushes. So big thank you. Thank you again, you guys. Anyone that hangs out with us, you never need to send anything in, but it is greatly appreciated. And tons of fun. You guys see, even Kelly here. Ooh, I got a gift. So one of my favorite YouTube features is that gift feature. And again, shout out to everyone hanging out in the bushes, like our friend Kelly, who came out to say hey today. And I don't know, you guys. What do you think of the car burning? Because a big question a lot of us had was the car burning. If you're going to burn a vehicle to get rid of evidence, why did you wait? When did the car burn? The state didn't really tell us when the car burned. And I don't know if that's because the time frame that the car was burned wasn't helpful to what they want it to show, or if it's just their overall problem where they're incessantly vague when they're trying to present a story. They don't give us the times, and then when they do give us times, they work in reverse order and jumble it all around. But now we get this detail that the Ford Explorer caught fire, burned for whatever reason, whether it was from an engine fire defect or something else, when he was supposed to close on a property. And that puts us in a March timeframe. March is also the same time where the the Mebbins, the parents, testified that, yeah, our rent was continuously paid by the security company, that we now have a proof of employment letter from this third wife, because Nicholas Kassotis says, hey, here's my proof of employment with Apis Security Limited. But that security company that the parents didn't know who worked for them was paying for their rent at their apartment through March of 2023, and they think it stopped around April, before April. So weird things happening with the money right in this March, April 2023 timeframe. So it's a lot. It's a lot. It like answers a question, but it doesn't. It opens another question. Oh, and we'll skip this recess.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been over 2 hours, so we'll go ahead and take a morning break. If you'll step out with the bailiffs, please.
Oh my God. Do we have Tracy on the stand? Woo! Tracy on the stand, chat. All right. Everybody go get a refill. Look at this. I am ready for Tracy Sands.
All right, if everyone would please be seated, please call the next witness.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for permission to go a little bit out of order so that we don't waste any time,
Sure.
if that's possible. What exhibit number are we up to for 1.100, I believe, correct? Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state is going to call Agent Tracy Sands.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Good morning, Agent Sands.
Good morning.
Can you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Tracy, it's Tracy. Last name Sands, Sands.
And Agent Sands, where do you work?
I'm a special agent with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. I work with the Region 5 Field Office, which covers Liberty County, although our office is in Statesboro.
And just for this portion of your testimony, we're going to be discussing the audio statements that were preserved in connection with Mr.
The interviews.
Kassotis.
Okay.
The interviews.
As a result of being a member of law enforcement, did there come a time when you took some arrest warrants in this case?
I did.
And when you took those arrest warrants, did they ultimately result in the arrest of Mr. Kassotis?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was he arrested?
Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
And do you recall the date?
Would have been May the 11th or 11th or 12th,
Okay.
somewhere in that area.
Would it be of 2022 or 3?
I'm 23.
Okay. And at that point, did you have an opportunity to speak with him after he had been arrested?
12th.
Okay. So on May 12th of 2023, he was arrested, and subsequently, did you speak with him after his arrest?
Well, I actually had to fly to Pennsylvania first, so I met with him the following day, which would have been May the 13th.
Okay. Pennsylvania is not your location, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So how did the arrangements get made for where you were going to have the interview?
We called ahead and requested assistance. We had been working with the Pennsylvania State Police, U.S. Marshals, as FBI, as well as others. So we contacted the facility he was housed at and requested to schedule an interview as soon as we could arrive.
And as a result of that scheduling, did you have an opportunity to sit down with him?
I did.
Who was present?
Detective Jack Frost with the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. He's now Investigator Frost.
And were you also, of course, there?
Yes, ma'am.
And who else was the interview subject?
Yes. Mr. Kassotis was there at that time.
Okay, and if the record can reflect, he is indicated towards the defendant. At that time, did you sit down with him, with Investigator Frost and yourself?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And was that a situation where you were able to record that interview?
We did. We were anticipating a video recording, but I always carry an audio recorder just in case as a backup. And we actually used an audio recording device at that time.
Okay. Did you have access to a video recorder at the time?
Not there. Like I say, it was a very large facility, so I anticipated one being there. But once we got in the room, they had actually put it was more like a closet than an interview room.
Okay. And did you in fact record it?
I did.
Okay. And previously you heard some testimony concerning Investigator Frost discussing the Miranda waivers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you 2.19. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That is our standard GBI waiver of rights forms.
Okay. And what is the intent of using that form?
To advise the person being interviewed of their Miranda rights.
Okay. Was this unique in this case with respect to Miranda rights?
It was. Over my 30-year career, I can only think of a handful of attorneys that I had interviewed.
Okay. And as far as you knew, what was Mr. Kassotis' former employment?
He was a judge advocate general with the Navy.
And in that capacity, does that handle criminal matters?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that act in the form of a prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am. My understanding is they act as prosecutors and defense, depending on which case is assigned.
Okay. So at that time, did you follow the same protocols, irrespective of the fact that he was previously a lawyer or was a lawyer?
Yes, ma'am. He was a suspect in custody, so we advised him of his Miranda rights.
Okay. And are those rights documented on that form?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Who read him his rights?
I read him his rights.
Okay. And is that captured on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you in any way threaten Mr. Kassotis?
I did not.
Did you offer him some benefit in order to give a statement?
I did not.
And everything that was said, is that on the audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, prior to coming in, did you have an opportunity to listen to that audio again to confirm that it was the audio recording in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, numerous times.
Okay. And is that a complete and accurate recording of what occurred and transpired on May 13th of 2023 in Lancaster, Pennsylvania?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the USB that I physically have it on be marked itself. There are other exhibits on it, Your Honor, so I will go through that with counsel prior to the jury, but I would ask, I guess our next one is 1.101. So I will mark the USB with that sticker, if that's okay. And just so the record is clear, Your Honor, there is a folder on Exhibit 1.101 that reflects statements, and it reflects the date of May 13th, 2023, just to distinguish it.
Thank you.
Agent Sands, do you know approximately how long that initial interview was?
It was over 2 hours.
Okay. For the purposes of today, Your Honor, I'm going to try and break that up. And Your Honor, at this time, I'd now seek to tender 1.101, the file referencing May 13, 2023, Nicholas Killian James Stark.
Any objection? No objection. It is admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to play the audio.
Right.
You can just tell me when you're ready, madam.
Go chat.
Hey, sorry, Jack Cross from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Hi. Hey, where? Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Okay.
part. I'm not gonna let you hear about it here or not, but if I either way, that way you can later.
Okay.
And you can get in touch with us and do it from there. As you know, you read your rights.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Then I want to speak about it. If you need one.
Thank you. Yes.
And what's your name again?
Nicholas Stark.
You have a middle name?
I have two middle names. Killian, K-I-L-I-A-N, James.
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 40 years old.
40. Okay. And what address are you?
590 Centerville Road, number 345, Lancaster, Pennsylvania, 17601.
Okay. And I know you were an attorney, so years of schooling?
I mean, I got a postgraduate law degree too, so I don't know, close to 20, I think.
Okay.
12, 16, 19, 21 actually.
Okay. I'll put it 21 years and a law degree. Okay. As I told you, I'm a special agent with GBI. He's actually a detective with Liberty County Sheriff's Office. Says I have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that, right?
Yes, I do.
It's kind of funny asking you that.
No, it's all right.
Anything I say can be used against me for law.
Yes,
Have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present when involved in any question.
yes,
If I cannot afford to hire a lawyer, will be appointed representative me for any question if I wish.
yes,
I can decide any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements.
yes.
So that understanding our rights, having these rights in mind, I'm willing now to talk to this law enforcement officer.
Yes.
First drive from the airplane, so take
No,
a second.
no, that's all right.
Have not been threatened, promised anything, forced in any way to answer any questions or make any statements.
Yes,
Are you willing to talk to us?
I am.
You don't worry about my notes.
No, please.
And I noticed I didn't have any video in here or anything, so.
Yeah,
so-
but you're recording. Yeah, no, that's.
I'm not trying to hide or something.
No, I'm sorry.
And I know yesterday was kind of a surprise, all the stuff going on.
Yeah.
With you. You've been advised of what it was in reference to, correct?
Just very, very briefly.
Okay. This is in reference to the death of Mindi.
Yes.
And at that time, she was your wife, correct?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's start. Let's go back to, let's say, 2018.
Okay.
What happened in your life in 2018? I know you've been through a lot of changes in time, but.
Yeah. In 2018, we started undergoing a kind of a campaign of harassment.
Okay.
Campaign of harassment.
We started with money going missing from our accounts, and escalated to vandalism at the house of our vehicles, threats against us.
And where were you living at that time? I know.
Alexandria, Virginia.
Alexandria? Okay. Did you make any police reports?
We both made an FBI report,
Okay.
but we did not make a police report.
FBI report, okay. And that was vandalism and then,
Yes.
what type of vandalism, like painting or like?
No, broken stuff, nails and tires, rocks through windows. I was getting anonymous emails and text messages threatening to kill me.
Okay. And then what happened?
Trying to get my timeline right. This went on for a long time.
Okay.
Trying to get my timeline right.
Getting worse, we would get a little better, it would get worse. In late 2019, we left Alexandria
Okay.
and went to Charlottesville. We were hoping, to find a,
New fireplace?
yeah. Hoping that it would be better. within, I think, a day or two of arriving there, I was assaulted.
And how were you assaulted?
With a bat or something similar. We had found a place that we could rent for a while, and I had gone there to move some stuff in, and somebody was waiting. There's I believe it was Nelson County. It was I forget what county it was, but
Do you have any idea who it would have been?
I believe it was Wayne Kassotis.
And who is Wayne?
Wayne is my father.
Wayne? Is that a real name for father?
And we had been told, but this is kind of. We'd been contacted by somebody who initially told us that he was with the FBI. He showed up one day and talked to Mindi, and then later told us he was not. But for years served as, I'm not exactly sure what that conversation was. I wasn't there for it. But for years has served as a advisor to us in terms of safety. And he told us that he believed that Wayne was at the center of the.
So Mindi talked to him, but you didn't?
I talked to him later. I did not talk to him the first time he came to the house.
So he first said he was with FBI?
I believe that was her understanding. Was that he said he was with the FBI.
But later he clarified that
he was not. But he had said that he thought it would be a good idea for us to leave the area of Alexandria, we went to Charlottesville, and didn't even make it. I forget if it was one or two. I forget exactly when we got down there. I had 3 broken ribs, I believe, and there was not. I called them last fall, and was told that, given the fact that I hadn't actually seen him, and that I was going off of just kind of like the sound. I mean, he's somebody I'm familiar with. The sound of the person, the sounds of the person made it sounded like him to me. We were really unsure what to do at that point. We bounced around the Charlottesville area for about a month. No, I'm sorry, close to 2 months. Close to 2 months. And then I had a conversation and decided that we were going to go to Hilton Head for the holidays.
Now, were you still in the Navy then?
No, I was in the process of, and I forget exactly when I got the paperwork. And
I got the paperwork and stuff, and I'm not trying to figure it out. I'm trying to help my.
Yeah, no. I hadn't gotten my discharge paperwork yet, but I went to a Navy clinic. But I had not.
Navy clinic.
Your official paper.
Yeah. I believe at that point I thought I was still a reservist, and I forget exactly what the date was that the reserve discharge came through.
That's no problem. But y'all were around Charlottesville for around 2 months.
Yeah, around 2 months.
And then you moved to Hilton Head.
Yes.
Do you remember what year that was?
That was Christmas 2019.
Okay.
We arrived Christmas Eve.
And was that when y'all lived with his brother?
No.
You didn't live. Y'all just had an initial, you and her, there was nobody else there, right?
Yeah, so for several months it was just the 2 of us. So this is now early 2020. stayed in a, kind of a variety of places. And I want to say it was April. Her parents and her youngest brother moved into a rental that we had.
Okay.
Her father had a knee surgery and needed a place where he could recover without stairs.
Mhm.
And at the time.
I'm going to pause there real quick. This is out of court. So this is coming from, I'm going to drop my little translate of this segment in the chat. So all my blathering in the chat is me trying to help translate what I'm hearing through these headphones. It might not be completely accurate, but I'm trying my best. But 2020, then thanks to Dizzy, there's we heard from the father, Mindy's father, that he was a minister and then he did like financial advisor work for 6 years and then he retired. We heard he was retired. Well, they skipped this gap in 2022. I mean, in 2020, FINRA suspends the dad's license because of some issue. And there's a judgment against him. He has to pay like $17,000 plus interest and attorney's fees. And in this little, actually, do I still have it open? I actually think I have it open. So here's that. I'll link it in the chat if you guys want to look at it. But one thing that was really interesting about it, I thought, was on or about May 12th, 2020, Claimants Counsel contacted FINRA staff and advised that he had spoken with respondent. Respondent is Frank Mebane III, the dad. But that respondent advised him that he was being represented by an attorney, and Claimants Counsel confirmed that he, therefore, could not agree to an extension of time or to discuss the case with respondent. To date, FINRA has not received a notice of appearance, statement of answer, and or submission agreement from respondent, and respondent has not attempted to reach FINRA staff to further participate in this arbitration. So we didn't hear from the dad that, hey, I couldn't be a financial advisor anymore in 2020, and maybe that's why we were moving in with everybody together. They made it seem like we were either doing it for the safety concerns as raised by both Nicholas and Mindi, or we were helping them pay for things without really a reason specified. So here is the link to this FINRA thing here. But the reason I point out this 2020 is because we're getting, dad's about to have knee surgery. So 2020 made me think of that. There's some context that is out of court. It hasn't been mentioned in court.
Her middle brother and his wife, but his house was.
So she has 3 brothers?
No, she has 2 brothers.
2 brothers.
Sorry. Yeah.
You said middle also? Yeah.
One more thing. Sunshine for you. Is that what Doug was trying to get in on the record the other day? I don't know if he was going to try to get there, but he did ask the dad about hospital litigation against the hospital. And what's very, very interesting about that, now this would be in relation to Mindy's death, and we only have the parents telling us that after that weekend, he runs into the house that they were all staying at, this Airbnb. The dad had hip surgery, a different surgery, not this knee surgery, but a hip surgery. On November 31st, he's discharged. He comes home on December 1st. Nicholas Kassotis says he'll take care of him. Betsy, the mom, goes to work. She comes home. And sometime after that, Nicholas comes back into the house when both the parents are there and is upset and is distraught and says, she's gone. And the dad says they don't contact the hospital. They assume that it was a Navy hospital that they took Mindi to. And they leave it at that. They don't ask further questions. But when Doug gets up for cross-examination, Doug asks a question about litigation, opening litigation against the hospital. And the dad's like, well, no, Nick didn't ask me to do that. But what's interesting is here we see some litigation where he's saying he has an attorney. The dad is representing he has an attorney. And whoever's putting together this arbitrator is documenting that there was nothing to actually corroborate that this respondent, Frank Mebane, had representation. And to me, it seems like what Doug was trying to get at, perhaps the dad wanted to, or the parents wanted to open a lawsuit against the hospital, but they didn't even know what hospital. They didn't even bother to ask what hospital this supposedly all happened at. So you see how this looks like a little bit of a tangled web? Like there's questions. There's questions.
Yeah, he's the middle child. Mindy was the oldest. Frank was, I think, about 3 years younger than her. And then Matthew was, I believe, about 21 years younger than her.
Okay.
He was a late life surprise for her parents. Okay, so we lived with them for 2 months or so, or give or take. Mindy and her father had an argument. She was kind of unhappy with their response to us moving, and then we lived by ourselves for quite a while.
Okay.
We were up in we were in Hilton Head for I think only about a week at this point. More, and we went to Charleston, and we were down in the Beaufort area. Beaufort.
Yeah, Beaver's good.
Beaufort's good. Okay, sorry. I don't say it. And then in February of 2021, we moved in with her brother and his wife.
Okay.
And their mother was living there as well.
Okay. So Mindy's mother?
Yes. Yeah.
But her father, where was her father at the time?
Her father was in, I believe it's called Dublin, Georgia.
Okay.
So Matthew is a bit of a baseball star,
Okay.
and was going, at that point, was going to high school there.
Okay.
And now he's going to a junior college somewhere.
Okay.
South Georgia State, possibly. It's probably. We lived with.
All right, Pawsy McPauserton, and I don't know, do we have Robert in the chat right now? Robert had grabbed a transcript from yesterday. So again, assuming that the transcription caught, I think this is pulled from, I'm not sure how he did it, but it's great. The only results I see from the transcript of the father being on the stand for the words knee are just these 2 lines here. So let's see. They're speaking forward already. So what Nicholas was talking about earlier with this Tracy Sands audio, he's still talking about a 2020 knee surgery. But here yesterday we have, okay, well, when you get to that location, did there come a time where you had to have surgery of some kind? I had a hip replacement. Yes. Okay. Can you tell the jury what happened that prompted you to have that surgery? And we have, well, I hurt my left knee shagging fly balls for my son, and I didn't get my knee fixed. And it got to the point where it hurt my left hip, and I finally had to get hip replacement surgery. Okay, do you remember when that was? November 2022. But here in this interview, this audio interview that we're hearing with Tracy Sands, Nicholas Kassotis is relaying to Sands that there actually was a knee surgery back in 2020. We fixed the knee in 2020. So, I don't know, chat. I don't know.
Frank and Megan for over a year.
And I'm typing. I don't see Robert in the chat right now.
I thought it would be a short, time, but, given other things in our life, we felt that, that was a good place for us to be, and we wanted to stay with them, kind of into the future.
And what were y'all doing at that time for employment?
I would be working. He was not working. I mean, neither of us were working per se. I was working on a piece of software of analysis of what it was doing on behalf of this advisor, and with the understanding that there would be payment when it was finished.
Did that ever come forward, or was that still pending?
That was still pending when I kind of cut ties with him.
Okay. So you're still developing it now, and it's not like a project somewhere else, you're still working on it?
I'm still working on it. I don't know where it is at this time.
But you're not working on it?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
We had several conversations both with him about payment and with Frank and Megan about living situations and finding houses to live in, and Frank and Megan got to a point where they felt that it was all taking too long, and they did not want to continue planning. They wanted to put their house on the market.
And what was the guy's name, the software guy that you were communicating?
He goes by Jim to me.
Jim?
Jim.
Okay.
Yes. The last name McIntyre.
Okay.
I quite honestly, I feel like he's lied to me so much that
Have you ever met him in person?
I have met him in person, yes.
Where'd you meet?
I've met him multiple times. He's shown places where we were, told us that he thought it was time for us to move, to find a better place.
But the plan was for him to buy the software.
Yes.
Or to facilitate the sale. Okay. Then what happened?
I believe it was June 2021. We had been told multiple times that we would have a rental, set up in our names locally, where we and Mindy's parents could move.
And that was him telling you that?
Yes.
Okay. Then what happened?
Frank, after one of the times that we'd been told that we'd be out by a certain date and we went, Frank got very upset and filed for eviction for Mindy and I.
And was that the father or the son?
I'm sorry, the son.
Okay.
Who owned the house.
Okay.
At this point, the father was living in the house. He had moved in, I guess, October 2021-ish.
Okay. So you were evicted
by the son. Yeah, Mindy's brother.
Then what happened?
Her parents put us up in a hotel for a week in Savannah.
Okay.
We waited for we were really upset with how things had gone. We felt like we were kind of abandoned.
Okay.
And Jim said that, you know, if we could continue working together, he would have more control. He would, you know. So we rented an Airbnb in Savannah.
Okay.
It was 2 bedrooms. It was big enough for us and for Mindy's parents to stay there as well.
Do you remember the address or?
It was on 65th Street,
Okay.
but I don't remember the number.
Okay.
You know what happened?
We were, I guess one of the, a constant issue with Jim was him telling us things or asking us to lie on his behalf and not following through. Like it causing issues.
And what sort of lies? He was asking you to lie on his behalf. What do you mean by it?
Sometimes it was a matter of like telling us stuff that I have, you know, reason to doubt, like, you know, that my parents were not actually my parents. Sometimes it was.
So he told you that your parents weren't your parents?
Yes.
Okay. And how did he get that? What was his source of the information?
He had me take a DNA test and told me that the result that he had gotten a sample from them.
Okay.
You know, he would put me on the phone with people he said were, you know, investigators that I questioned whether they were.
Do you remember what company the DNA test was? Like, was it like Ancestry or?
No, so I didn't, like.
You just never saw it?
Yeah, he swabbed it, he took it, he took it off. And then told me, you know, at a later time that I was not related to that.
Okay.
But one of the issues.
What was your reason for allowing him to do that? I guess I'm kind of following you. Why would you want Jim to know your family? Why would you give him your DNA?
I trusted him a lot
Okay.
throughout this. I felt like he was keeping us safe and that he was, you know, when he took this, it was probably, you know, fall 2020. Yes, late summer, early fall 2020.
Okay. And then what happened?
So one of the issues when we were living with Frank and Megan was that a rather large issue was that we've been trying to have a child. I think Jill, Mindy had thought that she might be pregnant. She had taken a test that was positive, but it was very early in July of 2020.
July 2020?
I'm sorry, July of 2021. We were living with them.
Okay.
Now,
was that at 65th Street?
No. This is, we didn't get to 65th Street until July 2022.
Okay.
I think July 2022. June, July, somewhere in there. July 2021, we went to the emergency room because she had some bleeding.
And you would have been living in Hillhead?
Yeah.
Okay. So went to ER.
Went to the ER.
Now, were you getting like your military unit? Was it TRICARE?
No. At this point, we were.
Benefits.
Yeah, we did not have benefits. We were. We were using just like Medicare, Medicaid, whichever. Once for if you're old and once for if you're not making money at that time. That was the no money one.
Okay. So y'all had no really source of income?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we were, you know,
Okay.
depending on Jim for a lot.
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting, I want to clarify, make sure I get it right.
Yeah, no.
So July 21,
Yeah, so
she took the test.
Yeah, so or she'd taken the test sometime before, but she had some bleeding. July 2021, we went to the The hospital learned that she was not pregnant. The woman we spoke to said it was likely a fairly early miscarriage.
And y'all met when? How many years ago?
Oh, Mindi and I? Yeah. We met in fall of 2015.
Okay. And you were married in?
October 2016.
Okay. And did y'all start trying to have children then?
We didn't. I was transitioning out of the Navy, and we thought that we would take a couple of years, and then we kind of wound up in the thick of the shit that we were going through.
Life.
Yeah.
In Texas terms. What about so when did your rough decision that y'all really wanted to have kids start?
I think when we moved in with, we always said we wanted to have kids, and when we moved in with Frank and Megan, they had recently, probably 4 months before, had a daughter.
Okay.
And I think, seeing it and, it being her younger brother, it really, Mindi really wanted to start at that point.
Okay.
The situation was not ideal, but we thought we were moving towards, an ideal situation.
And she was getting older, and you were
Yeah, exactly. She was slightly older than I was, so we went to the hospital. Learned that we had lost the baby, and contacted Jim, and he said, don't share that. Don't share what happened at the hospital. Just say everything's fine. 3 weeks later, Frank asked Mindy if she was pregnant, and she froze and said, she wasn't allowed to talk about it. And he gave her a big hug, and he's like, that's so great. And she was upset. Came to me. We sent a message to Jim, and he said, just let it go. Like, yes, like, sure. Say you're pregnant. You'll be pregnant soon, and by the time the timing all becomes clear, this will all be settled.
And so how often would you message Jim?
Every day.
Every day. And how did you message him?
An app called Signal.
Okay.
It's an encrypted messaging app that he introduced me to.
Okay.
Oh, so that's why we're using Signal.
How often do you physically see him?
When we were at Frank and Megan's, we would not see him. But before that, it was probably once a month to once every 2 months.
Okay. And did you see him at Frank and Megan's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't see him in person for about 1.5 years from when we moved in with them, which he did not want us to do until we were in the hotel in Savannah.
Okay.
The first hotel, we were in 2 hotels there.
Okay. Do you remember the name of the hotel?
They were both La Quintas.
Okay.
We have a dog, or we had a dog. So the dog is still alive. But,
What's the dog's name?
Rusty.
And that was the dog you had yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the dog was at the house or was in the car with
He
you?
was at the house.
Okay, because I got pictures sent to me of the dog, so I was making sure.
Okay.
But he was
Is he okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine, and she said, but y'all had the dog Rusty then, so La Quintas is where you could stay.
Yeah, they have a really, or I don't know if it's this doesn't matter, but I don't know if it's just these locations or if it's a wider thing, but they're really easy with dogs.
Okay. And he looked like a lab, but he's got a mixed lab.
I call him a lab mix.
Okay.
He looks kind of like a Carolina dog, which,
How long you had him?
I adopted him in 2011 when I lived in Italy.
Okay.
He was
So he's kind of 4 weeks older.
Yeah.
Getting good.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, back to y'all were in the hotels with Quintus. Back at one time, you said that her parents paid, or was it both times they paid?
I think they paid. It was so. I think they paid for both initially.
Okay.
We were in one for just a couple days, and then their weekend rates were significantly higher than the other one's weekend rates.
Okay.
So she moved us there and paid for another couple days, and then we had. Then we called a couple of friends to ask them to pay while we were figuring stuff out.
Okay.
You know, at this point in time, you know, we had no car. We were. I had recently learned that my driver's license had been canceled by Virginia. Because I guess if you check, I had set up a mailing address when we were moving in Florida. Like it's like one of the services that'll scan your mail.
Okay.
And you know, it just seemed like a good idea for us. We weren't exactly sure where we were going to land, and we had problems with our mail disappearing to the point where we initially got a PO box. But I guess if you change your license address to an out-of-state address, they cancel it. And by the time that letter caught up with me, like I mean, it was years later, and I was so yeah, we were in the La Quinta for I'm not exactly sure how long. I think. I don't know, a couple weeks.
And that was prior to them to do 60.
Yeah, that's prior. We were at one that's kind of set up as a motel. They're not too. They're probably a couple miles apart. One's kind of set up like as a motel, like it all opens, to like exteriors, and then the second one was more of a traditional hotel.
Okay.
I think that might be called Midtown, but I'm not sure.
Still not happening.
So we met with Jim. We said that we wanted access to our own money. We wanted a vehicle. Mindy. So at this point, Mindy had tested positive again as pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Like we wanted her seeing a doctor of her choice.
And roughly when was that?
This is when we were at the hotel. This was our list of demands. So we didn't want to be depending on him for
What year roughly?
Oh, so this was 2022.
2022.
Yeah.
She's pregnant, and around what month of 22?
Did she get pregnant?
Yeah.
She tested. She tested in May, but she had already been pregnant. We think or I was told she'd already been pregnant for a little while.
Okay. Did she know if it was a boy or a girl, or?
We were told it was a girl.
Okay. And where were y'all told that?
After we left the hotel and got to 65th Street, there was a doctor who had come to the house that Mindy found.
What? To the house?
And he would meet with her, and she told me after one of her appointments that he had said that he'd done a test and that it was a girl.
Okay. Said he had tested and it was girl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what type of test it was. He would arrive with a bag and.
Okay. That's like a doctor bag?
Yeah, her doctor's bag,
Okay.
and then he would see her in the.
What typically calls a doctor like that?
I don't know.
Okay.
So this was. She said that she wanted to find somebody, and
Like I said, Mindy found it.
Mindy found him. Mindy contacted him. Mindy dealt with him. It was one of our other
Because
things.
I mean, there's like the doctor's office is in that area that they.
Yeah.
That's all I.
Yeah.
You know his name?
I don't.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I ever got it. He talked to me very little. But he would come. You know, she would talk to him.
How often had he came?
It varied. So when we,
How many times would you say he came?
Yeah, probably. I mean, we were there for 5 months. I guess probably about a dozen times. It wasn't all. So he came. He came more like earlier, and then later on he came. You know, and in between there would be, you know, sometimes it would be like once a month.
And yeah, he billed that to Medicare or Medicaid, whichever one's which, because I don't know which one either.
Yeah, that was but one of the only conversations I ever had with him. I filled out a form for that and put the number on it.
Okay. Okay, then what happened?
Probably October, mid to late October. Mindy's blood pressure started to get higher. She was very sensitive to medications. She'd been on Synthroid for years and had been told that she had to take the prescription only because there's less difference between the.
Okay.
No.
I'm sorry, that was for thyroid problems?
Yeah. There's less difference between the doses and the generic. And that she's very sensitive. Like when she increased her dose, like she had to do it very, very slowly. She couldn't do like a normal dose. She had issues with muscle relaxants and beta blockers.
So muscle relaxers and beta blockers?
Yeah. She had what appeared to be allergic reactions to both.
So the muscle relaxers, what were they for?
We've been in a bad car accident in October 2017. We were rear-ended at kind of high speed. And I saw the car coming behind us and braced a little. She was in the passenger seat and nodded and kind of like twisted her.
And so she got some back problems?
Yeah, she got injections like into her disc.
Then what happened? And then we're back with the blood pressure and the.
Yeah, so the doctor told her that she should be on bed rest, that she should not be interacting with her parents. There have been a couple of kind of a couple of real arguments there. One was that we'd considered moving to Atlanta because we thought her youngest brother, was going to be going to school there in the fall.
Okay. And they got upset over that?
No, we found it, and this had been, we'd been given like I think
Shut up, Amber.
He was Kennesaw State, and then we found out in late August that he'd actually failed all his classes and had lost his offer there. And we had been kind of thinking that was where we were gonna head.
Okay, but back to the no interaction with her parents, that he said they had a couple of arguments with you.
Yeah, that was one of them. And the other one was over, them regularly seeing Frank and Megan. She was very upset about that. She felt that Frank had, put us in a horrible position and had kind of betrayed us.
How did you feel about it?
I was extremely upset with Frank.
And she was upset too.
She was upset too. I think she was more upset. I kind of understood their situation. Like, at that point, Harper was their only grandchild, and did they not want to have a relationship with their grandchild? Like I don't know. I'm not a parent, but I can imagine this type of situation is pretty hard.
Okay. And then what happened?
She's
been placed on bed rest.
She's been placed on, she's been placed on bed rest. I was having to check her blood pressure every night. I was giving a little like digital sleeve that did it. It was kind of nice. And then she would report that.
Timmy said that y'all were in a 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
And she was not supposed to see her parents. How did that work out? She lied to get her between, or how did that?
Not really well. Like, I mean, she would basically, there were kind of 2 living areas. Our bedrooms were directly across from each other.
Okay.
With the only shared bathroom with a shower in between.
Okay.
So she would like send me messages like, hey, are they sitting kind of, so it was like an L-shaped house, so I would sit here kind of by the bedrooms and work, and there you had like this living area, dining area, the kitchen, and then it would jut towards the back, and there was like another living area.
So she kind of used you as her eyes.
Yeah, and she'd be like, hey, like, are they sitting, are they either in their bedroom or like sitting back there? And
Was it a big house?
no, sir.
So I made it difficult, isn't it?
It was not great.
And you said y'all were there for 5 months, roughly?
Roughly, yeah. We were discussing our options, with Jim, with them. They wanted to stay in the area. We wanted badly to leave the area. He said he would help find a suitable place for them until we got settled, and then we could potentially buy them something if that's what we decided to do. He said he wanted to get us to, we talked for some time about changing our names. He said that his plan was to have us go to Missouri for a brief time, change our names there with the court, and then to settle in kind of a rural area,
And this was Jim you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Near enough, medical so that, we could do all the baby stuff, but far enough that we would just kind of be, he said that he would tell us, to, cut contact with people, to not tell them.
And at this point, he's really not giving you anything.
Yes, at this point, yeah.
So no money at all.
Right.
Okay. And that's Gio.
Yeah. Around Thanksgiving, the week of Thanksgiving, Mindy had been trying a couple of new blood pressure medicines, and they were not working. She would like try one for a week, and then see if there was change. And her doctor came. They talked for a while, and she said that she told me that she had explained our situation. I'm sorry, can I back up?
Yeah.
In October, I think it was September 30th. Wayne showed up at the house.
Okay.
Not sure, forward? Yeah.
Okay.
He showed up with his brother. You know, I was shut, you know, it was kind of first thing in the morning. I was,
What's his brother's name?
Chester. I think it was by Chet.
Chester, Chet. Okay. What's his last name?
Kassotis, yeah. And
What were they driving?
they were driving a white SUV, a Sumer rental. It was the day that a hurricane was supposed to hit Savannah, but it ended up taking a bit north.
They were like a hot from
What?
them? Like a hot from them?
Yeah. Yeah. So what I was kind of coming out of the bathroom. I had coffee, and I saw, you know, there were shades in the front of the house. I saw, you know, somebody there, and I just assumed it was the house's owner coming to see if there had been storm damage.
So you saw him through the shades?
Yeah, I didn't realize who it was. Opened the door and was terrified. You know, they asked to come in. I said absolutely not. I asked how they found me. Lane said that he had he'd hired somebody and it wasn't that hard. He said he wanted me to come with him somewhere to talk. There was the house next door was under construction, and there were workers there. And you know, they started making a racket, and he and I, you know, it distracted him, and I shut the door. I wanted to leave immediately.
And explain to me, I mean, why are you desperately afraid of him?
I thought the last time I'd seen him, he'd taken a baseball bat.
Okay, from the baseball thing.
Yeah.
So that's why I used to, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense, I'm just trying.
Yeah, no. You know,
Had he ever hit you prior to that?
yeah.
Okay. What was his reason then, you think, for hitting you or attacking you?
I don't know. Things had gotten very bad with the family, and I never quite understood it. It started with my brother Chris. You know, kind of this, you know, this very antagonistic relationship, antagonistic attitude towards Mindi. And when I tried to like set some just very basic boundaries, like, hey, you know, I'm not going to talk to Chris, you know, and you know, I want you to respect our relationship. That was when things kind of jumped off. I mean, even when we were living with Frank and Megan, I think everybody in that house got calls or texts or emails from him trying to figure out where I was.
Okay. So after that, did they leave or?
Yeah, so he left. I went out the back of the, as is kind of, I guess, something that happens in Savannah. You have these almost alleys behind it, each street. So I went out the back door. You know, we locked the doors. You know, Mindi had her phone. I went out the back door and walked around the corner to where there was 2 blocks up. There's a hospital where there was normally security sitting in the parking lot, and and Jim picked me up from there. We got it. He said he didn't think we should be moving right away. Thought it was a bad time.
So Jim lives in Savannah?
I don't know where Jim lives.
I mean, he just showed up right then?
Yeah. He appeared to be in the area. It was not a long time. He brought me to a Target so that I could buy like a little video camera, like one of those security cameras. He said, this will make you feel safer, like they're going to be leaving the area, I think. Told me to contact the Savannah Police Department, file a report so that if he showed up at Mindy's mother's place of business.
I'm sorry, but is this the first trial that we get to ask a defense team, a defendant, where are the reports? So Jim takes this guy to a Target. Jim McIntyre takes this guy to a Target to help him buy a camera and whatever. We might get the receipts for this. And then says, you know what, you should go make a report. You should go to the police station and make a report. I want to see this report.
That she could both tell, like, the front desk, like, hey, this person shouldn't be allowed in, and like, please call the police, like, you can reference this report.
Okay.
Which I did.
Okay.
So I made a report with the Savannah Police Department at that time. Okay. Now, Thanksgiving week. I think it was the day after Thanksgiving. I believe it was that Friday. Her blood pressure had been really bad, and she said she had a long conversation with the doctor about the fact that, like, we felt like we'd been, stalked for years.
Mm-hmm.
We were very worried. I wanted her to go to the emergency room. She had at this point, I think, 3 pretty bad emergency room visits in a row.
Mm-hmm.
She had one way back in early 2017. She had hurt her back, and we went to the ER at Fort Belvoir, and the doctor treated her like she was there.
What? The doctor treated her like she was there?
The doctor treated her like she was there, like drug seeking, basically. And she was in horrible pain. So 4 bad ER visits, and that summer, July 2017, she had an abscess in her mouth that was in a lot of pain, and we went to an emergency room that was basically like the sea dentist, and she's like, I just want antibiotics until the dentist opens. I don't want pain medicine. I just want antibiotics. I'm worried about this infection in my head. We had been to a hospital in Beaufort, the emergency room, when she had COVID in late 2020, and did not feel like the care was good. And then, going, thinking, she was pregnant and being told that she had actually lost a baby. She did not want to go to the emergency room.
Okay.
So she talked to this doctor. She said that he was aware of the situation, that he worked at kind of like a birthing center, like he was affiliated, there were doctors there who had admitting privileges, but she felt she'd be more comfortable there. And that, we would, and she said that we would get her blood pressure under control, and then, we would be ready to leave. But I was in the process of looking at some apartments for her parents. So he said that he was going to pick her up at some point in the next few days so that I wasn't driving my car there.
So you wouldn't, I didn't understand, why would you not drive your car there?
Because we were still very worried about being met by Wayne.
And that was the doctor saying he would come by?
Yes, yeah. So I went to look at an apartment. We knew that Mindy's dad had hip replacement surgery coming up, so we were trying to find a place with minimal stairs, or like at least some option to avoid the stairs. So I went out. I think this was now. This is either Friday or Saturday of that week.
Okay.
I went out and I met with one person in Savannah. It would not have worked for him. I then drove out to Hilton Head, and she told me that she had fallen twice, and that she was having some bleeding. Like she had kind of breakthrough bleeding at points. She said that the doctor told her this was completely normal. Like 20% of women will have some level of bleeding throughout their pregnancy.
Okay.
So I was in Hilton Head. She said, I said I was worried, and I was going to come right back. She said that the doctor was on the way, and would be back shortly. That she would be there shortly, and that she would let me know. She sent me a message that she had been checked in, that like they were going to figure out over the next couple of days how long she was going to be there. And
Did she say she got checked in?
Yeah.
And this was the week roughly Thanksgiving?
Yeah, this was either Friday or Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
I went back to the house, and she wasn't there, and let Jim know that she was, going to this birthing center with this doctor that she had been working with. And he told me, so Frankie and Betsy were not there. They'd gone to Hilton Head for the holiday. Matthew works at a kind of Cajun restaurant down there called Kenny B's. They like fried cookies or something. So he can make extra money if he's there for that. So they were down there together. Jim told me when they came back that he'd prefer, while we were figuring out what was going on, not to tell them that she wasn't in the house. That he didn't want them saying something. He was uncomfortable with the setup of her being elsewhere when we had issues just shortly before. I talked to her. We were texting. We texted on and off Sunday. She seemed.
What do you recall her number was?
I don't recall her number.
Do you call your number?
Yeah. We switched numbers a lot.
So it was on the Signal app?
Yeah, it was on the Signal app.
Okay.
We switched numbers a lot throughout this time, just because we were, if I had one too long, I would start getting text on it saying, that, I found your new number, I'm gonna kill you, that I assumed, that I assumed were from Wayne.
Okay.
And, they came back Sunday afternoon. Monday or Tuesday, I woke up to a message saying that, that she had talked to them and they felt like she's going to be there at least an extra couple of days, and that we should be prepared to depart the area as soon as she was released. I was asked to, maybe this was Sunday. First, Sunday I was asked to get all our stuff in order, to like pack everything up, which was no small task. We had a bunch of stuff.
Who asked you that?
She did. So she said like, hey, can you get things packed up just so we have it ready to go.
Okay.
So I went.
So what did that include?
I mean, it included, we had taken some personal effects with us when we initially left Alexandria that were, the things that were important to us, but like all our clothes, books, electronics, all toiletries. She had like a lot of makeup.
You had like when you haul for.
Yeah, no. So I figured that at this point I had a Ford Explorer that I had gotten while we were there. I got my Georgia driver's license. I had purchased a new Ford Explorer. And with, it had a third row seat that you could knock down and create like a decent amount of packing space. So I started, repacking all of our stuff that had been, unpacked for months.
So when did you get that Explorer?
July or August,
Okay.
Late July, early August.
I think now might be an appropriate time.
Give a call.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and break for lunch. It's 12:30. I'm going to ask you to be back here no later than 1:45. So you've got about an hour and 15 minutes.
1:45. All right. We're in recess. I really like this lady's bangs. They work for her.
All right, the jury's out. We'll recess for lunch.
Oh, Your Honor, before we what? Yeah, this is weird. So it's like, if I say that Nicholas Kassotis is weird, how are so many other characters in this story also just odd? It's like the whole web.
Okay. All right. We're in recess. Thank you.
All right, so we don't get any clarification on that. And you guys, they said they'd be back at 1:45 p.m. That's an hour and 1 minute from now. What do I think about the case so far? I mean, on day one, I never would have expected that we'd be here. The parents, the demeanor, the answers from the parents kind of made it was like an upheaval for me yesterday. Like, I have more questions. And then now we're hearing some of this audio recording. Some of the stuff that the parents both said yesterday seems almost word for word what's in here. And is that because Nicholas Kassotis told them all of that and they remember it? When he told them those things in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and I think they spoke once in 2023? Or did they have conversations with Tracy Sands and they're remembering things because of the questions that Tracy Sands asked them? And that's not supposed to just be a criticism or an implication. Like, I'm not asking anyone to draw an inference if there's anything nefarious there. But sometimes the way an investigator asks a question, that can associate you can remember that. And the way you remember that question, you think that the memory of the thing they're asking you about is now your firsthand memory. So a little bit interesting there on some of the wording. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, RMX, I think this is leaning towards guilty, and if nothing else, just because some of the content is so unbelievable, so out there, so bizarre, that it's like, what other more reasonable explanation would there be? But at the same time, a lot of this isn't going to the actual crime. This isn't really helping establish what weapon was used. Was it Nick Kassotis that used that weapon to do the thing? Like, we don't have DNA for Nicholas Kassotis on the items that the state is telling us Nicholas Kassotis dumped out in the woods with Mindy's body. So, and again, we're in the state's case in chief. Doug could have something up his sleeve. I have huge questions. I have huge questions about so many things. But you've got a jury that's sitting there. They're asked to determine who dismembered somebody. And we've got these stories of a guy named Jim McIntyre telling Nicholas Kassotis to do all of these different things. Do you think that the jury is just going to be like, yeah, you know what? Even if Nicholas Kassotis might have done something, it was Jim's fault. Or maybe Jim did that. I just don't think we're there. The charges. Okay, hold on. I think this might be. I think I have a picture of it. Let me make sure. Move my banner. So, malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, concealing death of another, possession of firearm or knife during commission or attempt to commit certain felonies. Then I think it was 5 counts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Possession of tools for commission of a crime. Removal of human body parts from scene of death / dismemberment, tampering with evidence. So there you go. There's the rundown on the charges. I rewatched part of it. I started watching the mom and then skipped over to the dad and didn't get through finishing the dad and didn't get back to go watch the mom. But I don't know. I think there's some interesting stuff. I think maybe there's something to be made of family matters and money. And what's really confusing is we have a mix of weird backstory that seems to be untruthful so take these conversations with Kassotis that he's having in these Twitter messages, and he's talking about this adoption thing and his real family and some immigration issue with the UK. Did Jim tell him all of that stuff? Because when it was just a Twitter message, it might be like, all right, he's trying to spit game. He's lying to finesse a woman, so he's interested in speaking to him. And that's lying all the same, but is it lying to do something more egregious? Maybe, maybe not. But now we're having this interview where he's getting into this fake parent blood story and the DNA test, echoing the same things he told women, or at least one woman he was trying to flirt with. He's telling the same thing to an investigator now. So now that we have this same context being volunteered by Kassotis in that context, he's not trying to spit game at Tracy Sands, I don't think. Maybe. now he's trying to create some storyline, or he's telling a truthful storyline, which leads us to the question, do we believe that Jim McIntyre exists? Do we think Jim McIntyre is non-existent? Do we think Jim McIntyre exists but didn't do any of these things, but maybe he is a real person somewhere? It's just all over the place. It's just all over the place. Who else had motive? I think the best way for defense to point to a third party culprit might not necessarily just to say some guy Jim was out to get him, but we have to get to that money motive. Money can be a very powerful motive. The state's using a money motive. The state's theory is that Kassotis' motive for killing Mindi was to escape a $1.5 million judgment awarded to his first wife, Heather. And that doesn't really connect for me either, quite frankly. Heather's supposed to be called to testify, so maybe we'll get there when we get more information about that topic, that subject matter. But right now, if money's supposed to be the motive, I can picture money being the motive on the flip side. There could have been somebody else that heard Nicholas Kassotis was about to come up on some money. Sure, he was pitching it as some software deal he was selling as a contract, but it could have been in relation. It could have actually been his work as an author. And when I say this, I've said it, this is going to be my third time this stream, I think. When I say that there's a stigma about writers, I'm not personally trying to insult anybody that's an artist or does writing. But I think of the character like Brian Griffin from Family Guy, and how when you're introducing your boyfriend or girlfriend to your parents for the first time, and you think your parents are snooty and want to know that they have a good job because they care about you and want you to have a secure future, there could be a stigma if, you're trying to introduce, well, I'm in love with a struggling artist, mom and dad. And mom and dad are going to be like, are you sure you have a good future with someone that doesn't have a solid source of income? So what if this whole software engineering thing is some grandiose story that's super hyperbolized, not real? It is a lie. It's not true. But the purpose of it was just I don't want to admit that I'm an author and that that's my source of income. And if we get there and then get to the point where we find out maybe Sony's giving 6 figures, 7 figures to Nicholas Kassotis for the rights to one of his stories. Maybe somebody got wind of that and there was somebody that wanted that money. Maybe family members. Mindi, they have this Hilton Head property. Hilton Head screams money to me. That's what I think of when I hear Hilton Head. What if parents are getting older? There's wills. What if dad's about to have hip surgery and we don't want something to happen and money could go to Mindi? I don't know. The things that families do to each other when a loved one passes away and leaves behind an inheritance or doesn't will it out properly, the things that happen to families it spirals. It's insane. So I don't know if we'll get there, but I'm just saying there is an alternative. There is a possibility that somebody was out with a money motive for somebody in some way. I can't tell you if we'll get there. Let's see. Talking about insurance here. We're talking about car insurance. Let's see. I do think one thing that's helpful, I think the second wife was so damning for the defense because it's just such an emotional thing. And it's establishing the guy will lie at any turn. To the point where, forget that there was a murder here. Let's say this was a civil case. And somebody is accusing Nicholas Kassotis of committing fraud in making an insurance claim, right? This is all hypothetical. This is just, let's role play as a chat. Car's burned. Nicholas Kassotis calls it in, hey, my car caught fire. Oh, it happened to catch fire the morning that I just got this $800,000 cashier's check. And let's assume it's true. He did pay a $50,000 down payment earnest money deposit already. So he committed $50,000. And there are ways that you can get some of that back, but it's usually written in that if this deal falls through, you can't get it back. But maybe there's a clause that says if act of God gets in the way, which presumably a spontaneous car fire caused by an engine issue might fall in that category. I don't know. Maybe he thought he could get that $50K back. Maybe he knew he couldn't. I don't know what to make of that $50,000 deposit. But let's say this all happens. There's no murder. Mindi never existed. There was no second marriage. He's just the day he's about to make this down payment, he claims that this car not only burned up, but that he had $800K in that car that he lost and puts that as part of his insurance claim. If that's just the context we're looking at, could we see a motive for Nicholas Kassotis to make a fraudulent claim? Or perhaps cause that fire, that car fire? Which is more likely? It's completely accidental, just pure coincidence. It was done for the $800K. It was done to get out of buying the home. Because that alone makes me think that that's a pretty big thing to lie about. And I really think Dizzy is I know a lot of people, Dizzy's one of them. I was like, why did this car, when did the car burn? Why was it so far removed from when Mindi's body was dumped? Why would you leave the van up and running for so long? Why would you burn it months later to destroy evidence? Wouldn't you do something with it sooner? I really think that he burned this car solely in relation to this house thing. He wanted to get out of buying this house. So I don't know. I don't know. But the other thing, and Alicia says you're onto something with someone's definitely fictitious. Started with Jim, now I'm leaning Mindi. And that's the other thing. I don't know how much I think Mindi. I think there's a chance that Mindi was along for the ride on living like this. Let's play out like fictitious claims a little bit. I would not ever get to the level where I would say Mindi expected her husband that maybe she had this, fictitious, grandiose explanation that she gave to her parents. Like, yeah, he's a software engineer. Maybe she knew he wasn't a software engineer, but I don't see what could get me to the level that she knew that Nicholas Kassotis could potentially unalive her and dismember her. So either she didn't think he was capable of doing that, or, some of these things that they told their parents, to what extent could they just be white lies? And is a pattern of white lies enough to make someone beyond a reasonable doubt capable, willing of carrying out these all of this? So I don't know. All just food for thought. All just food for thought. That's all just me trying to take one detail and reconcile it and express my thought process out loud. Yeah, I want these bank records. I don't know. And again, this idea that he goes and wants to get in another relationship is the only answer, that it's some sinister play-by-play of moving to the next wife and doing something weird with another wife? Or is it something happened? I don't know why things went crazy. But I want to move on because as a person, I have an issue with being alone. What is Tay Biz theory here? Mindi wanted a thrill and fell for the car salesman. Oh, Mindi was Jamie Lee Curtis in True Lies. So I would say if Nicholas Kassotis didn't do this, I think the most important pieces are what's going on with this this Airbnb rental. This door lock that was busted that apparently the landlord mentioned when she gave a statement she did an interview with Investigator Sands. But she didn't remember when she was asked about it. What's going on with this broken door? What's going on with the parents moving around, living with from kids to kids? They move out so Mindi and Nicholas can move in with Frank III and his wife Megan, who's a toxicologist. Frank's a cop. But then they move out. They want to move out to the point where Frank III starts an eviction process to get them out. But then the parents pay for a hotel for 1 week and then 2 weeks. And then we get this rental. And then the parents move in the rental. And the appliances don't work. The landlord was like, well, we went over there. We wanted to be friendly. And they had 3 other people that were staying there. Parents forget that Matthew, the bonus child, was staying there. The landlord knows that there's 3 other people. She doesn't know their names that would be there. But that the tenant, she knew the names of Mindi, who they learned was expecting a child, and Nicholas. So all of these people reasonably believe that Mindi was pregnant. And while I don't think she was actually pregnant, really the only conclusion we have from the medical examiner is that there was nothing to signal that she was pregnant. Not a full ruling out that she wasn't. Why did all these people think Mindi was pregnant? Also saw her feeling ill. We have testimony from the father saying, and maybe we could just run that part back. The father, the state's trying to establish the last known time Mindi was seen alive by somebody. And she's asking the father, before you left to go to Hilton Head, to go check out your son and his friend's restaurant thing for the turkeys and the Thanksgiving, did you see Mindi? When was the last time you saw Mindi? And he's like, well, I think we left to go to Hilton Head the day before Thanksgiving, that Wednesday. So I think it was the day before that Tuesday, or maybe a few days before that. Okay, and how did you see her? She came out of her bedroom. She was feeling ill, and she went to the bathroom and then went back to her bedroom. Is that not weird to anybody? You're going away for a holiday. You live in a single-story housing unit. And the last time you physically see somebody before you leave on a holiday, knowing that they're not feeling well and may also be very pregnant, because this would have been like November 22nd-ish, and they believed her due date was January 8th. You just have her feeling ill, going to the room, and you're going away for a holiday centered around food. You don't go and see if she wants a plate or what she's doing for her food plans, or go and make sure she doesn't actually want to come along for the trip. You just walk out of the house and don't say anything. And the father had a judgment around, granted, 2020, but they made it seem like, oh, we were moving around and living with our children and their spouses for their benefit. But yet the father loses his financial advisor license in 2020, has a judgment against him where he has financial damages to pay. And none of that's mentioned yesterday. Yeah, Alicia D says the dad even said she looked terrible. And I'll tell you this, it was nice to see the friend seemed to have sadness. And I know people grieve differently, but I thought it was a little weird that we just didn't get to something that felt like grief from the parents. It didn't even seem like they told us they felt grief. The dad tried to say, she's with God now. That's, as a pastor, as a minister, that's how we look at death. But they didn't ask any questions about the hospital, which hospital it was at. The dad said he assumed it was like a military affiliated hospital nearby, but yet he apparently asked about a lawsuit. How do you ask about suing somebody, but you don't even know what hospital? Hell, I think it's this. A whole lot of skeletons in closets with everyone in this is what it sounded like. And it could be something where, maybe the parents aren't complicit in anything heinous, but they just wanted to keep their own stuff under the rug. But what is it? I don't know. I don't know. I could just be looking at something that's really a nothing burger. I don't know. Oh, man. Yeah, Jordy, this too. I think her parents were more than happy to stay silent and quiet about any and everything if their rent is paid and they're living rent free. Yep, and their rent was paid through that March, April-ish time period in 2023. So, yeah, no hug goodbye. So, I don't know. Shout out to the ones you love, man, that would check on you before a holiday, before leaving. Like, imagine being Mindi. Like, let's take this at face value. Mindi, your husband's about to kill you. Your parents go see your other sibling. They don't say bye. That's how your life ends. That's horrible. Yeah, T. Wood, so the 800,000 mention came in when the third wife was on the stand. She mentioned that the day that Nicholas was supposed to close on a house, and she said we when she was talking, but she did specifically say, she explicitly stated that they were looking for houses for Nicholas, and it seemed like this would be in his name, that he was going to make the purchase. And he put down some down payment of some amount, and Doug ends up telling us, suggesting $50K when he does his cross. But while we're on direct, we find out that the morning of, he goes to go get a cashier's check, and then he's unresponsive. He doesn't come back when she would expect that he would have already been home to take care of this, and not really answering. And then finally, she gets a text message from him that says, my car, it was like a typo, my car burst, like bunny, my car bunny into flames. I forget, buddy into flames. My car buddy into flames, but it was supposed to be burst. And then when she gets on the phone, she ends up, I think he hands the phone to a paramedic. She's also trying to ask, like, hey, well, can you just get the check out of the car? Can you get the stuff out of the car? And the paramedic has to explain that it's not possible. Like, everything's gone. Like, the stuff's completely burned to the ground. So I don't know. That's where the 800K thing comes into play. So either he had some 800K cashier's check, and someone said you can reissue it, but I don't know if that was truthfully the case, and maybe she didn't know she should tell him, go ask for them to reissue it. I think the point of that was, oops, that 800K is gone, whether there was 800K or not at all, and now that deal has to fall through on the property. So yeah, so Dizzy, I would think that he reported the car fire. I mean, he was told to take pictures of it. But I think there's kind of two questions here. Like, did you report it and file an insurance claim versus was it known that there was a car fire? So paramedics were on the scene. And in my opinion, there should be some type of response report because paramedics showed up. I don't think it's a lie that a paramedic showed up because a different voice was talking to Mindi. Unless he went like this. like just change his voice. But as far as an insurance claim, that I'm interested in seeing if we get an insurance claim on the vehicle. Did the police interview all the family? I think we're going to find out who exactly was interviewed, and I'm sure anyone that they didn't interview that would be relevant, Doug's going to ask when we get to cross-examination of Tracy Sands. I think Tracy will be on the stand for a while because we have to play this audio through, and he's got a lot of material to cover. Also, huge shout out here, Michelle. Thank you for the 5. Says, with the parents acting so weird, I wonder when the last person besides Nick or her parents that saw her alive or heard her voice on the phone. So remember, we had questions from the prosecution with the mom, and the mom specified, that it was through a message. She didn't hear on the phone. That was good questioning by the prosecutor. And I want to give a bit of grace to the prosecutor. Like, the questions can be long, drawn out, awkward. But one thing that I appreciate is we've said some things like, why would you ask that? That doesn't help your case. And maybe she's asking because she thinks it helps her case and whatever. But when a prosecutor asks something that gets more information in front of the jury, despite it not being something that would likely help their theory of the case be more acceptable, I think that's good. I think it's good when a prosecutor is okay with asking questions that elicit information, even if it might not be inculpatory or go to the defendant's guilt. So we've been critical of the prosecutor here mostly because of the repetitive questions and seemingly disorganized presentation. But I do want to give a little shout there in that regard. Also, Lawnerd Amber, thank you. And thank you, chat, for showing so much love when Lawnerd Amber dropped these gifted subs. Super appreciated. Everybody's turning green. Squirrel Brain says, and so good to see you, Squirrel Brain. Like, Squirrel Brain's like, there's an investigator on the stand. Let me show my face. The weird eye blinking thing right before this witness. Do you think Kassotis is signaling his security detail? So Kassotis does do, and it's like, I think my thing is flipped, but what would be his left eye seems to go like this more. And I don't know if that's just a tick or if it's matching when he's thinking about something. But very funny here. We've talked about possible signaling in the YSL trial. Like, is someone pulling at an earpiece? What's going on? What's going on your computer there, ADA Sprinkle? But wouldn't it be something if Kassotis is signaling to some gym somewhere in the courtroom? And good to see you, Squirrel Brain. Thank you for the 5. Kissin' Pink needed 15 minutes for tequila. Says, I'm all out. I can't do this part without it. This is a comfort break. Guys, these audios, I think it's easier to understand now than when they first started playing it. Maybe Sands like moved the thing to a better position a few minutes in. But yeah, these aren't fun to listen to. It's also not helpful that that Kassotis in his responses is like just going on and on and on and on. So the nature of his answers plus the audio quality makes it a little bit frustrating to follow. Just a whole mess. Also, Kissin' Pink, hope to see you at Club Classy tonight. I think 8 p.m. Eastern over on Classy's channel. Hope you guys hang out with us. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Classy kind of does like an MC for people that are submitting their music. It's incredible the quality of music and talent you will hear over there. And really fun, because like Kissin' Pink, how many times have we made like a YSL joke over there? Like, you'll be hanging out with people you know, meet some new people, and it's a great way, especially on a Friday, to decompress. So make sure you save some of that tequila. Curious Coco, also thank you for the 5. Good to see you, and thank you for standing up for upstate New York earlier. Like, yeah, an upstate New Yorker would have had some questions before it got this far. Holy moly. RMX says, how long has this trial been going? This is day 4. So, day 4. They're going to be back at 1:45, so about 30 minutes, 31 minutes, they'll be back. So this is your chance, guys, comfort break and get your snacks because we've got more interview audio recordings to get through. Do you guys want to do a replay, a little bit of Dad's testimony? And it's interesting because today has just taken the focus. You have this focus on the locations, like the housing, and the time frame. But like the focus is in such a different realm, like the relationships, the dynamics, the interpersonal and interpersonal stuff, rather than like, all right, here's a crime scene, here's a physical location, here's a Rubbermaid tub, here's a box of our evidence we're going to show you. It's like left brain, right brain a little bit. Okay, so let's do the dad. I think the dad was a bit longer than 30 minutes, but maybe if we do it at like 1.5, we can see the whole thing before lunch is back from lunch. Day 3. And if you're trying to follow names, Frank Mebane III is the dad. That's who we're going to rewatch. Frank Mebane IV is the son. And the son had a property in Hilton Head. He has a wife named Megan. And the parents were living with them at a time. Then Mindi and Nicholas moved in. And then the parents moved out. And then eventually the brother starts an eviction, but it seems like the eviction was started as a way to prod the security company to finally approving and permitting a move to another location. So, I don't know if that's even helpful to help things track, but I hope it helps. So let's queue up. Let me mute it till we get there. And that's mom. Oh, okay. Maybe the dad wasn't on that long. 6:30. All right. If we speed it up, we'll get through a good part of it.
Third.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Yes, I see, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. There's a microphone right in front of you, so if you could try to, as best as you can, speak to that microphone.
Okay.
Okay. Can you please tell us your full name and how you spell it for the court reporter?
Frank, F-R-A-N-K, Mebane, M-E-B-A-N-E, the third.
And Mr. Mebane, if at any time you don't understand a question, please just let me know and I'll try to stop and rephrase it for you, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Mebane, do you work right now?
No, I'm retired.
Okay. What did you do before you retired?
A lot of different things. You want to know all of them?
What was the last one?
The last one. I was a financial advisor for 6 years.
Okay. And before that?
I was a minister for 22 years.
Okay. And as a minister, was that in addition or was that your primary job?
That was my primary job.
Okay. And in those two professions, you've now stopped doing those, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. As a full-time work is what I mean,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And are you currently married?
Yes, I am.
Who are you married to?
Betsy.
And how long were you two married or have you been married?
47 and a half years.
Okay. Do you have children?
Yes, we do.
How many children?
We have 3.
What are their names?
Mindi, Frank the fourth, and Matthew.
Okay. Oldest to youngest?
Yes.
Okay. And are you close to your kids?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do any of them still live with you now or have they moved out?
They moved out.
Okay. Matthew being the youngest, he's also already out of the household now?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Is there a time when you met Nicholas James Kassotis?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us How you met him?
Our daughter, Mindi, introduced us to him.
Okay. And did they ultimately get married?
Yes, they did.
Do you remember where they were living when they got married?
In Mount Vernon, Virginia.
Okay. Did you visit them there?
Yes,
And when you visited them there, do you recall, was that a house or was it an apartment? What kind of place was it?
it was a house.
Okay. Do you know who owned the house?
I believed it was Nick.
Okay. And she moved in with him to his house?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know what happened to that house?
not exactly, no.
Okay. At some point, did they ever move out of that house?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And what was Mindi doing, if you know, for a living while she was living up in Virginia?
Well, she graduated with a master's in public service or something like that. And she was working for different, like, nonprofit.
Okay.
I think it was the last one. Or
Do you think it's kind of weird that he doesn't know that?
no, the name was KKR.
Okay. And at that point, do you know what Mr. Kassotis was doing for a living?
He was in the Navy, worked at the Pentagon.
Do you know what his title was in the Navy at the Pentagon?
You mean his rank?
If you know his rank.
No, I know he worked for JAG.
Okay. Do you know if he was an attorney?
Yes,
Okay. And when he was in the JAG in what branch of the service, you said?
Navy.
Do you know if he remained in the Navy after they got married?
I believe so, but I'm not sure exactly when he left or not.
Okay. So you know at some point he did leave. You just don't recall exactly when.
Correct.
Okay. And when they got married, he was in the Navy at that point?
I believe so.
Okay. Did there come a time when you and your wife started to live with any of your kids?
Yes.
Who did you live with?
We lived with Frank IV and his wife.
Okay. That would be Mindy's younger brother?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you live with them?
In Hilton Head,
South Carolina?
South Carolina.
Okay. Where are you from originally?
Florida.
Okay. And by way of Florida, you wound up in South Carolina with them?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately when you moved in with Frank and Megan? If you know.
Around 2016, I believe.
Okay. And at that point, did you stay with them for quite a while?
Yes.
Did there come a time, well, let me back up for a second. Why were you living with them?
Well, my wife had been laid off from her job in Augusta, and I was still working as a financial advisor, and she was laid off, and she came down to Savannah and got a job the next day.
Oh.
And so she started living with them, and then that's when we decided we would move in with them.
Okay. So was she working in Savannah then?
Yes.
Did that make it more convenient?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And being a financial advisor, did that allow you some more flexibility?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And you said that was in Hilton Head, is that right?
Yes.
When you were living with Frank and Megan, at any point did any of your other kids move in?
Yes.
Who moved in?
Mindi and Nick. And
Okay.
of course, Matthew was with us because he was in high school.
Okay. So for a while there, it was Mindi, Nick, Matthew, you and your wife living with Frank and Megan?
Matthew wasn't there. By that time, we had moved.
Okay. So at some point there were some overlap.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, you said, I believe you moved in with them in approximately 2016, meaning Frank and Megan. Do you recall when Mr. Kassotis and your daughter Mindi moved in with them? If you recall.
It had to be 2022.
Okay. And at some point, can you tell us, were you living there with Frank and Megan the whole time that Mr. Kassotis and Mindi were there?
No.
Okay. Was there a period of time that you moved out of that location?
Yes, Matthew and I moved to Dublin, Georgia,
Okay. Why did you go up to Dublin, Georgia?
because he was going to be a senior in high school, and he played baseball. And with the COVID, they weren't going to play baseball in Hilton Head, but they were going to play in Dublin, Georgia. And so we moved to Dublin so he could play.
Okay. When you say we, who moved up to Dublin?
Matthew and I did.
Okay. And where did Mrs. Betsy stay?
She stayed with Frank IV and Megan at their house in Hilton Head.
Okay. And do you recall how long you were up in Dublin with Matthew?
I had a lease for at least a year, so I think it might have been 13 months.
Okay. At some point, did you come back down from Dublin?
Yes.
And did Matthew join you?
No, he was in, by that time he had already started college, junior college.
Okay. So Matthew heads off to college and you moved back down to Hilton Head. Is that right?
Correct.
Who was living with you when you got back down to Hilton Head after Matthew went off to college?
Frank IV, his wife Megan, their little girl Harper, and Mindi and Nick.
Okay. Was your wife there too?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. So at that point, were there any pets in the house?
Yes.
What pets?
They had Rusty. Mindi and Nick had Rusty.
Okay. Did there come a time when you left that residence, meaning the one in Hilton Head with Frank and Megan?
You mean after I came back from Dublin?
After you came back from Dublin, you said you stayed there for a while.
Correct.
Do you know how long that was approximately?
With all of us there?
Mhm.
Maybe 5 months, 6 months,
Okay. And at
maybe a little bit longer than that.
okay. So at some point you said it was about 5-6 months, maybe a little bit longer. You're in Hilton Head with Frank and Megan. Is that right? Okay. And Mindi and Mr. Kassotis are there too. You and your wife.
Correct.
Okay. What caused you to leave?
Well, I took Matthew, the younger son, to play baseball in Illinois for the summer.
Okay.
And when I was up there with him, that's when Mindi and Nick moved out of their house, and I came back, they were gone.
Okay. Do you know where Mindi and Mr. Kassotis moved to when they left Frank IV and Megan's place in Hilton Head?
At first, they moved to a hotel that my wife got for them.
Okay. And did they go anywhere after that, if you know?
They went to another hotel, and then we went to 65th Street in Savannah.
Okay. Now, there sounds like there was a fair amount of moving going on. Is that right?
Correct.
Do you know how the belongings got moved when people were moving about?
I know Mindi and Nick had tubs, big
What-
black tubs,
What kind of tubs were they? Can you describe them for me?
like big tubs that you put stuff in for like Christmas decorations, you know, big, I don't know how big, I mean, they were big tubs.
Okay. And you're making some gestures with your hand, approximately as wide as my hands are. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would it be fair to say about 3 to 4 feet?
Yes,
Okay. And they were tall and deep?
yes,
And that's about maybe 2 or 3 feet?
correct,
Okay. And they would move their belongings in those tubs. Is that right?
yes,
So there was not a moving company, was there?
No.
Okay. And not moving boxes, but rather these tubs?
correct.
Okay. Now, when you moved from Hilton Head, you said down to Savannah, did there ever come a time when you left the hotels and wound up in a more permanent type of place?
Yes, that was at a house on 65th Street.
Okay. And how did you come to be at that location, house?
Mindi and Nick found it, and I went over and loaded them up from the hotel and moved them into the house.
Did they have a car at the time?
No,
Okay. And you said you loaded them up. Do they have tubs at that time too?
yes,
And-
along with Rusty, I'm sorry.
Okay. So they didn't leave Rusty behind, right?
No, no.
Okay. So do you know if Mr. Kassotis was working at that point?
Yes, I thought he was.
What did you think
he was on his computer?
Okay.
Working long hours.
Okay. Did he tell you what his work involved?
Not exactly, no.
Okay.
We knew he was working on something that was secretive.
Okay. Did he tell you that?
Both Mindi and Nick did, yes.
Okay. Did you ever see what was on his computer screen when he was working?
No.
Did you look?
No, because I knew I wasn't supposed to.
Okay. When you say you weren't supposed to, who told you that you weren't supposed to?
I just knew that it was secretive, and maybe that's my background. I'm not inquisitive.
Okay. And at that point, that was at the house in Savannah?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mindi working?
No.
Do you know why not?
No. Health-wise, she couldn't work, but also that there was a way for her to work. I mean, she didn't have a computer, and she was at the house the whole time, so there really was no way to work.
Okay. Had you ever heard any information concerning their safety being at risk, that being Mr. Kassotis and Mindi?
Oh, yes, all the time.
Tell us about that. What happened?
Well, it was way back before they even moved out of Virginia. We were told that they had people who were after them, and that they had to be very careful what they were doing and where they were moving, and you had to be cognizant of everything that was around you at the time to make sure that nothing was, no one was following us or anything like that.
Was Mindi afraid?
Oh, yes.
Did you believe she was afraid?
Yes, very much.
Okay. And when she was at the house in Savannah, did she go out much?
I never saw her outside.
Okay. What about Mr. Kassotis? Did he go out?
He would go out at night or go out in the backyard to brush Rusty, but that was about it.
Did he have friends over?
No,
Did you have any company that ever came over to the house?
no.
Now, did you ever hear reference to a security team?
Oh, yes, all the time.
Tell the jury what you heard, what was told to you.
Well, they told us that there was a security team that was caring for them, but they would have to get everything approved by the security team before we could, if we had any questions about what was going on, they would have to ask the security team and come back with their answers. And then if we were moving, they would have to check with the security team to let us know if it was okay if I came back to the house. So it was all the time.
Would that be daily?
Oh, yes.
Do you know where the money was coming from to pay for everything?
I thought it was the security team.
Okay. So you and your wife were not paying for it?
Just like I said, when they first moved out of the house in Hilton Head, my wife paid for hotel for a while, and we would buy groceries and things like that. That was about it.
Okay. And at that point, was your wife still working during the day?
Oh, yes.
Do you know where she was working?
Hunter McLean Law Firm.
Okay. And do you know what she did for them?
I think they call him an administrative assistant now.
Okay. And in that capacity, would you go to work Monday through Friday?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you know what time she would leave in the morning for work?
I would take her to work about 8:30,
Okay. And then what time would she get home?
5:30.
How'd she get home?
I picked her up.
So you drive her to and from work every day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working yourself at that point?
No, not by the time we were there.
Okay. Was anyone else home during the day with you? Meaning anybody who lived there?
Oh, Mindi and Nick were always there with Rusty.
Okay. Now, did there come a time where there was a mention of Microsoft?
Yes, that was way back when when we were told that he left the Navy, they were working on something for Microsoft. And that's why they needed a security team to protect them.
So Mr. Kassotis needed a security team because he was working for Microsoft on something secret?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, that started, you said back in Virginia?
Correct.
Okay, so this happened back in, do you know what year that was approximately? If you know.
I don't recall exactly when that was.
Okay, but it was while they were still in Virginia.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see any work product from Microsoft from him?
No.
Did he ever show you any paperwork from Microsoft?
No.
Did he ever show you any computer software?
No.
So during the day while Mr. Kassotis worked from the house, what did you do?
Well, after I took my wife to work, I was told to, I'd come back, take a shower, and then when I would leave for lunch, sometimes to go to lunch with her, other times to go just to lunch, but I couldn't come back until 3 o'clock or a little after, and I'd have to call and check and make sure that security was okay for me to come back.
Who told you that you weren't allowed to be in the house?
Mindy and Nick.
So they told you you had to leave the house?
Correct.
How often did you have to leave the house?
Every day.
From when to when?
Usually right before lunch until after 3 o'clock or so.
Okay. And how did you know that it was okay to come home?
I would send a message on the Signal app and ask if it was okay if I could come home.
And who would you send that message to?
To Nick.
I saw you just nod. Do you see him here today?
Yes, right over there.
The record can reflect he's pointed to the defendant. Had you ever used Signal app before?
No.
How did you learn of Signal app?
I believe it was Mindy who showed me how to even download it and how to use it.
Okay. And on Signal app, just so we're clear, is that a texting or a voice communication?
Texting.
Text. Okay. And so you would send the messages to Mr. Kassotis by way of that phone app?
Correct.
And would he then indicate whether or not it was okay for you to return to the residence?
Yes.
How long after they were married did they start moving around? Do you know? Approximately.
I couldn't tell you exactly, but it wasn't very long.
Okay. But it was after they were married.
Yes.
Okay. Did you believe them when they told you that they were in danger?
Oh, yes.
Did there come a time when you started to doubt that?
I always had questions. That's kind of like what I was saying before about the security team. And I would ask questions and, like what's going on with different things. And then they would come back and say, security team said, we can't answer that.
Okay. Did there come a time when you ultimately left the Savannah residence?
Yes.
And where did you wind up staying at that point?
Betsy and I moved to a condo in Hilton Head.
Okay. And I'm jumping ahead for just a moment. Was there any specific way that you had to get into that unit, that facility for the condos? How did you get into the building complex?
They had a security gate that you had to get approval, like a pass to get in.
Okay. And when you ultimately moved to that residence, did you have to provide that pass to somebody?
Yes, there was a security guard when you drove in.
Okay. Did you ever have any visitors at that location?
Matthew came and visited us.
Did he have to get a parking pass also?
Yes.
What was the name that the residence was reserved under for the parking pass?
Nicholas Kassotis.
So at that point, did that give you suspicions?
Yes, we had suspicions, but we were told that, we would get all the answers at some point in time.
Okay. So let's go back. You're at the house in Savannah. Did Mr. Kassotis and your daughter ever talk to you about a change of name?
Yes.
What did she tell you specifically?
She told us that his name was going to be changed to Nicholas Stark.
Did she tell you why?
For security reasons.
Okay. And that name, Nicholas Stark, did he start using it?
Yes, he even got like a bag, like a briefcase like thing that had Stark on it. I
Okay.
remember that.
Did you ever receive any mail that said the name Nicholas Stark?
I never saw any.
Okay. What about Amazon packages? Did you ever receive any of those at the house?
Yes, they got plenty of packages.
Okay. And was there anything of note that was received in those packages to you? Anything that drew your attention?
Well, they got some clothes for like Mindy, that she really hadn't had any clothes in quite a long time.
Okay.
Like I said, the briefcase, other things, I don't remember exactly.
Okay. But you saw some things with the name Stark on them?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever meet anyone from the security team?
No.
Did you ever meet any of his coworkers, Mr. Kassotis?
Once he left the Navy, no.
Did you ever meet any of his employers once he left the Navy?
No.
What about his father? Had you ever met his father?
I met him at the wedding.
Okay. And did there come a time when there was an incident while you were in Savannah concerning his father?
Yes, most weekends, Betsy and I would go off for the weekend, a lot of times to watch Matthew play baseball or whatever, and we would try to give them time away from us. So we would go off and come back on Sunday afternoon. And one Sunday we came back and they told us that his father and his uncle had come to the house and were knocking on the door.
Okay.
And they were really upset.
Okay. Did he indicate to you what had happened as a result of that incident? Did Mindy tell you?
Yes, she told me that he was crawling on the floor to the back of the house, so they couldn't see in the windows and couldn't see.
Okay. Do you know if the police were contacted?
I heard later that a police report was filed.
Okay. Did you move after that?
No.
Did Mindi move?
No,
Did Mr. Kassotis move?
no,
Did they beef up security with people out front?
no.
Were cameras installed?
Yes, there was a camera installed that was in the kitchen that would shoot down the driveway.
Who put that camera in?
Nick did.
Did you ever see any footage off that camera?
No,
Do you know where Mindi was? Did she tell you where she was when this incident happened with Mr. Kassotis' father and uncle?
she was in their bedroom, I believe.
Was she afraid?
Yes.
Now, once Mr. Kassotis advised you that, or rather, withdrawn, once your daughter advised you that this incident had happened, were measures taken to protect your wife from going to and from work?
No,
Did anything change at all?
no.
Now, when you were at the house, how many bedrooms were there?
2 bedrooms,
Okay. What type of a house is this? A one-story or a two-story?
1 story.
Okay. Are there steps to get into the house?
Yes.
Are there railings to walk up to get into the house, up the steps, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, when you got to that location, did there come a time when you had to have surgery of some kind?
I had hip replacement, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what happened that prompted you to have that surgery?
Well, I hurt my left knee shagging fly balls for my son, and I didn't get my knee fixed. And it got to the point where it hurt my left hip, and I finally had to get hip replacement surgery.
Okay. Do you remember when that was?
November of 2022,
Okay. And where did you go for the surgery?
St. Joseph's Hospital.
Okay. Is that in Savannah?
That's in Savannah on Abercorn.
Okay. And when you went to that surgery, were you alone? How did you get there?
Betsy took me.
Okay. When she took you to the surgery, did you stay overnight or did you come home that day?
I stayed overnight, yes.
So would it be fair to say you returned on what date?
December the 1st, I believe.
Okay. You came home the next day?
Yes,
When you came home the next day, where did you go from that location, meaning from the hospital?
to the back of the house on 65th Street.
How did you, when you arrived at 65th Street, what happened?
Nick came out, helped me up the stairs. They were big, tall stairs, and really took care of me the rest of that day because Betsy went back to work.
Okay. And at that point, did you see Mindi at the house when you were there on November 30th?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us, where were you for Thanksgiving?
Thanksgiving, Matthew and his friend had come in. This was one of those weekends where we tried to give them privacy. So we rented a condo in Hilton Head because Matthew and his friend were working at a restaurant. They had a big Thanksgiving promotion they did with fried turkeys and all that, and they worked long hours. And so we went over there and got a condo so they would have somewhere to stay and we stayed there for the whole weekend.
Okay. Do you remember what day you left for Hilton Head?
That was on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Okay. And specifically on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, do you recall when the last time you saw Mindi was before you left for Thanksgiving?
Probably the day before or maybe a few days before that.
Okay. So in the days leading up to you leaving, you saw her?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was in the bedroom, but also one time she was coming out of the bedroom going to the bathroom.
Okay. So you saw her in the house itself?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what did you think her condition was, her health condition?
She looked really bad. I mean, looked like they told us that she had high blood pressure and she looked like she was sick.
Okay. And at that point, did you leave to go for Hilton Head?
Yes.
Okay. And when you left to go for Hilton Head, when did you come back? What day?
The Sunday afternoon.
Okay. And when you came back on the Sunday afternoon, did you see Mindi?
No.
Where did you think she was?
Nick told us that she was in the hospital. They were trying to regulate her blood pressure.
And did you ever speak with her?
No.
Did you ever see her at the hospital?
No.
Did he tell you which hospital?
No. We just assumed that she was at the military hospital right there in Savannah
Why did you assume that?
because he was retired Navy.
Okay. And at that point, did you know whether or not they were expecting a child?
Yes, they told us she was expecting.
Okay. And did you have any belief as to whether or not it was a boy or a girl?
I recall them telling us it was going to be a girl.
Okay. And did you know when she was supposed to be due, if you knew?
I believe it was January 8th.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that the last time you saw her was at the time period right before you left for Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, did she appear to be pregnant to you?
She could have been, yes.
Okay. Without sounding unkind, had she put on some weight? What makes you think that she could have been pregnant?
Well, I've seen a lot of people who have been pregnant that didn't look pregnant. And so she wasn't really skinny to start off with, so it was believable.
Okay. So when she told you that, you simply believed her?
Yes.
Okay. And when you came back to the house, you said from the surgery, you said Mr. Kassotis helped you into the residence. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he stay with you until your wife came home?
Yes.
And at some point, did he leave the residence during that time period?
Yes. Once he came home, he left to go see He told us to go see Mindi.
Okay. And at that point, what was your expectation about Mindi? Was she coming home or staying at the hospital? What was it you believed was going to be going on?
I thought when she got better, she was coming back to the house.
Okay. And at that point, did Mr. Kassotis leave the residence?
Yes,
And where did you believe he was going?
to the hospital.
And at that point, what, if anything, happened after he left for the hospital?
But he came back home and he told us that she had died
Okay.
at the hospital.
Okay. Were you surprised?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did he tell you what happened?
Well, that's a little fuzzy for me, but I do remember that it had said something to do with her blood pressure and somebody had left the room. And when they came back, she had died.
You indicated earlier that Mr. Kassotis was an attorney, correct?
Correct.
Did he discuss with you his concerns about her death at the hospital?
No, he told us he was going to go back and find out what had happened.
So when he first came home on the 1st, he didn't know what happened?
All he knew was that she had died, and he was very upset.
But he had no answers about what happened at that point?
No.
Did he have any paperwork at all concerning her death?
No.
Did he ever provide you with any paperwork concerning her death?
No.
Did he ever explain to you what actions, if any, he was taking against the hospital, given what he had described to you?
No, he didn't.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever indicate to you which place that you could go and see your daughter after she passed?
No, that was never discussed.
Okay. Were you concerned where her body was?
I've given that a lot of thought. Being a minister, I know once someone dies, I know they've gone to be with the Lord, and I really didn't need to see her body. I wish I could have said goodbye, but after she was dead, it didn't. That wasn't her. So it was no reason for me to really clamor to go see her body.
Okay. Did you discuss with Mr. Kassotis the possibility of funeral services?
There was some discussion about a memorial service later on, but of course it had to do with the security.
So you weren't allowed to have a service initially because of security?
That's the way I understood it, yes.
Okay. Did you ever have service?
No.
Did Mr. Kassotis ever give you a doctor's name that was attending to her during her pregnancy?
No.
Did you ever have doctors come to the house to attend to her?
No.
Did you ever see her again after you left for Thanksgiving?
No.
Did you ever exchange emails with people that you believed were connected to the security team?
Yes.
How did you get that email address?
If I remember correctly, I think they sent emails to me and then I sent them back.
So you replied basically?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't the one that initiated it?
No, I had no idea who to send it to until I got something.
Did you use regular email to send those?
Yes.
What email did you use?
My email address.
Is that like a Yahoo or
Yahoo,
Google? Or
yes.
which is it? Yahoo?
Yes.
Okay. So you used your regular Yahoo to communicate with the security detail?
Correct.
Do you remember if Mr. Kassotis ever got a car?
Yes. At some point in time when we were at the house on 65th Street, he got a green Ford Explorer.
Okay. And do you know how he paid for it?
No.
Did you ever see a death certificate for your daughter?
No.
Medical records of any sort?
No.
After Mindi passed away, can you tell the jury what happened in the days right after she passed?
Well, a few days after, we had to leave the house on 65th Street, and we had to move to the condo that we went to in Hilton Head. And we lived there for 3 months.
So from approximately December to March?
Yes.
Okay. How were arrangements made for you to stay at that location?
Nick made arrangements for us.
Okay. Did Mr. Kassotis stay with you?
No, he moved us. He helped move us over there because I just had the hip replacement, and we said goodbye, and he went back supposedly to the house on 65th Street.
Okay. Do you know if he actually went back to the house?
No.
Did you expect to speak with him again after he left?
Oh yes.
Did you expect to see him again?
Yes.
Did you ever see him again?
No.
Did you speak to him?
Yes.
How many times?
We emailed or texted through Signal a lot, but we talked to him one time on the phone.
So the only time you heard his voice was that one time on the actual phone?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the condo complex, what was it your understanding that Mr. Kassotis was going to be doing at that point in terms of living arrangements?
Well, he told us that he was going to go actually to meet his real mother when he left us, and then that he would be closing up or finalizing some things, and he would be back down to Hilton Head.
Okay. In all the time that you knew Mr. Kassotis, did you ever know him to hunt?
No,
Did he own knives?
not that I knew of, no.
Did he do some chores around the house?
Yes.
And specifically, what chores do you remember him doing?
The house at 65th Street, there was problems with the washing machine that he tried to fix. Toilet was backed up. We had terrible mosquitoes when we first moved in, and he did something with the mosquitoes.
When was the mosquitoes? You said when you first moved in?
Well, right around when we first moved in, yes. We had mosquitoes were coming in from somewhere.
And you moved in when? Do you recall?
June? I'm assuming, yeah, I think it was June of 20.
That was long before November, right?
Yeah, yes.
Prior to speaking to law enforcement, what did you think happened to Mr. Kassotis?
We were told that he had an accident, that he was in the hospital. We didn't know where, and that he was on life support. And we tried to go see him. And then we got another email a day or two later that said he had died.
And that notification was received by email?
Yes.
Did anybody come to see you?
No.
Did you ever speak with his family concerning his death?
No.
And I just want to make sure I understand, his security team reached out to you and your wife after he was dead?
Correct.
Did you ask to see his body?
No.
Did they make arrangements for a funeral service for you to attend?
No.
I have just one moment. I have nothing from yours.
Mr. Lasting?
Thank you, Your Honor.
They're still on break in real time, by the way. So we're not missing real time.
Good afternoon,
Executed
Mr. Redden.
paper, you matched
My name is
Dizzy's
Doug Weinstein.
picture.
I'm representing Nick Kassotis in this case.
Okay.
Mr. Mebane, you said your last position after being a minister was being a financial advisor.
Correct.
What does a financial advisor do? Or what did you do as a financial advisor? Let me put it that way.
I had clients who I advised them about investments,
So investments in what?
stocks, bonds, mainly.
And how did you have the knowledge base to be able to give that advice?
My undergraduate degree is in finance, and I had always, wherever I worked at churches or whatever, I did the financial part of the church. And I was recruited by Edward Jones Investments, and they trained strenuous training to how to pass the different tests that you have to pass to get different licenses to be a financial advisor.
So how many tests did you have to pass?
4?
And you said those tests were strenuous?
Yes.
So it seems like it's fairly complex work, correct?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And you'd have to be pretty smart, pretty knowledgeable in order to do that work, correct?
Correct.
When Nick and Mindi are having all of these security issues and Mindi is telling you about the security issues, you believe Mindi, correct?
Yes.
And you believe Nick?
Yes.
And you said that Mindi was afraid, isn't that right?
Yes.
Mindi also was a pretty bright woman?
Very bright.
Very bright. Why do you say very bright?
Well, to get her master's degree, she had to have a high GPA, and she was always in honors classes in high school and college and all that.
And so she was a very bright woman, but she was also afraid.
Correct.
And she told you about this security team, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said they a lot when referring to stuff, so I may try to get that clarified so that we can understand whether it was Mindi that told you things or Nick that told you things.
Okay.
You were told by them that you had to be out of the house from before lunch until about 3 o'clock. Was that Mindi that told you that?
I would say both of them told me that.
Okay. So while you were living together, is it fair to say every weekday from
Yes.
noon to 3, roughly, you were out of the house?
Yes.
So if people came in and out of the house during that noon to 3 time frame, you wouldn't know about it, correct?
No.
So doctors could have visited noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that?
No.
If members of the security team came by from noon to 3, you wouldn't know about that either?
No.
And you say Mindi is the one that told you about the Signal app, is that correct?
Yes.
And you would use that to communicate with Mindi and with Nick, right?
Yes, for a while, yes.
But text only, you never used the voice feature of Signal, correct?
No. Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Mindi told you that they were changing their name to Star for security reasons, correct?
Yes.
Did she say what the security reasons were?
Not that I recall, no.
What did you believe it to be?
I just thought it went along with everything else that we had been told for years, that they were in danger and that was going to protect them.
Okay. Jumping ahead a little bit to when you got back from the hospital on December 1st from your hip replacement.
Correct.
I believe that you testified that Nick took care of you that afternoon.
Yes, he helped me get up, go to the bathroom, things like that.
You don't have to get into graphic detail, but I understand what you're saying. And Nick remained with you until Betsy returned, correct?
Correct.
And then at that point, Nick left the house.
Correct.
Now, you say you never saw any paperwork relating to Mindy's death, correct?
Correct.
Did you ask to see any paperwork of Nick about the time of Mindy's death?
No.
You also were asked about a lawsuit, about Nick engaging in a lawsuit against the hospital. You had known Nick in 2022 for how long?
6 years.
Had you known him to be a litigious person? Had he been going around filing a bunch of lawsuits? As far as you know?
No.
Did he file any lawsuits prior to Mindy's death, as far as you know?
No.
Did you ask Nick, why aren't you suing that hospital?
No.
Were you on the phone when Frank IV was told about the death of Mindy?
No.
That was your wife that had made that call to Frank IV?
Yes.
Okay. What was Frank IV's occupation?
He's a policeman.
He's a policeman.
Yes.
Is he still a policeman as far as you know? Where is he a policeman?
In Burnett Town, South Carolina.
And how long has he been a policeman for?
Over 20 years.
At one point, was Frank IV a policeman with, and I'm going to mangle this name, the Yemassee Police Department?
That's correct.
Am I saying that correctly?
That's right, yes.
And where is the Yemassee Police Department?
Yemassee is kind of right off of I-95 in between Savannah and Florence.
And was the chief of police at the Yemassee Police Department, was that Gregory Alexander,
Yes.
who came to fame through the Murdaugh case?
Yes.
And he had worked for Chief Gregory Alexander, correct?
Correct.
He'd been fired from that position in 2007?
Objection, Your Honor. This has no bearing on the case at hand.
The state is making a lot out of the fact that my client has prosecutorial and legal experience. So does Frank IV. He's very familiar with law enforcement as well.
It's irrelevant. The court's going to sustain the objection.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm very sorry for your loss.
Anything else on redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're excused.
There was also like a weird approach here, and then the day ended. That's
Your Honor, that
this
concludes
is the end of the day.
for today.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of today's testimony. Once again, I ask that you please abide by the court's previous instructions regarding access to media accounts of this trial. Have a good evening, and we will see you at 8:45 tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.
All right, and they're still on recess in real time. So if you guys want to look at the weird little approach here.
This doesn't need to be on the record.
It could just be scheduling, because she said something about going a little out of order today. I thought that was just for exhibits, but maybe it was the witness calling. Who knows? Yeah, crazy YNW Melly trial pushback to 2027. Like, that's more than a year from now. Well, let me refresh. So there's that. Ooh. SS3 Pisces with the spice, says Doug. You might be sorry for his loss, but he's not. I there's a weird vibe for me for the both parents, more so the dad than the mom. Because the dad seemed to have more specific answers, and the mom seemed like there were things where she just didn't know or wasn't, you know, she was the one that was working. So maybe she wasn't around for these. You have to be out of the house between 12 and 3 every day. Like, that's not something that it seems like the mom was in a position to even be around for. But yeah. So Guys, if you're tuning in today, if you missed the earlier part of today, we went through the forensic entomologist, where Doug basically said, like, hey, did you make any consideration within your range of estimates for the time of colonization? So basically, the expected behavior of a species of insect when there's decomposing human matter, what time would you expect to see colonization with this species? Well, he did a test with one species, maggots only, and didn't factor in to his range things like altitude or location in the forest, what type of forest the body was in, meaning what other type of organic matter may have been around the environment, as well as density of the forest. You didn't know if there was sunlight or shade where the different parts came from. And then they only tested one piece, so one of the limbs, I think the left leg, they said. Then we had Morgan Paddock, that's a friend of Mindi. And, you know, it was nice. We seemed to finally have had someone that showed some sadness about the loss of life. She gave us some information that she was also told after the marriage by Mindi, but only after the marriage to Nicholas Kassotis, that we can only communicate on signal now because it's a protection level. We want to make sure we're not being tracked or intercepted. And this is what Mindi tells this friend, Morgan Paddock. Morgan is now sitting in the courtroom now that she's done testifying. All right, we've got some sound, maybe? After that, we had Samantha Kolesnik. I would totally recommend rewatching that if you missed it. That's the third wife, also an author. We got some information about the burning of the car and why it happened so much far removed from the crime at issue here. Also, she got a letter from Apis Limited, that's the security company we heard the parents talking about, as proof of employment that Nicholas Kassotis is an employee at Apis Limited, the same security company that Nick said he was like beholden to when it came to decisions on moving and how to best protect himself. Lots of stuff with the third wife that by any means was not a adequate summary. And then let's see. Tracy Sands has been on the stand since. That's the lead investigator. We're going through the audio of an interview with Nicholas Kassotis that was conducted on May. I think I notated
All right,
it.
everyone, please be
May
seated.
13th. May 13th, 2023.
Continue with the audio.
And we're continuing
presentation.
here.
I'm going to commence exactly where we left.
All right, thank you.
Where did you get it from?
JC Lewis, maybe?
And I guess the big question, how do you pay for it?
So at this point, I had received a sum of money that the gym had told me that he was helping procure.
How's the volume, you guys? I put it to where we normally would when a regular person's testifying, but since this is audio, I think this is quieter than we had it, right? You want me to turn it up? And big thank you also. RMX became a member. Thank you so much. And also thanks for sharing your like instinctual reaction as you're going through and watching this so we can see what you think. All right, I'll turn this up a little bit. Let me know if this is easier to hear.
How do you receive that from him? Cash?
No, it was wired. It was wired to my bank account.
Okay. So you just wired the money to JC Lewis?
I actually took an Uber out there and got a cashier's check and then brought it to them.
Okay. All right, so you got that. She wanted you to pack up everything.
Yeah, and then either Monday or Tuesday, I'm a little unclear which. I woke up to a message saying, actually, take 2 Tupperwares. So we had most of our stuff. We had a couple of large duffel bags, and then we had a lot of the, is Tupperware the right word? I feel like that's for food.
Plastic.
Yeah, like plastic, like a ready-made, like those things. I woke up I woke up to that. So I woke up to saying like pack 2 of those in one, put some clothes of mine, extra toiletries for me, you know, things that I would need for like a week or 2, basically. And in hers, she wanted something similar. She wanted some clothes, some dresses, some sweaters, toiletries, books.
And this is her signaling you this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, like her Kindle, like some books, some like she showed those like adult coloring books. Her medicine, and last week I picked up a new prescription for Synthroid. So she asked that I put that in there, and said that I was going to meet somebody. I was going to get a call from somebody, and he would tell me where to drop those off, and then that they would be with her so that she could use them, and then we would have them.
Okay.
So I did that.
When you say you did that, you just got the containers ready? Or?
I got the containers ready. A man called me, said, "Hey, can you come drop these off?"
And you didn't know who that was?
I didn't know who he was. I assumed he worked with the clinic. He said he understood that we were worried. Would I turn off my phones and use a GP, like an old school GPS unit that we had?
Okay.
And I said yes. He gave me the coordinates. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere, but
Do you remember where it was at?
I don't. It was a little outside Savannah, but I don't know much about it. I dropped off the containers with him.
Do you remember if it was on a paved road or a dirt road?
I think it was dirt. I don't know if that was just the driveway though. I don't know. It was.
And describe him too.
A little shorter than me, probably 6 feet tall. Youngish, like in his probably early 30s, curly red hair.
Okay.
Fairly close cropped. I dropped it off. I asked if he needed anything else from me. He said no.
I'm assuming you said curly red hair with white name?
Yes, sorry, white now.
What vehicle was he driving?
I don't know. So I went to a house that I thought was his.
House on a dirt road, and you just had coordinates?
Yes.
You didn't have an address?
I did not have an address. He said it was a little hard to find with an address on GPS.
Okay. So you dropped those off?
I dropped those off. I spoke to.
Shout out to Davis TV again. Holy moly.
I drove back. I spoke to Jim. I said.
Roughly how long did you think you had to travel to get there?
I'm not really sure. I mean,
you took some paint roads naturally from where you went.
30, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes? I'm not really sure where he was.
30 to 45 minutes. Was it daytime or night?
It was daytime.
Okay.
It was early in the day. I came back.
When you say early in the day?
Yeah.
What was early? Like, is early to me 4 a.m.?
No, not that early.
So
probably 9, 10 in the morning, something like that.
Okay.
I got back and I spoke to Jim, and I said, I felt that again, I was in a bad situation, saying that, not saying that Mindi was elsewhere.
But you didn't ask when you dropped the containers off to see her.
No, but my understanding was that it was just some guy's house, like,
okay.
that was not where she was.
Okay. And that this guy was supposed to deliver the bins to emergency?
Yeah.
Okay.
What the bins look like? You said like, do you remember what, you know what color they were?
I think one was gray and one was black. But I'm not really sure.
Okay.
We went through, you know, we were moving around for a couple of years. We went through a lot of bins.
So that's kind of, you used those bins usually and moved around.
Yeah.
That's how you move.
Yeah. We had some clear ones at one point that just seemed to shatter.
And we say that you'll have those bins or tubs or Tupperware, whatever. How many are we talking? Are you like 15, 20?
No, not that many.
How many would y'all normally have? Because obviously you have to move quickly.
Yeah, 8 to 10 of them, and then like you know, 3 or 4 other guys.
When you were Hilton Head, you had how many?
We had like we didn't have anywhere to put anything except for there, so they were kept in Frank's garage.
Okay.
It's one of those houses that's got the ground level is just a garage, and it's got the living levels that look like it floats. Yeah, it floats.
All right. So 8 to 10 would be the common.
I think
Just to throw them in there. Okay.
Yeah.
But when we bring them in, did they have lids on them?
Yes. Yeah. All of our bits had lids. Had lids. Sorry.
Okay, so you carried the stuff out of there, you dropped it off to him.
Dropped it off to him.
You don't remember like how you traveled there? Like did you take the interstate?
I'm not sure.
Some paid, some don't.
Yeah, no, I mean I didn't go out much while I was in Savannah.
Okay.
You know, like just to get.
But he was on a long dirt driveway?
I believe so, yes.
Describe the house to me.
It was brown with yellow trim.
Okay.
Not a huge house or anything, but you know.
Just a normal house?
Yeah, kind of like I don't know the house terms that you call that, like a rambler or something.
Okay, so new vehicles?
Not that I recall.
Okay. All right, and were you alone then, or?
Yeah, he came outside. You know, I unloaded them right off the ground. He said he would take them in. I asked if he needed help. He said no.
Was Rusty with you?
No, he was not. Yeah, Rusty was back at the house.
Okay. All right, and then what happened?
I drove back. I had that morning. I had talked to Jim before I left, saying that I was uncomfortable with, you know, Mindy's parents not knowing that she was at the hospital. And he said, you know, before I left, to say that I was going to, or before they left, they were leaving for work, to say that I was going to bring her to the doctor, and then to say that she was there. He said that, you know, he understood it was longer than expected, but like, you know, even when she's on bed rest, like it's not a huge house, but we could all hear her like on the phone, and like I felt like I was.
But it wasn't, when you say hospital, it wasn't traditional.
It was not a traditional hospital, yeah.
So you told them that she was at the hospital?
No, so that morning I told them that I was going to bring her per his instructions. And then this is either Monday or Tuesday after Thanksgiving. And then I came back. I talked to Jim again. He said to say that, you know, she's going to be there for a handful of days. That we were, you know, on the last steps of finding a place for them. You know, we were all, you know, I was probably going to be picking her up and departing almost immediately. And that we were going to get them, you know, into a place.
Okay. So basically you told them that y'all were separating, that y'all would take care of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Betsy and Frank came back?
They came back Sunday.
They came back Sunday?
Yeah.
And other than this trip you took to drop off the containers, did you go anywhere else that you recall?
Not that I recall. I might have run out to the store or something, but I don't really remember. I got a message asking to pick up a couple things, but I forget.
You know what those things were?
It's like a sweatshirt. I forget what else. But I think it was pretty quick. Like I was running up like just to get something at Publix or CVS, which was within a I mean I could have walked there probably 10 minutes. But
where did you normally shop?
Like their food.
Mm-hmm.
The Publix, there's a Publix not far from there. We had we got delivery from there for quite a while, but
Yeah, because a lot of people changed on me.
yeah. But then when Wayne showed up, we were told that I should go out and get rather than it being like another company that knows where that we're still getting food delivered there.
So they're having any friends to use the box?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you dropped the containers off.
Dropped the containers off either Monday or Tuesday. I continued talking with Mindi through Wednesday.
You said your phones were off and you used the GPS. You know what that GPS is now?
I believe it was burned with the rest of my car about a month and a half ago.
So you continue talking to her up to Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday. Just messaging back and forth. She said she was feeling better, and Thursday morning I got a call from somebody saying, could I come pick her up that sometime that afternoon. I forget exactly what time.
Okay.
I was given an address in Savannah. I don't recall exactly where it was. I drove out there that afternoon. It was a brick building. Somebody was waiting outside and brought me to, like an office and said that Mindi had passed away.
You said it was a brick building?
Yeah.
How far away from the house was it?
I think within 15, 20 minutes.
Okay.
But I think it was driving through like some neighborhoods, like it wasn't like quick going.
So they brought you in. Did you talk to the doctor or?
I talked to a doctor. I was wearing a white coat.
So white coat.
An older man. Not anybody I had seen before. And
they said she passed from what?
At that point, he said that she just passed away very suddenly, and that they thought it might have been her heart, but they weren't sure.
Okay.
I went back to the house and told Betsy and Frank.
Can you give me, you said you had the address. There's some landmarks in Savannah that are pretty specific. Do you know where the globe's at?
No.
You've never seen the globe?
I don't think I've ever seen the globe.
You mentioned hospital. Did y'all were near the hospital?
Yeah, we were near a hospital.
So you traveled, you said 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you remember any other like You said it's in a residential area. And it was.
Yeah, I was driving through like residential areas.
Residential areas to get there.
Yeah.
But the building was like an office building?
Yeah, it appeared to be.
So it was a good business?
Like a one level, yeah.
So it was building. Was there a sign out front?
Not that I recall, but there might have been. I don't know.
What about parking lot? Was it more like
almost more like a strip mall? Like there was parking like right in front. Like I pulled in and
Do you remember any of the stores that were in the strip mall?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember passing anything going by there?
At one point, I drove through a neighborhood that had like larger, nicer houses. I remember that. I've seen the park in Savannah like once, the famous park, but I didn't see it. I didn't see it the entire time I was there. So.
At some point, would you be willing to ride with us and attempt to show us the house?
Yeah.
Or show us the location again and find it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because you understand you'll have like an extradition here and you know all about that.
I believe I've already requested to waive it.
You wait for the extradition. Okay. So at some point, you'll be coming back, and that's what I was just making sure you be willing to talk to us to try to figure out where that location is.
Yes, absolutely.
So you have signed the paperwork away the extradition?
Yeah, but somebody gave it to me when I checked me.
Yeah, quick. Usually, it takes a few days.
No,
they're ready to get rid of you. It seemed like a pretty nice guy to me.
Thank you.
Okay, but at some point you'll be able to work with us to show us where you think that house is.
Yeah.
Or a business.
Yeah.
Can you describe it any further?
No, I mean, I pulled in. I was,
You said somebody came out.
Yeah. So somebody came out of. There were glass doors. He came out. As I pulled in, and brought me right in.
And did they carry you into like a lobby, or did they carry you into a room?
I believe there was like a lobby to the left, and then he brought me like into a different like office. But
wow. And then they told you that she passed away.
Yeah.
And what did you do then?
I yelled and sobbed.
Okay.
I mean, I was a wreck. He had some paperwork that he had me sign.
Did they give you a copy of that?
No.
Okay. And what was the paperwork?
He said it was just releasing her remains and releasing her medical records so that so that I could have those. He said that he was going to that he was awaiting an autopsy, and that I would be contacted with the results of that.
Okay.
And the other thing? I drove back to the house and told Betsy and Frank.
Okay. And then what you did?
I don't really recall the rest of that evening.
All right, nothing that evening, but what did you do next?
The next day, I got a call saying that the autopsy had been completed and that she had a stroke. possibly brought on, by some combination of the high blood pressure and what they said appeared to be COVID related heart damage.
Okay. Then what you do?
I don't know. I wanted to be gone as quickly as possible. I didn't want to be in the house anymore. I think sometime early the next week, I got her parents into an apartment in Hilton Head.
Okay. So early the next week?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So you drove them to Hilton Head?
Yeah. They packed up their car. I packed up my car with their stuff. We went to a storage unit and their storage unit.
Okay.
They have one right in Hilton Head, and then to the apartment. I moved them in.
Okay.
I went back, I packed up my stuff. I believe I left that night. I drove to Jacksonville to get mail. I had mail there that couldn't be shipped. So I did
Mail that couldn't be shipped.
It had alcohol in it. A friend had shipped me some beer, but they did it like, the right way, via UPS. And
So you picked up some mail in Jacksonville?
Yep. Somebody contacted me and said that they had cremated her body. I was extremely upset. I thought that I was going to, need to make a decision on where she was sent.
You know who that person was?
No. He said that the fee was $5,000 payable in cash.
Okay. Did you pay that?
I did. I met him the next day in Montgomery. I withdrew $5,000 in cash and
Montgomery,
Alabama. I believe Montgomery.
And how much? I mean, each 5,000 cash. And describe him to me.
He was. I saw him kind of very briefly.
White male, black male.
White male, dark hair, average builds. Average height, probably 5'8" to 5'10". I gave him the money. He gave me, a bag with her ashes in it. I had ordered I had overnighted myself an urn, so I had something to put it in.
And where's her ashes now?
I scattered them at Havre de Grace.
Okay.
The Chesapeake was one of her favorite places, and it's considered the mouth of the Chesapeake. I scattered the ashes there, and I dropped our.
Where did you said you had to pay 5,000 cash? Where did you meet him at?
I met him right in downtown. I believe it was Montgomery. It's whichever one of Birmingham and Montgomery is further north.
Like Winkies, or where did you meet?
Yeah, he gave me a street address and just on the side of the road.
Okay, 2 minutes out of the road. Yeah. And he got the ashes.
Yeah.
How were they packaged?
They were in a thick, clear plastic bag with then a kind of nicer velvet bag around them.
Okay. What was the driving?
I think an older white SUV, but I'm not exactly sure.
Okay.
That's what sticks in my mind.
But he called and provided you with the address to meet side of the road.
He called
But you don't remember the address or anything around?
No, I remember it wasn't, it was kind of like down. This is my first time in Alabama, I've been connecting. But you know, it seemed like kind of like the downtown area.
What else did they give you?
He didn't give me anything else. So he gave me that. I gave him the money.
Did you ever inquire about a death certificate?
No, I did not. No, I should have.
Okay. And then what happened?
I drove to St. Louis per Jim's instructions.
Had you told Jim that she had passed away, that Minnie passed?
Yes, I had.
Did you tell that she had passed? And then mother and father?
Mother and father, they told her brothers, her best friend.
Who's that?
Angela Wynn.
Okay.
A former coworker of hers, Elizabeth Seeger.
Okay. You said best friend, who was that?
Angela Wynn.
I didn't write that down fast enough. You
No,
said it.
that's okay. W-Y-N-N.
Okay.
Angela Elizabeth. Her prior boss, Joe West, he was kind of hard to get in touch with.
Joe West.
Yeah.
Okay. Who else?
Her friend DJ, I forget, David John, I think is his name.
Okay.
Or David, I don't know.
Something.
Yeah.
Okay.
And her friend, Anisha, I forget Anisha's last name. Well, Pryor.
Okay. And so then, after you left Montgomery, you said you went to
St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yep.
What did you do in St. Louis?
Filed for a legal change of name.
Okay. And what did you change your name to?
Nicholas Killian James Stark.
And that's what we put on the form, okay? Okay.
We picked out that last name together. We had been given a list of choices from Jim, you know.
Okay.
What he thought were fairly anonymous, one-syllable names. And
how can I get in touch with Jim?
I don't know.
Oh no?
How would you get in touch with Jim?
He would message me daily, and I would respond. His number would change, and then I would just switch to the new number.
I mean, because you said you changed phones and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So how, when you get out, how are you going to get in touch with Jim, I guess?
I don't know. I haven't been in touch with him before.
He'd have to find you.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you said at first that he told Minnie he was an FBI agent?
Yeah. Yeah, we had both filed online reports about things, and then he showed up at the house.
All right, so you're St. Louis, you changed your name. Where'd you go from there?
From there, I went to Pennsylvania to see a friend.
Friends.
Okay.
And then I went to...
And who's that friend?
Sam Kolesnik.
The third wife.
I think I'm doing the last name.
K-O-L.
K-O-L.
E-S-N-I-K.
Okay. Okay.
Now my wife.
Okay, all right.
Pretty quick thing.
And you said it's pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Had you and her had an online relationship for quite a while?
No.
Okay. When did you meet Sam?
We started talking kind of that fall.
The fall of?
Fall of 2020.
2020?
No, sorry, 2022.
Fall of 2022. So you and Mindy were still together?
Yeah.
How did y'all meet?
Twitter.
Okay. Okay. And so then kind of the relationship developed then?
Yeah. Yep. I went to Charlottesville to see some friends. I still kind of lived in that area.
Okay. And what happened then?
Jim told me to move to Wilmington.
Okay. So when did you get married?
April 21st.
Okay. So you married Sam. Okay. And Jim said move where?
To Wilmington.
Okay. In Wilmington, North Carolina?
Delaware.
Delaware, okay. And did you?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And then where did you move?
Then I was there for a little over 2 months, and then I moved to Pennsylvania, Lancaster area.
You mentioned earlier that your car had burned.
Yeah, so two things happened,
Okay.
which led me to stop talking to Betsy and Frank. We had a conversation, and I had mentioned that I was in Wilmington, and several nights later, I was unpacking some things into the place I was staying. This was in February. And came down, and somebody was in the car. Grabbed a backpack with 2 computers and a phone in it, and took off.
So 2 computers and a phone.
Yeah.
And so they were stolen when?
February of this year, 2023.
Okay. And did you report those stolen?
I did not.
Okay.
I spoke to Jim. He said that he felt it was very suspicious that this had happened right after I had told Betsy and Frank where I was, and that he was going to take some time to look through, to look into the situation.
Okay.
Just over a month later, I was driving and my car started acting funny and then burst into flames.
How long had you been driving that day? Like it immediately started up and drove into burn?
An hour or two.
Okay.
I was coming down a hill to make a turn. It felt like it was a little harder to steer than it should have been. I felt something a little strange. I smelled something a little strange. That at that point I wasn't sure what it was. Around here you get a lot of farm smells, so that's not unusual. I stopped at a point where it seemed fairly, straight in both directions. It's kind of a windy road. There wasn't a shoulder, and realized there was smoke in the car. I got out. I crossed over, so I was out of traffic, and realized that my phone was on the passenger seat. I opened the passenger door, and fire kind of came out right at me. I hit my head on a tree. I had some burns.
Did he say he hit his head on a tree? Didn't the car burn in like a parking lot? It was like in an open area in the picture. It looked like. Maybe I'm imagining the picture. Hold on.
My phone was on the passenger seat. I opened the passenger door, and fire kind of came out right at me. I hit my head on a tree. I had some burns.
Did you get your phone?
I didn't get my phone.
You hit your head on the tree and it had some burns.
Yeah, I burned. I don't know if you can still tell or not. This eyebrow. I lost a lot of hair on the side of the head. I had some face and neck burns.
And you just told you that I don't want to say now, but that would have been when?
This was March 20th.
Okay, March 20th. All right.
So,
did you call the fire department or were you?
I did. I called 911. I didn't know where I was. I had to find a cross street. Police and fire department came out and paramedics. And then we went to the emergency room later that day, and the nurses were really upset. They said that I had burned hair inside my nostrils. That's a sign that fire has come down the throat, and so I have not, I don't know what caused the fire. It was in the same area that the bag was stolen from, which is something that didn't raise my suspicion, but at the same time, that last year's Ford Explorers had some fire issues. So
those Ford Explorers?
Yeah, they had multiple recalls for
This does not help the defense. Because I've been wondering, are we going to find out that he knew about a recall before this car sets on fire? Because what if the recall came about, it's a 2000, I think it was 2020 to 2021 or 22 models. It was either 2 or 3 year range, but it falls over whatever year model his car is, but not the specific packaging of his car. But recalls tend to get issued after a car is out. And I was wondering, well, what if a recall was issued and he said, oh, that's a good idea. And this right here says that he was aware before the car caught fire. Not good. Not good.
Was it fire in the engine department?
Yeah.
Okay.
The gentleman who towed it, I went out to look at it, and it appeared to be, he said it appeared to have started in the passenger side of the engine block, but he couldn't be, he couldn't be sure.
The driver said passenger side of the engine block.
Yeah. So I've,
What did your insurance company say?
Insurance company seems to think it was mechanical and not tied to that. They just asked at the end of last week for the title so that they could close it out. So So that it might not be related at all.
So you haven't got to check it.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's taken a while.
What company is it?
Cure? Cure? C-U-R-E? It's a small regional company.
Okay. You might want to change insurance.
Yeah, no, that's I've been told.
How much you?
Chat. Okay, we're gonna read an article. Let me switch over to it. So, Ford recalls, and remember the language he just used. They told me it was the passenger side of the engine compartment. Ford recalls SUVs over reports of engines catching fire even when turned off. Of the 16 fires, 12 happened while the SUV engines were turned off, Ford said in a statement. Let's see. This article was out in May of 2022. So, Ford is asking the owners of 350,000 vehicles to take them to dealers for repair in 3 recalls, including 39,000 that should be parked outdoors because the engines can catch fire. Ford says the U.S. government documents posted Thursday that it doesn't know what's causing fires in some 20... Oh, wait, this isn't the Explorer. All right, let me redo the search. But there is a passenger thing when I did a search here. So far, it hasn't developed a repair for the fires, which appear to start at the back of the engine compartment on the passenger side. That's the same language we're getting. Apparently, this guy that responds to the scene where the car is completely torched, just on eyeballs, is readily able to tell Nicholas Kassotis that, hey, the fire started engine compartment on the passenger side. I think we had some articles read in advance of this day, personally. But I'll keep looking for one that's about the police interceptor package.
43, 44.
Okay. You'll probably get like 20.
This is 38. I was actually surprised. Yeah, I was very surprised. Yeah, so shortly after the fire, my friend Cameron Nelson reached out and said that Betsy had called her and said that that she had been told I died in an accident.
What did Cameron tell her?
So Cameron at this point and I had not spoken in a little while. Cameron said that she had not heard from me. She said that Betsy asked if she knew where my will or trust may have been drawn up. And Cameron said she did not know. And
did you ever call him and tell him you were alive?
I did not. I was a little concerned about where I spoke with Jim. Probably one of the last times we spoke, and I said, why do they think I'm dead? And he said that he had not had any contact with them, and that he didn't know. He didn't know where that had come from. And that he would recommend not contacting them.
When's the last time you talked to Jim?
Last time I talked to Jim was probably sometime that week, last week of March.
Okay.
Maybe the following week, maybe the first week of April.
Okay, and when's the last time you physically saw him?
Last time I physically saw him was, I think, the first week I got to Wilmington. He showed up.
Okay. And when was that?
It was the week before, between Christmas and New Year's.
What's the last phone you used to contact Jim with? Do you still have it?
I do still have it, though it doesn't still have service on it.
Okay. So if we needed a number for Jim, we could get it off that phone.
I think so, yeah, it should still be in the signal there.
But did he only communicate you through Signal, or will you get like emails from him, or?
No, I don't think I've ever received an email from him.
Okay. So how did y'all share the software development if you never even?
You can send files through Signal.
Okay.
Do you know what company Jim was selling or brokering the software to?
No.
You don't know?
No. I mean, he said different things. Like at some points he said Microsoft, you know, at some points he said, you know, maybe there would be a government use, but I was never sure, and I thought that was kind of part of the point for him was that he didn't want me to know. Okay. So you're telling me I didn't scatter these ashes?
What's that?
I didn't scatter these ashes?
You didn't scatter these ashes. What about, what happened next? What do you remember next?
Honestly, things have, you know, things have been kind of quiet lately. You know,
Let me ask you again about Jim, just to make sure I understand. How did you meet Jim?
He showed up at the house one day. I was at work and spoke with Mindi.
Okay. And came to the house where?
Alexandria.
Okay. So, and then he kind of followed y'all down and kept following you and?
Yeah. I don't know where he was normally. I don't know where he resides. I don't know.
And he says he's a white male.
White male, probably late 40s, light brown hair, gray on his temples. I don't know. Between 5'10" and 6 foot, I would guess.
Okay.
Fairly slim.
Do you know where he could have been originally from or what company he worked for?
No.
Okay.
No, he didn't.
He just first introduced as FBI.
Yeah, I wasn't there that day. You know, later on, you know, when we asked about it, you know, there were, so during like 2018 and 2019, there were, you know, there's just, you know, points where things would get like really scary and, you know,
Okay.
and there was like a weekend where he said, you know, he felt that we would be safer leaving the house for the weekend. I think it was a holiday weekend.
So he's just doing this basically for free?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he works basically security for free?
Yeah.
Okay. And he moved multiple states?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
I mean, you saw him in multiple
we've seen him in multiple states, yeah.
So when we would do, you would see him, he would come and?
Yeah, I don't know if he, you know.
You'd see him in a new location?
We'd see him in a new location. I don't know, you know, I've assumed that he was actually living in the, you know, the low country area, the Savannah, Hilton Head area. When we were there, just because we saw him more often there than we'd seen him anywhere else.
And at some point, you tell me about how the software thing became. Maybe I were sitting drinking beer and come up with that.
No. He had said that he could introduce me to somebody. He put me on the phone with somebody. He said, you know, needed this, and you know, it would be a way, you know, when I was getting uncomfortable leaving the house every day, and was also just not happy with the position I was in at the time.
And he said needed this. Describe what this is.
A way to make money.
Okay.
Yeah. So he thought it would offer a way to make money for me.
What's the software for?
This AI analyzing large bits of it, like intelligence analysis.
Okay. Did you have any background in that?
Yeah, I had originally majored in computer science in college. It's something I'd done in high school, and then I got to college and said, after a couple semesters that I thought I'd switch and do pre-law instead. And then
And what does Sam know about any of this?
Not a lot.
Okay.
Very little.
Does she know anything about your past with your family or anything?
Yes.
She didn't know about Jim.
No.
And why? Why'd you choose not to tell her about Jim?
I felt like it has taken me, 5 years to get to, a point, where I can put this behind me.
Okay.
And, I didn't want her. I didn't want her to think about that.
Okay. Do you recall going to Home Depot in Savannah?
All the time.
All the time. Which Home Depot did you use?
I think I went to two different ones, but the one I went to more is across the street from Parker's.
Okay. You familiar with Victory Drive?
Victory Drive, that's it. Yeah.
Do you remember during this time doing a purchase of a knife?
I think so. I think I purchased a couple of things. There were issues at the house with mosquitoes coming up from underneath the house.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I didn't know where they were getting in. So,
Okay. So this was the knife was for mosquitoes to try to determine.
It was to cut screen.
Okay.
So I had in the house I thought they were somehow entering the HVAC somewhere. What I think was actually happening was that they were when they were coming into the house one way, then they would get in the HVAC and move from room to room.
Do you recall? Is that you?
Yeah, that's
That's you. And is that the knife you used?
I think so.
Okay. And was this the?
Yeah, I think so.
You recall at times that the date stamp being the 29th?
I don't recall.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure that's right.
Okay.
I think it was in the car. I think I just saw it.
It was in.
I believe so. The insurance company has the car, so
Okay.
I believe it is that and the GPS were in the back section.
Here we go.
So you get into the very back. You can lift up the like a panel.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a little
Coming home?
Yeah. So I thought that it and the GPS,
So GPS.
yeah, extension cord, like stuff like that, were in there.
Okay.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that I had it because I left a lot of stuff. With Mindy's dad.
Okay.
A footstool I used to get up and all the because it's all like they were all on the roof.
Okay.
You're a tall guy.
Yeah, but not that tall.
What happened next?
I woke up yesterday morning
Okay.
and
what are you doing as far as work-wise now?
right now I'm looking for my next position.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna restart my law license.
Okay.
That hasn't been an active status in some time,
And what does your wife do?
she works for a food technology company.
Okay. And does she have any kids?
She has one daughter.
And did you talk to her since your arrest?
No,
Okay.
I don't know her phone number. I guess it's a.
Just trust that it's always gonna be on the cell phone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I haven't had to consider a cell phone and a number without a cell phone.
And you mentioned about giving the guys that you're giving Jim a DNA test sample. Would you be willing to give us one?
Yeah.
Doing the DNA. Oh, shout out to Kay Schmidt. Good to see you, Kay Schmidt. You missed some crazy today so far.
Back to Georgia, we'll be able to have some more information.
How long until I'm back?
Yeah, so the transports are probably, let's see what the day is. It's probably one day next week.
Okay.
See, the city here is going to be Lancaster, and it's Lancaster County as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
They like that. Virginia has that too. You have like Fairfax County and Fairfax, Virginia. And the cities are their own counties. It's weird.
It's better than Louisiana, it's got parishes. So they're little mini states.
How much you fill out there and there? That basically is the waiver of constitutional rights. I'll let you read it though. Just go through it, not yet.
But Jim's car, you'll know back on.
Yeah, I mean, it was different ones. Yeah, I mean, it made me think sometimes he was renting or, the one the day I went to, the camera was like a sedan, had dark gray or black.
That's when they want to target?
Yeah. I believe also in the Victory Driver, that target. Yeah, I think there's a target there. Yeah, I don't know if
That's a big plasma. Pretty plasma.
Does that camera record anything, or was it just live feed?
I think it was just live feed. Like I get like alerts on my phone.
Okay. And was it up during the time that Minnie was at the hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you see anybody come up there from the house during that period?
I don't recall. I don't remember checking in.
Okay.
I mean, I would mostly like check it when Frank and Betsy were coming back, or when I was about to come back, just to make sure there was nobody sitting out front. Like you got a lot of traffic there, so it was like little things were always going, like the little alerts.
Without it, just coming from that side. I should shape it up. Same way it's not painful or anything, you know how it is. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is get you just to initial it or sign it.
How did she die?
Cause of manner is gonna be an official report, but that's something we probably don't need to release right now.
Okay, okay.
We may be able to ask from our district attorney, to be able to tell you that when you get back.
Okay.
So you went to 21 years of law school?
We go to school, yeah. You know, high school, 4 years of undergrad, 3 years of law school, and then an LLM program, which was, I think it took me 2 years.
What college did you go to?
Boston University, Northeastern Law, and then Georgetown for the LLM.
No, PA, through the Navy, while you were in the Navy, you did all that?
No, so the Navy only sends you to law school if you are already like an officer, like, and you've done a couple years. So I did college and law school on my own, and then I used the GI Bill for the LLM.
How long were you in the Navy for?
10 years.
10 years.
Ish. I mean, so I came on active duty 2008. I guess I left active duty 2017, but I had some reserve time before, and inactive reserve time before, and then drilling reserve time after.
What made you decide to get out?
The moving, the Navy JAG Corps puts a big impetus on geographic diversity, as they call it. So.
Geographic diversity.
Yeah, so we were talking about starting a family.
Sign out, or you can wait till I get the other one if you want to. I gotta see what that's all right. You put the date on it for me?
It's
13.
May 13th? Okay.
Sign in now.
So if you don't mind me asking, when was the last time you were dead?
I think things started getting bad 2017.
A lot of stuff happened in 2017.
Yeah.
Any particular reason that it went bad between you and him?
I don't know. So it started with Chris and me. Things getting bad, and I was seeing a therapist at the time who felt that there were some really unhealthy family dynamics, and that I should set some boundaries, and the reaction. I spent a lot of time really thinking through how to frame things, and thought that it was kind of a not asking him to take sides, but that the reaction was awful.
Did you and your brother, what was your brother's name?
Chris.
Chris, did you and Chris get along when you were younger, or just
When we were younger, we did, yeah.
so pretty much just Mindy was born with?
Yeah, they had a kind of series of conversations that went very poorly, and
What politics was it?
So not directly though. Like at one point, like she posted something. It was
Guys, Jim is here. Jim is in the chat.
that was about politics, and he took it to be very personal. Dated to you. 23. Wait, how many?
23, 5, 13, 23.
I don't know if I dated these 23. I'm
We'll
sorry.
find one on a date.
Yeah, it was the day that the Congressman Scalise was shot in Alexandria, and she posted something about like how toxic things are, that this is happening, and
What kind of work did she do on that?
she worked at an advocacy company called the ASPBA, the American Society for Plastic Bag something. So she did advocacy work for the plastic bag industry.
Okay.
And she left that to run an event company and launch a podcast about women.
Okay.
What?
So that was back early, like,
Yeah, so that was late 2017. I think she started that.
how did you get her?
Well, we met online on like a dating app.
Okay.
I forget which one. Only Fish or something.
Yeah, some things we can't answer at this point. Yeah, I'll tell you we can't, but if you have any questions, you have any questions with us.
I don't know. I don't even know what to think about this. I mean, this is.
So when you get back to Georgia next week, we'll sit down with you again.
Okay.
Basically get your right to Savannah, which I hope.
Okay.
So be thinking more about that location.
Okay.
It's going to be very important.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else you can think
of? Just how was y'all's relationship throughout the entire marriage? Y'all good?
I mean, we had some really stressful couple of years, but
what stressed you out about? Just the moves? Or?
Yeah, the moves, feeling like we were in danger. The stuff with Frank. I don't know, Frank. I felt like Frank really changed, and I don't know if it was the stuff with his boss or his accident or just he just got sick of us. But
you talking about a brother?
Yeah. I'm sorry, her brother.
What about her father? How did you get along with them?
I got along well with him. They had always had a difficult relationship, and got worse at certain points. He has a very. He's somebody who likes to make jokes at other people's expense. It is what it is. But he, I think they had a very hard time, getting along over the years.
Well, what about your relationship with Bessie? How's that?
Good. I mean, I thought of her as a mother. She's, me and she were very, very close.
Earlier when I told you I was in Liberty County, you looked taken aback. It's outside Savannah, Georgia.
Okay.
And obviously, this investigation involves my jurisdiction. So, have you ever been to Liberty County or know anything? I mean, you said you stayed at home a lot.
Yeah, I mean, not to the best of my knowledge, but it's possible.
Day-to-day activities, you pretty much work on the computer?
Worked on the computer, yeah. You know, take out the dog, work on the computer, you know, see what Mindi needed, you know.
Did she have any hobbies or activities that you wanted to do, or?
She had been reading a lot. She liked to color. She had talked about, you know, doing something creative again. You know, I think she really enjoyed.
Hey, this is Tracy upstairs. We were just letting you know. This is Tracy. I'm upstairs in the interview room. I was just letting you know we're finishing up. Sergeant Fisher is who I'm looking for.
So you don't only fish? You don't remember?
Yeah, he was supposed to come with us.
Place you went to?
Yeah, we went to a restaurant called Blackwall Hitch in Alexandria. That's our first day. It's down by the water.
That's good.
That's it. I appreciate you helping with this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You saw all these $11. You told him 4 to 6.
That completes the morning, the afternoon.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I don't know if you saw me scrubbing at the bottom, but I was trying to see how long we've been listening. It's over.
Do you mind if Agent Sands steps down?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
So they put Sands on the stage to play this out of order, remember? So they made this man sit there. Oh. Thank you, chat. I think everyone asking how long this was going to be just made that happen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that will complete the presentation of evidence today. So we're done for the weekend. Of course, I hope you have a great weekend, but I want to emphasize very strongly that you not have any access to any media accounts regarding this trial.
Don't go read the story.
So important that we maintain the integrity of this jury. So please abide by the previous discussions. Have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday at 8:45. Thank you very much.
All righty. All right, guys. We have an early day. I feel like we got out of school early, chat. I think they're all like, look, let's just not try to do anything. You know what? No, they did say earlier in the week with the start of school that they wanted to leave a little bit early because they were concerned about traffic for the jurors getting home for the weekend. So maybe that's why.
All right, the jury's out. We are adjourned.
All right. No matters that they're taking up. Yeah, and there's really been nothing in this trial where they took like a matter up with, you know, the morning or the afternoon when the jury's out. Very different than what we're used to watching other trials. Yeah, a little bit of cliffhanger over the weekend there. Oh, look at Mom. I'm so nosy. Just like that. Oh, and now we're on the seal. Doug said, yeah, I mean, I agree, Leonard Amber. Miss Prosecutor, I'm more confused on day 4 of trial than I was before. That's not good. Imagine, seriously, chat, I appreciate you guys so much because imagine you're sitting on this jury and you get told you can go home right now and you go home and You go to wherever you live with, you could do whatever you do this weekend, and this is on your mind. But you can't just go all willy-nilly and start talking to people about, like, look, we just listened to this audio interview from the detective in this case, and his car's sitting on fire, and he's got this guy, Jim, that's following him around. Like, can you imagine having all of this on your chest and you're not supposed to talk about it? Yeah, he's just walking around, murder on my mind. Uh, Hey, Jim, are you happily angry lawyer? Are you gonna do, well, I guess there's not really much to cover except apparently trial could be kicked all the way down through January 2027, which sounds crazy to say. My brain wanted to say 2026, but 2027 for Y&W Melly. Okay, so maybe a stream whining about Raven Liberty. Yeah, there we go. Sounds good. You should try to get in there still, guys. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. This guy could do a great job consulting for Y&W Melly. Get him some Pro Hog Vice over there. What about Lil Durk? Lil Durk? That would be a good one. And has anything happened with Lil Durk lately? Yeah, this is true, RM. Georgia definitely has the gold on cases. It's weird, I'll like, without even knowing, and chat, if you can relate, let me know. But without even knowing, there's times where I've opened up a trial, like, oh, I'm going to check this trial out. And then we open it and boom, there's the Dom Wiz state of Georgia seal on the screen for the trial. So, yeah, Jenny Rowe also seconds the happily angry lawyer, the Jim, Y&W trial coverage. Let's get that going, Jim. Let's do it. What's going on today now that this ended early? What are you guys keeping up with? And I really appreciate you guys because this is a whirlwind of a case. I can imagine if I was trying to watch this somewhere else. I don't know. I don't know. There's just, I love watching certain trials when I know certain channels are going to be covering them because I like the creator and I like the chat environment. But there's certain cases that I don't really want to watch with the Law and Crime chat, even though I love Law and Crime and all that they do. And their chat is very, you can get a good gauge on some section of the internet's consensus about a certain case. I don't know if I'd want to watch this case over there. So I appreciate you guys hanging out over here for it. Tons of discussion and tons of jokes, which always makes it come through. Yeah, the Vera. Has there been a Vera sighting? Or did that all just disappear? Yep, Dizzy, it's the wild, wild west in there for sure. Let's see. Who's got lives right now? There's a car chase. So what's being suggested to me is live car chase. So there's that. We have, let's see. Recovery Addict is still talking about this case, but I guess I would assume it's ending. And I think the lawyer you know is live, or maybe it's a premiere on I think it's the Donna Adelson stuff. So are you guys interested in the Adelson trial? Wait, you want to watch the car chase? That's at the alternate corner. I'm sure it's Kiana. You know, there's like a 99% chance it's in California. Guys, should we take a trip and see if see if it's actually California? There's a very, very high chance that it's over there. So we'll do that. We'll go over there as a group and we'll see if it's if it's actually in California. I've got a bit of a night of work ahead of me, but I will be checking out. I hope you guys can join us over there for Tay-Biz's interview. Again, that's going to be with Taya Adams. Really cool boots on the ground stuff. with what's going on in Letcher County. And this whole Mickey Stein's case seems like it's blowing the lid off of something that's a much bigger picture. Corruption, weird, inmates, they get released, they have ankle monitors, but then to make sure they can pay their fees, when you have an ankle monitor, you have fees to pay. You got to keep up with those fees. It seems like there's like a weird exchange of sexual favors between females that are out and wearing these ankle monitors and the people that might be monitoring them, and just like a whole web of, like, I'm not going to be able to summarize it here. But Tay Biz has been all in that. So that's going to be at 6:30 p.m. today. So come hang out for that. It's a great way to kick off a Friday, especially you're going to hear in Letcher County, they've got these like sheriffs and other adjacent departments and organizations. The individuals that work there, they like get together and do these strip poker parties in somebody's garage. There's just a whole bunch of stuff going on over there. So definitely Friday night material, right? Starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern. So that's about 3 hours from now. And then later tonight, we're going to have, Club Classy, which I think Kiss and Pink is bringing us drinks for. Let's see. Let's see if we have this scheduled. Yep, okay. So earlier today, Classy didn't have the live scheduled yet, but now he does. So that's at 8 p.m. tonight. Good music, and you'll recognize the whole chat. Well, not the whole chat. You'll recognize a lot of people there and meet some new faces. Aaron says, so it's Wyandotte County 2.0? I don't know how to say that, but did this happen somewhere else? Oh, boy. Yeah, and Jim says, and the deputy convicted for the monitors has a wife that runs the jail he was placed in. Yeah, there's a lot going on over there. And good to see you, Jim. Oh, no, another Jim. Chat, another Jim. Jim, how long have you been in here, and do you know why we're asking who Jim is? Oh, my goodness. Oh, guys, this whole trial, this whole case. Oh, and M says, I'm a member. Thanks to whoever gifted it. Today, thank you guys for being so generous. Today, it could have been Law Nerd Amber, Kay Schmidt. Let's see. I know Tay Biz did a bunch. And then Jenny. So there you go. That's who. Look at all this. Look at all the gifts. It's just raining in here. Curious Coco New York gave 5. RM, so RM missed all the gifts, made herself green. So thank you again for joining, RM. It's been great to have you hanging out with us. But yeah, that's probably M. Shannon. It came from somebody. So thank you guys. Also, Kiss and Pink, I think I missed this one, said, y'all have to catch me up on what's happened since lunch break. I made a pub sub and liquor run. Guys, it's a good pub sub week. It's like you can get the ultimate, the Italian, and I think turkey. They're giving you 3 choices for the discount this week. So go there, make sure you get your pub subs if you've got one in your market. Yes, and Jim Cox, there is Happily Angry Lawyer who is in the chat. His name is Jim Robichaux. But this case that we're watching, there's a individual named Jim that the defendant says was instructing him to do all of these things as a matter of safety. And the defendant's like ex-Navy JAG officer and says he was working on some Microsoft program with some adjacent use case for something that might be related to the government. But nobody knows what to actually believe. And we haven't seen any indication of Jim, except for this guy's word and what he told other people. So, a great time to pop in here. Yeah, Jim's either the boogeyman in the case, or it's going to be like, oh my gosh, there's a Jim. So we'll see. We will see. And thank you again, KP. Hope you got a delicious sub and enjoyed it. I can't give a recap on this case. It's all over the place. And mostly for today, we were watching that interview where we're hearing Nicholas Kassotis just say, well, Jim told me that the hospital told him that Mindi died of a stroke. Oh, and then I met Jim on the side of the road and gave him $5,000, and he told me to bring a container, so I brought an urn for Mindi's ashes, and then I scattered Mindi's ashes in Maryland. All while he's telling detectives that know that Mindi's body was found. So I don't know. I don't know. But we're going to get over. We're going to go see if this car chase, guys, we're going to watch a car chase. And we're going to see if it's over in California. So this will carry us over there. Hope to see you at 6:30 Eastern for Tay-Biz or later tonight at Club Classy. Everybody have a great day and great weekend. Bye, guys.